Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in to Trackstars Racing Series, broadcast here on TrackSpotTV YouTube and of course on the Trackstars YouTube as well. It is race day. It is time to head to the mountain to Bathurst for a 1,000-kilometer race split over 4 stints. Let's talk about our primary sponsor of this race. It is, of course, TrackSpotTV, and it is time for a revolution in sim racing broadcasting with professional-grade immersion, graphics and overlays, commentary, and multi-platform streaming. It's a one-stop shop for everything you need. Head to www.trackspot.tv and get involved. My name is George Cook. I'm going to be your MC from TrackSpotTV all race long today. We've got about 6 or 7-ish hours ahead of us. 4 stints. We'll go through that in a few moments' time, and we're going to have a number of commentators joining us in the commentation box, the commentary box, all the way through today. There will be 15-minute breaks between each stint as well, so you have a little bit of time to go and refill your beer and get a nice, fresh, cold drink. Here's today's details. So we've got basically a showcase happening at the moment out on track. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we head towards the start of the race. There will be a standing start as we head into the first stint. You can see that in the second bullet point there. 4 race stints splitting up the 1,000 kilometers, 24 laps, 44 laps, 32 laps, and 61 laps. So that is going to be quite the mega stint at the end. It's the big enduro one. First up, of course, it's going to be the first 24-lap stint. Having a look at the track info here, none of us really need to know more about Bathurst, but there's always more to learn about Bathurst. It is a 6.2-kilometer track. It's got the highest elevation change in all of motorsport. 23 corners here in Australia, 1.9 kilometers, the longest straight, and the 161 lap ahead of us. Medium tires are the available tires, so you're going to have to be managing those tires all the way through the race, managing your fuel and managing how you go over the top of the mountain, where we saw in the top 10 shootout and qualifying a lot of people coming unstuck in that area. An incredible top 6 shootout happened yesterday. The top 6 from the qualifying session earlier in the day took to the Bathurst streets, and I'll tell you what, we had some massive shakes up. We had Distinct Andrew with his team not able to get onto pole position. A small mistake in the final corner after a perfect lap. Found himself in 4th overall. 2 other teams making big mistakes, and that puts Lemons on pole position. So a good race start for them. To bring you all the action out there on track for Stint 1, it's going to be Isaac Fogarty and Nick Pautasso. Welcome into the commentary box, guys. Great to have you here. Isaac, tell us about how excited you are for this one. It's going to be a good day of racing.
Oh, George, look, I could not be more excited for this if I try. The real Bathurst 1000 was last week, but I think I'm more excited for this one because this is going to be an absolute cracker of a race, as it always is with these cars. 12 months ago, I was in this race. Very much glad to not be in the cockpit this week and actually just watching along and commentating all the action. It's going to be really fun, really exciting, and these cars, these drivers always put on a show.
Exactly right. Group 2 cars, of course, the 2 choices, the Nissan GT500 and the Lexus, now known as the Lexi in terms of its collective noun. We'll get to that in a moment. But the Lexuses being the other cars available in the GT500 class, going to make some really great racing. We had 3 Lexi and 3 Godzillas in top 6 quali. And Nick, you were watching on with that. It was a great quali. I mean, what does it say for the race coming up ahead?
Yes, good morning, George. Good morning, Isaac. Good morning, viewers. Yeah, obviously there's that parity wars between the Nissan and the Lexus in our Trackstars Touring Car series, that it kind of favors a little bit more of that Nissan with its straight line speed and its ability just to be a little bit more sticky onto the surface. But at the same time, the Lexus has that overall performance as well. And we always pushing the car to its maximum, to its 110% throughout the whole Bathurst circuit. Obviously, I myself in the Lexus in this campaign for Mashbuds Racing feels actually very nice to drive around the track. So all cars are quite equal in this layout.
Certainly are, and yeah, all of us currently digesting our coffees from the morning. It is rather early over there in Australia. It's not that early here in New Zealand, but a mix of drivers from both Australia and New Zealand, and a mix of teams as well. We've got ART, WTPH, Esports, Mashbuds Racing. It's FR Racing, you can see on the screen right now. It's FR Racing. We're the winners of the 2024 event here. And if I bring that up very, very quickly, it was CP Motorsports in second, in fact, for the Bathurst 1000. All that all those weeks, many weeks ago. And Aiden Holton set a fantastic lap, but it wasn't quite enough. It was third place for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting started on the grid in a few moments' time because we are less than 2 minutes away from the beginning of this race. So let us know in chat. You're watching on the TrackSpotTV YouTube. Give us a like and subscribe and head over to www.trackspot.tv. And you're watching on the Trackstars YouTube as well. Broadcast to you in both 2K at 60 FPS and 4K at 60 FPS today. So get it on your large screens. We want to see photos of you guys putting it on your 75-inch tellies at home. It's going to be a great day of racing. Right, let's get some predictions in. Isaac, let's start with you. What are you thinking? This is going to be an intense start, but where's it going to shake out?
Look, I don't think you can go past Andrew Lee and Ridwan Ibn Hamza. They're a strong combination. Ridwan always surrounds himself with strong drivers. They're going to be quick again today. Also, the second FR Racing car of Liam Smith and Adam Elzine, a youngster in that car alongside Luke Smith, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with as well. Don't discount our pole sitter, Kay Hallas, starting off the pole, a blistering lap in the shootout yesterday. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with as well. But as always, there's 13 cars on the grid. There's 13 cars that can win this race today. It's anybody's game.
Absolutely right. Let us know in chat as well. What is your predictions? Who do you think is going to get up there onto the top position? Nick, tell us a little bit about how the race results are calculated. Give us a prediction, and then tell us how this works at the end, and at the end of the stints, and then at the end of the event.
So basically, at the end of each stint, every stint is calculated on the overall finishing time. So wherever the drivers finish in stint 1, obviously goes over as the leaders for stint 2. If you are a lap down in the stints, the time does get calculated. You do get back onto the lead lap, just obviously by doing a fastest lap from the fastest lap plus 10% of extra time added onto the total time of that said. You could say in a way everyone gets onto a lead lap, but when you do go a lap down, you are officially a lap down. You do get what's called the lucky dog rule, and you get put back onto the lead lap after each stint.
Excellent. Well, that's actually a NASCAR term, the lucky dog, but it's good that that happens. It creates a bit of parity, encourages the racing throughout these, in some cases, very long stints. That second stint, 44 laps, and the last stint, 61 laps. Are the drivers going to be looking to maybe put their best driver in at that point, send them out for the long haul? Because these are not easy, these longer stints.
Well, you've got the short stint of 24 laps, so the majority of the drivers are looking to put their co-drivers in just to complete the minimum requirements. As there are 3-man teams as well, they're looking at putting one of their drivers to do that short stint of the 24 laps, and then that's them done for the rest of the day. So we're probably potentially looking at that, but there's a lot of strategy up and down the field. So we're all excited to see who's actually starting in stint 1, because it's going to produce some absolute magic where you have the co-drivers or you have the main drivers starting the race.
Excellent. Well, we are hearing that we're going to be going to the racetrack in a few moments' time. So I will be handing it over to the race start. We'll be with Isaac and Nick, and I'll be jumping in and out for the emceeing throughout the entire event. So ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready because we're going to be going at racing at Bathurst in a few moments' time. Remember to give a like and subscribe to both the TrackSpotTV YouTube and the Trackstars Racing YouTube. Big thanks to everyone in the background who's done a lot of hard work to get this race event organized. It is not an easy thing to put together. So many drivers. Let's see you out on track for the race start.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are not far away from the race start. The lights are about to come on. We are about to get started here. It's one light. The lights are building. The revs are coming. The TrackSpotTV Bathurst 1000 starts right now, and they are away off the line. It's a great start for the man on the front row, Luke Smith. He walks away. It's actually Adam Elzine in that car. So the second of the FR Racing cars takes the lead out of turn 1 from Lemons, our pole sitter, and it is a dream start for the FR Racing car that he shares with Luke Smith. Distinct Andrew also up a spot. We're going to go side by side on the run towards turn 2 the first time, looking to the outside. They touch a little bit on the way into the corner, and that sends Lemons wide. It's going to leave him vulnerable to Distinct Andrew on the run up the hill for the first time. Here we go into the cutting, looks up the inside, a massive dive bomb from David McSweeney, and he gets the move on Distinct Andrew. He's up into third, and they've gone all the way up the order into third spot off the start here. What a start
What a fantastic start up and down the field there. Great launch there by Adam Elsine on the outside line. He actually got the best reaction compared to Lemon in Harless in second place at the moment. But Darren McSweeney gaining 2 positions from the start there. Absolutely incredible. So you look down towards the field there. We can see all the drivers filing in. Jarman Dalitz, It's Racing in 10th place, getting himself inside that top 10. A bit of a bad start for one of the CP drivers. That is Water Arrow. Obviously, I'm not getting the best qualifying result there, but we're looking back down the grid. It is ART versus FR Racing. Andrew Lee versus Darren McSweeney. They're going side by side, getting that side draft, going into the fastest corner on the track, through the kink, into the chase. Who's late on the brakes? And there's a bit of contact made between the 2 drivers, but it is Darren McSweeney still ahead. But here comes Nathan Hutton in the CP Motorsports entry, car 23. This is the trio of Matt McCallum, Aidan Holton, and obviously Nathan Hutton. A great start there up into P5. HBR, KH and Lamb up into P6, gaining a position off the start there. It's actually, but unfortunately, the worst start has gone to K-Dots in Chili Blades in position 8. So he's down. He's lost a few positions at the start of the race. But what a start up and down the field. ART versus FR Racing. It's on.
It is absolutely on here at the mountain. The gloves are off early, and Adam Elsine, what a start to lead this race. This pressure he must be feeling here at his first TrackSpotTV, the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. And this man, this is Nathan Hutton. He didn't get off to the best start to what he would have liked. Dropped a couple spots. The man who got off to a really good start actually as well was the second ART car of Darren McSweeney. He is up into 3rd place after starting 5th. And he has put the blowtorch to Andrew Lee here early. The gloves are well and truly off. This is a long race, a long day, but do not discount the fact that these guys will, in fact, get the elbows out early. They will not just yield to anybody and say, it's a long race, I'll just let it go. This is AGTK. This is Keith Mifsud. He is struggling off the start. He started in 6th place. Didn't get, had a really good run in the shootout actually, and then spun at the final corner, which was so heartbreaking because it looked like a really strong lap, but he'll be biding his time here. He's got one of the Team XV cars. I believe that's the car shared by Ian Ward in front. He'll be looking for a way to move forward. What's the strategy in this stint? Nick, obviously as a driver yourself competing today, are they just looking to go to the end? Are they pushing as hard as they can, or will there be a bit of fuel saving involved here?
Well, the thing is, all drivers are starting with 70 litres in their cars. With the fuel rate at ×2, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to get a full stint here. So I feel like drivers are just kind of going to push. They're going to go full send, jump into the pit lane, and then get some fresh tyres and some fuel in their car. But actually going back to Chili Blades there, I only just noticed he actually picked up some front left damage. So there we go. There's the indicator right there. So early on in this race, no wonder why he's dropped down the order. Up into PA, but he's looking for that inside move on Kelly and Jester, down the inside through Griffiths. Gets the nose cut off there by the Team XV driver, but I only just realized that he picked up damage. So that must have been something happening on that opening lap there for Keith Mifsud down in position 8. But I feel like the strategy, as he runs wide through the cutting, leaves Adam Joy right behind there in CSBFO to be able to capitalize on that. But I feel like the strategy, looking at this stage at the moment, I feel like drivers are going to go for that full send because you're not going to really be able to make 24 laps on this fuel tank. So I would say go for broke, send the car, because the cars are topping out at 292, 293 down Conrod Straight. So there's not really much fuel saving that you can do with these cars.
Guess the strategy is absolutely go for it. Full send is the term I'm sure they're using at the moment. And here we go. Andrew Lee is going to put a full send into the chase on Darren McSweeney. Looks to the outside, parked the car on the inside line. That was almost contact between the two of them. A great piece of racing between these two drivers, and it's not over yet on the run down towards Murray's Corner. He's on the outside. They're side by side into the braking zone. Brakes a little bit deeper. Does Andrew Lee. They're still side by side, these two. Darren McSweeney is not going to let this go without a fight, but now Andrew Lee pulls ahead, covers him off as they run into turn 1, and that is up into the podium places again for Andrew Lee. And what a move. He made him work for it, though.
Yeah, wise head from Darren McSweeney there, not to fight it too much, but now he's got Nathan Hudson right behind, goes defensive. He's got a little bit of the flashing of the headlights there, obviously working with a bit of bump draft, Nathan Hudson and Darren McSweeney. So going into Griffin's Bend, very smart there by Darren, you know, just to not fight it going into turn one. Yes, Andrew Lee has a little bit more confidence, a little bit more pace than the AOT driver, but at the same time, as he gets all tail happy on the exit of the cutting, and it's very unpredictable, the GT 500s with the turbo that it has on the car. Just a little bit of a slide there, graze of the wall there for Nathan Hudson. But at the same time, it's all about just trying to position yourself for that second stint. Don't fight the car too much. Don't fight your opponents, because it's a very long race. And Darren did a really good job to not fight that going into a hell corner.
Yeah, he's done a really good job to just know that he has to bide his time, save the pushing for the last stint this afternoon. I'm sure the gloves will certainly be off when we get to that last 61 lap stint this afternoon. But this man, I mean, coined the term. He's got the nickname the Chin, because he drives with his chin, and that is just an absolutely massive achievement to be able to do something like that. I tried it last night, just tried to do a couple laps around here in these cars with my chin, and I think I ended up in the wall more times than I could count. So hats off to this man. He's being chased down at the moment by CP Water Arrow. This car didn't get off to the start they would have wanted. They started 10th in this race, but Rowan Nicholson has just gone a little bit backwards here early on and trying to move back forward in this field. It's FR Racing as well. It's racing Jay Dallitz. He is all the way back in 13th place here after starting in 11th. So he's struggling. There's a couple cars. He's got a 3-second penalty as well. I believe he's actually coming to the pit lane, and that's why he's at the back. But he's got the 3-second penalty for crossing the line, which he'll feel that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the former owner of Trackstars Racing Series, Jarman Dallitz, making his return to the mountain, the one where he actually started the event back in 2020 as well. So he was the mastermind of the Bathurst 1000, its first Bathurst 1000 in 2020, around about this time. We always look to do the Bathurst 1000 after the real Bathurst 1000, and obviously what a year this was last week out. Obviously you yourself, Isaac, was a part of the track marshals crew there, and you had a bit of a hairy moment, yourself and Matt Donetti, going into turn 2 with Will Brown's escapade and locking of the brakes there. But you know, it's always a tradition for us to run it the week after the great race. But at the same time, yeah, it's always good to see Jarman back on the grid, and you know, the mastermind of bringing the Bathurst 1000 to life. We actually ran it as a full practice session, so we actually did driver swaps, and we actually had to do jumping in, jumping out of lobbies. Obviously with Gran Turismo, unfortunately, with its lack of ability to do driver swaps, we had to be a little bit creative on that sense. So we tried everything, and it worked for a bit before we settled in with these 4 stints. But next year, we're looking at overhauling it a little bit, just to try and get a little bit more realism.
That does sound very exciting. I'm sure we'll hear more about that in due course. Around the outside goes Lemons for the lead of the race on Adam Elzine, and that is a change of position, and a crucial change of position for Kay Hallis, and he now leads the Bathurst 1000 for the first time today after starting from the pole position. And that's a crucial move, because track position, especially when it gets added up later in your stint times, track position means absolutely everything to all of these drivers. So he'll be very grateful that he has the pace now to just sweep around the outside. And we talked about parity. We touched on it earlier, just about how the Lexuses, or the Lexi as it's been coined, they just don't have quite the same straight line speed as these Nissans. Sort of a similar argument, I think, what's being made between the Ford Mustang and the Chevrolet Camaro at the moment. But this Lexus, he's got a bit of pace here early on, and he's putting that to good use across the top.
Yeah, it does struggle a little bit behind the dirty air of the Nissan GTR. Anytime the Lexus is behind the Nissan GTR, it does struggle a little bit with overall grip. So it does slide a lot through the corners. The Nissan just seems a little bit more planted on corner entry and exit. But at the same time, you know, the Lexus, when it has its track position, it can really stretch its legs here. Obviously, here's a little bit of a deficit of about 2-3 kilometers between the Nissan GTRs. We see its top end speed here. There's a bit of a headwind going down Conrod Straight. So we're looking at around about 292, 293 kilometers an hour, 294. as we saw there going into the fastest corner of the circuit, the right kink going into the chase. But overall, like the car balance this year, throughout the whole season in 2024, it has been really strong. And obviously that's been very well demonstrated rather, by ART Motorsports with their driver lineups of Darren McSweeney and George Smith in 2025. These guys have been putting an absolute a stellar job to get their cars up towards the front. And even for the 51 MSR, my teammate Matt Donetti getting a couple of wins, especially one of the big ones in the Daytona 250 earlier on in the season. So the Lexus and the Nissan has its parities, its ups and downs, its strengths and weaknesses, but I feel like it is relatively close and it's very competitive up and down the field there, which is what we really like to see with these two cars. We did have the Honda back in 2021-22, but then from 2023, we just knew it was a very strong OP car around the circuit, so we eliminated that from the roster. So we just kind of kept it as a simple front engine rear wheel drive Nissan and front engine rear wheel drive. That's the word I'm looking for. Between these two manufacturers.
And it definitely makes it a little bit more even between these cars. Obviously, when you add in a rear engine car and change the weight balance, it just the power to weight ratio changes and becomes a little bit more difficult. This man on our screen at the moment, he's still sitting in 8th place, not really gaining, not really losing. He's in a Team XV sandwich at the moment. He's got Kelly in front of him, and he's got Adam Joy right behind him. So he's probably feeling a little bit nervous at this stage with Team XV everywhere he looks, but he's just settling into a rhythm, as they all are. Only 7 laps down. We're about to start lap 8 of this stint, and we're getting towards the part where we've used about half the fuel that we started with. Started with 70, so was it 70 litres of fuel in the tank, and we're getting probably a stage where we're about 35 litres left. So 14 laps, maybe 15 or 16 if you do a bit of fuel saving is probably what we're looking at in terms of a stint time here. Do you think we'll see cars change tyres as well, or is it just going to be fuel?
Look, it just really depends, to be honest. Like, depends where you are on the circuit. I feel like for the top 3, in both Harless, Elzine, and Andrew Lee, I feel like it's going to be a definite tyre and fuel stop. But if you're looking down the order there and you want to try and gain track position, I feel like definitely the fuel stop might be the way to go. 24 laps on a medium tyre can be a little bit of a struggle, especially with the GT500s and how unpredictable they are at the top of the hill and on exit. So I have a feeling the majority of the field will be doing that tyre swap and a little bit of fuel towards the end of the stint there. So I think overall, I don't think the double stint on the mediums will be the way to go. While it benefits you on track position, it really hinders you towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out with who does take the tyres in the end. But this battle is starting to heat up between the two FR racing cars. I don't know if team orders are going to necessarily be a thing here. I don't think we've seen too many team orders in the past from FR Racing, but I'm sure team boss Ridwan Ibn Hamza is watching along, trying to decide what he does about these two cars. Obviously, his car in behind at the moment, Andrew Lee, but you've got young Adam Elzine in front, only, I believe, 13 or 14 years of age. So only a young whippersnapper. And he is doing a wonderful job at the moment. He's so quick on this game, and just anything he touches in terms of racing, he's just super quick, super fast, and he's doing that at the moment. What does he do across the line here? It is... So I think my internet is... There we go. Might be back. 48-1 for the youngster. Distinct Andrew has the fastest lap of the race at the moment with a 47.6. So they're lapping relatively similar times at the moment, but I think Adam Elzine, he dropped off a little bit for a while. There was 48.9, a 49.6. I think he's had to lift a little bit now that he's got the faster car, the number 1 car, sitting right in behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I feel like in a way, like with Adam Elzine, we know how fast he is, as you've touched upon it. He was actually part of my squad in the Trackstars Formula 2 campaign, where he actually got himself quite a handful of victories. Couldn't commit to the whole season, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have been a championship. It would have been a championship-winning season for the man in the MSR SF23 Super Formula 23. But yeah, anything he touches, as I've seen him as well in the AGT ACC as well, he seems to be quite a very strong contender as well. So with Elsing doing really well, you know, he's partnering alongside Luke Smith as well, so he's doing so strong. You know, obviously Luke has all the confidence to have Adam in the team, and you know they've been running pretty consistently. Obviously a bit of a low finish towards the Spa 500, but they did finish P3 overall. They're just making it a double FR Racing podium at the Spa 500, but at the same time, you know, you need that second driver to deliver as much as they can, and obviously FR Racing definitely provides that format. But we're looking down the battle for P4 here. Darren McSweeney and Nathan Hutton getting into a nice little battle pack here. They're kind of drifted off a little bit behind Andrew Lee, Adam Elzine, and Halas in position 1. HPR not too far behind these guys, around about 3 seconds behind Nathan Hutton in P6, but he's got a good gap between himself and Keith Mifsud in P7. So there's a bit of a train forming as he looks towards the inside. Darren blocks the inside line. Woo, very aggressive move there on the outside for Nathan, but keeps it steady. A little bit loose there on the ART Lexus, and there's going to be a nice battle pack coming up towards the top of the hill, Isaac.
There is, and we're receiving, while this battle continues on, that we have actually lost car number 7. R. Kelly and Ian Ward entry has dropped out and is no longer in this stint. So that is disappointing for them, because that's going to put them right on the back foot for this coming into the second stint for the rest of the day. It's not what you want when you're only 10 laps into a 1,000 kilometer race. That's super disappointing for them, and heartbreaking, I'm sure, because they were looking quick early here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're holding down P7 quite a fair bit for a long period of time as well. Obviously getting that position ahead of Mifsud in Chili Blades. But at the same time, I don't know, I saw the timing board on the left-hand side. I saw him drop down with damage, and I feel like it was just at that moment where, you know, the car seemed to be not handling well to his standard, that he just thought maybe a bit of just a DNF from this race, try and regroup for stint 2. But at the same time, you know, when you do go a lap down here, and all the timing processes come to it kind of eliminates car 7 from the Bathurst 1000 itself. So there's a lot of work for Ian Ward as well for Jester to actually get themselves back up towards the pointy end of the grid.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask from here to come back through the field, but we've seen it done before, so you never know what could happen at the end of the day. It's a long race, a long way to go, and 11 laps down, a little bit of cloud cover coming over, and for those of you that might be getting a little bit excited that there's some rain on the way, unfortunately at Bathurst in Gran Turismo it does not rain, which I really wish it would, because it would make it super exciting. But we're gonna go through the order now. And we're going to start with our race leader at the moment. It is Lemons K. Halas leading the way from the first of the FR Racing cars, trying to chase him down. It's Adam Elzine in second. And look how close they are as they run down the hill. Then it's Andrew Lee rounding out that podium at the moment in the second of the FR Racing entries. And then Darren McSweeney holding on to 4th place after a great start running through the field. And then it is Nathan Hart and BSR NIF for CP Motorsports. And then it is KH Lamb for HPR, the only Mash Spuds Racing entry in this event. And then it's AGT K-Dot on the comeback after a difficult start, and he is sitting in 7th. Then it's the Chin himself, Ben, and he is sitting in 8th place at this stage. He's doing a great job at the moment. Riley Nicholson in 9th for CP Motorsports. Then it is Andrew Griffin rounding out the top 10. He is performing strong at this stage, and Adam Joy in 11th for the Team XV entry shares with Les Sandwith. And then Jester is actually still in this race, just right down the order. So he is in 12th place at this stage, is Kelly. And then it's Jarman Dallet sitting at the back of the field, rounding everyone up at the moment. He has got some work to do to come back through the field before this race is over. And it is 12 laps down, so we're almost at the halfway point of this race now. I'm being told by I think you've got to be joking in the chat, the Ferbs is going for an undercut, so NIF is also in the lane, and K-Dot also into the lane for fuel. and tyres. Maybe looking to undercut. That'll be a protective move from Niff to make sure that Kane doesn't get too much further away from a little tap of the wall there, maybe for Andrew Lee. Big tap of the wall as he runs across the top there. That looks big to us. May not have been much on his screen, though. You never know with this game sometimes just how much it has actually affected them. No damage on that car at this stage, we can see from the graphic. But this top three, they're starting to close in now. And maybe if I was Andrew Lee, I'd be thinking about an undercut here, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, lap 12 of 24, you can definitely do the full second stint on a brand new tyres. And as we were touching up earlier with the tyres, it doesn't look like anyone's going to do a one stint on the tyres. I feel like they're all going to come into the pit lane, change the compound of tyres, and then just go again. But there's a nice gap there for Andrew. You can see all the way back down to where we're looking at towards Bazza and Riley Nicholson down P6, P7, as well as Andrew Griffin as well down in position 8 in Toolshed. So there's quite a big gap, and he actually has pulled the trigger. So he has actually heard us from the commentary booth to do an undercut, and I think that's a really wise move there from the 2023 champion.
Yeah, super wise move. Get out of the dirty air that he'll be experiencing, and he's followed in by KH Lamb. So the 32 car is coming to the lane from Ash Spuds Racing. Riley Nicholson also comes into the pits, and Bazza elects to stay out at this stage. So we've still got 4 cars at the front of the field yet to pit. Where will they all show up? I believe Andrew Griffin in 8th place is also yet to take his pit stop. But this is crucial for Andrew Lee. This is undercut territory. If he can put a good stint in here, he could very well come out the other side of this leading this race.
Oh, look at that clean track there for Andrew Lee. So he's going to go hammer down full send on the car there. HBR has actually got the jump on Nathan Hutton in P6. We'll look down. We'll see if we can look down towards the Mountain Straight. But there you go. Nathan Hutton does just come out ahead. A little bit more momentum coming out of Hell Corner. But what will HBR do? Will he bounce back and fighting to turn 2? And Griffin's band goes later on the brakes there, but has to concede there. Nathan Hutton still holds on to P5. Oh, sorry, P6 rather. At the end of this stint will be P5 once the rest of the field comes into the pit lane. But for Andrew Lee, that is really, really crucial for the number 1 car to have all this clear air, and we know what Andrew Lee can do. We've seen him in qualifying. We did see him in the top 6 shootout. Unfortunately, did not get the perfect lap in the top 6 shooter, but on this out lap, it's going to be crucial for the number 1 to get ahead of the front 2.
Sure has. He's already beaten his fastest lap. With the fastest lap in this race has gone faster than his shootout time. So he is flying at the moment. We'll see what he can do once he gets a full lap in from his out lap to the pits. This man on our screen is the leaders coming into the lane. How long will he stay out for? He's not got a lot of fuel left, so I'd imagine that this will be it. Adam Elzine has stayed out once again, as has Darren McSweeney. So the 2 drivers towards the front of the field have pushed on alternate strategies for the FR Racing cars and for the ART cars. And here is Distinct Andrew. Where will he come out in relation to Lemons, who is in the lane at the moment? Fuel going in, tyres are done for the ART car. Fuel still going in here down the front straight into turn 1 now. I think he's going to get him because fuel's still going on. He's got the jump on him, and he's going to come out of the lane, but it's too far back, and Distinct Andrew has undercut successfully on the ART car with Lemons behind the wheel. And now I could imagine that given how close Lemons and Adam Elzine were, this will be a clear jump for Distinct Andrew to take lead of this race if there's no mistakes from here.
But there was a crucial moment in that pit stop there that we missed out on, Isaac. Andrew Lee came in with 17 litres on that previous lap, and
wow.
Hallas had 8 litres in that stint. So the fuel difference between the 2 cars is massive, absolutely huge. Obviously, going an extra lap was Hallas going in the number 30, but at the same time, if he came in the lap before, it still would have been a little bit, still would have been favouring Andrew Lee in the number 1. So that's how he got the jump. And then obviously the strong out lap for the number 1 was super strong, like so consistent there, 2:05. Then he's gone purple going down towards Skyline and through the dip up, coming into Forest Elbows. So looks like he's definitely going to get the jump on Adam Elzine. We just need to see where Adam Elzine's going to come out of the pit lane. Will he be ahead of Hallas in Lemons in position 4, or will he be slotting in behind?
Well, that's the question. I think this is going to give us a very good reading on just how powerful that undercut is. We've seen already from Distinct Andrew just how strong it is compared to that of Lemons, but also for someone like Adam Elzine and Lemons, where will they come out in relation to each other? Is the undercut the way to go here? Then continuing on
Darren
once
goes
again,
one more lap here.
Darren McSweeney, he has done a lot of fuel saving here to continue to push on. Fuel going in now for Adam Elzine in the 78 car, and I think Distinct Andrew is going to have him here through turn one. Fuel's still going, and will Lemons have him as well? Comes out of the pit lane. Where is the ART car? There he is, and he does just jump him. So they're actually still probably about the same distance away that they were before that pit stop happened, but way out in front now. Walking away with this is Distinct Andrew. Andrew Lee has got a massive jump on these two.
Yeah, now he's got the clear air and the track advantage over the ART. Oh, as he gets unsettled over the curves at the exit of Griffin's Bend. You just give him that clear air, and he's just going to fly away. So 2.9 ahead of Lemons in position 4. So really, really interesting to see how he actually delivers the second half. There's 10 laps to go till the end of stint 1, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very interesting and exciting start to this Bathurst 1000, the TrackSpotTV Bathurst 1000. Darren McSweeney in position 1, but yet to pit in this lap. So I feel like what he's doing is he's just doing this long stint, getting right to the end of the tyre life, getting right to the end of the fuel tank, and hopefully a short fill coming onto the exit of pit, coming onto the end of pit exit. He'll look to try and see if he can get anywhere near close to Adam Elzine, because this could be a good strategy here for Darren McSweeney. We know how fast he is. All throughout the whole season, he's been showing some raw talent and some raw pace, but this could become really crucial to see if he can get himself closer towards Elzine in the 78.
This will be the question that we are asking now, as we have 10 laps to go. 9 when he crosses the line here. Andrew Lee, he will inherit the lead of the race from Darren McSweeney, who has come in to get fuel. 1 litre of fuel left is not a lot of fuel, so he's pretty much brought it back on brought it back running on a burning rag, and through the first corner, I think they're all going to jump him quite comfortably. He's going to put 47 litres of fuel in that car. And there is Nathan Hutton, a relative distance behind. So he has jumped him, probably gapped him a little bit. I think he's gained time. I think you're right.
Yeah, he's gained time on Hutton, but it looks like he might be a little bit closer towards Adam Elzine in P3. I feel like maybe there was a very similar distance between what they had at the start of that last stint. You can see they're just warming up the tyres, trying to get some temperature build up towards the top of the mountain. It gets very slippy here, especially on the exit of the cutting there. It just scrapes the barrier on exit. So we have to remind our viewers as well, these cars, when it gets to a fresh set of tyres, the cars are very, very cold. The tyres are very cold and not heated, as there's not much grip going into the car at the moment. So the car is actually feeling a little bit on edge when you get to the top and coming through Skyline. You're just having that confidence on that brake pedal or on the right trigger for Darren McSweeney on the controller as well. So he's just trying to get a bit of a feel of his car at the moment, coming into the last 9 laps of this stint, coming into the last 8 laps. Oh, gets a bit of heavy damage. Oh, sorry, heavy hit on the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow, but no damage done there. So a little bit cold on his tyres at the moment. Just kind of brings Nathan Hutton just a little bit closer. Only about 2.4 seconds here, but yeah, it feels like the gaps are kind of staying the same as they are at the moment there. The top 6 are kind of running away from the drivers down in position 7 and 8. And as I go back, as I look back through our chat here, actually, Norley's actually letting us know that Jester did not retire from the race. He's actually in it. He was just in the pit lane for an extended period of time here. So thanks for picking that up, Jogan, and really, really appreciate that. We actually thought he disconnected from the race, but he is still there. He's running in P11, so that's a relief for the number 7.
Massive relief for them. It means they stay on this lead lap and can continue to try and push on. This is Riley Nicholson on our screen in the second of the CP Motorsport entries at the moment that he shares with Stuart, I believe, in this car. Was driven earlier in the season by trying to remember who was driving that car. Justin Ladaway was driving that car. Stepped away from the series, and it's been inherited by Xander Stewart. Riley Nicholson shares that car with him. A very fierce competitor in TS2 and has been for a couple seasons now. I believe was leading the TS2 championship at one stage, and I'm not sure if that's still the case, but he was performing very well and good friends as well. Riley Nicholson have a lot of time for this man. He puts his heart and soul into everything he does when it comes to sim racing.
Absolutely, and you've got the two contenders, the top two in the championship, both Xander Stewart and Riley Nicholson, sharing the same car. So whilst they are teammates in this series as well as in TS2, they're just trying to fight it out on the track on who becomes the champion in TS2. It's really exciting. Obviously, with Xander Stewart, he did actually run in the PH Esports entry last time out in Spa 500, so he's actually jumped ship from PHE to CP Motorsports. Obviously, there was a vacant seat due to Justin retiring from the series, so that kind of opened up the opportunity for the 44 to have both the TS2 drivers and their pairing going into the car, into the Bathurst 1000. It's really, really exciting to see how these guys go. Yeah, as I'm seeing in the chat there, it's kind of reminds me of the Tickford Racing's Rylan Gray and Lockie Dalton as well. It's just that wild card entry, just having the two teammates there. That feels like that vibe there as well. But he's still sitting behind Bazza in Keats in the WRT Motorsports. Obviously WRT, a bit of a staple name as well in Trackstars Racing Series since 2023. They actually came in late to the series in 2022, later in the season of 2022, just due to one of the teams pulling out at the end of the season. Runs wide on Hell Corner. You can just see there, a bit of a bump there. So that kind of ruins that momentum for Riley Nicholson to go for the inside line and loses that momentum up Mountain Straight. But what does he do here? Does he stick around the outside? Does he concede and let Bazza take that inside line? He does. So smart driving there. And you've got to remember as well, it's a long, long race. You don't want to really be taking any risky moves. Lap 18 of 24, the end of the first stint. The end of the first stint is drawing to a close here. But it's great to see that the TS2 drivers are having a go in the main series, having the confidence of the main drivers to actually hurl their cars around this 6.2 kilometer circuit.
Yeah, it's really good to see the young blokes getting in, having a crack and providing some really good racing. We've got a couple of questions about what's happening further down the field. Well, this is what's happening further down the field. Ben Perm, we've got two cars battling it away at the moment. Chester has dropped down to 11th place now. So he is just running down the back at the moment, I believe. Then we have OGR Toolshed in Andrew Griffin sitting in 12th place, and Jarman Darlett's still sitting in 13th. Fastest lap now has actually been taken by Lemons in the ART car. So he has just gone fastest by 2/10, and it's still a 2.5 second gap back to Distinct Andrew. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but he's pulling away from Adam Elsing. Let's take a moment with 5 laps remaining in this race as Lemons goes fastest in the first sector once again. But let's take a moment to run you through the field where everybody sits before we get to the end of this stint. So it is Distinct Andrew. Andrew Lee leads the way in the number 1 FR Racing car in a very well presented livery. And then it's Kay Hallis, the pole sitter, sitting in second for ART Motorsport. Then Adam Elzine, the young fella, sitting in 3rd place, sharing that entry with Luke Smith this weekend. And then it's Darren McSweeney, 5 seconds back, almost 6 seconds back now in 4th place, just running on his own. Bit of clean air, and that'll be helping get his confidence up as he builds into this race. Then it's Nathan Hutton in the first of the CP Motorsport entries that he shares with, I believe it's Matt McCallum this weekend. And then it's HBR, KH Lamb in the sole MSR car, the 32 car, and he shares with the man in the commentary box alongside Nick Partasso and Wade Vondu, who will both see in action later on today. Then it's Keith Mifsud for the first of the PHE cars, sitting in 7th place, started 6th in this race. Didn't get the best start that he would have liked, but he's running very strong out on his own and sort of in no man's land at the moment in 7th. Then it's Adam Joy in the first of this is the Team XV cars he shares with Les Stanwith this weekend. Very strong contenders, these two. Great mates as well. So I'm sure they'll be having a wonderful time just enjoying sharing a car together. And then it's Ben Keat in 9th place for WRT, closely followed by Riley Nicholson in 10th in the other CP Motorsports car that he shares with Xander Stewart this weekend. A sort of Tickford wildcard-esque, two TS2 teammates sharing an entry together and just trying to do the best that they can to be as fast as possible this weekend, put on a good result. And then it is the second of the Team XV cars. This is Kelly sharing with Ian Ward this weekend. Didn't get the best start in this stint. Had to sit in the pits for a long time. That's putting right down the field in 11th place, but still a long day. Plenty of opportunity to come back through the field. And then Andrew Griffin sitting in 12th place for PHE Esports. He shares this car this weekend with, I believe, trying to get the driver roster up. I believe it is Bob Norley that he shares that car with this weekend. So they are in 12th place at the moment. I'm sure there's a long time left in the day for them to come back. And then it's Jarman Dalitz in 13th place. And he will not be, I don't think he'll be too happy about sitting so far down the order. But again, it is a long day. He shares that car with Jaden DeWitt. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities to come back through the field. But this battle, we are struggling to take our eyes off it at the moment, Nick Pautasso, because they are locked in with probably 4 or 5 laps to go in this race. They are trying everything they can to get the last little bit. And Rowan Nicholson, he'll want that 9th place.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's Wallace, one CP car battling for P4. The other CP car is battling for the WRT of Ben Keith down the skyline, down through Brocky Skyline into the depot. You can see there the characteristics of how the cars take those corners so fast. It's incredible, the adrenaline that you get. And I was very honoured to see that top 6 shooter, how fast they were committing themselves into the skyline and the depot. It looks like Baza had a bit of a poor exit on the exit of Forest Elba, so it kind of opens up a little bit of opportunity for Riley Nicholson to get that slipstream of the GDR ahead of him. At the same time, they are all topping out at the same speed, so I would say the slipstream effect is not overly strong around this circuit here. Whilst you do get the advantage of that slipstream, a few tenths here and there, it is not as powerful as what we've normally seen in the previous seasons. The car's topping out at 293 kilometers an hour, which kind of, shows in itself that with the recent BOP of the car, the 614 horsepower for each car, I think it's 612 for the Nissan GTR. They're both topping, and they're both very light on the scales as well. Sitting over a ton. Of race car, the Lexus and the Nissan GTR, but they just both topping out really, really fast, really early into the entry, or going into the chase rather. So the cars last year, they were a little bit lower they were down in power. They actually kind of brought that down a little bit. They still topped out at 293, and obviously that was due to the fact that we actually moved from a tuning series where we actually could tune the gearbox of the cars to really extract the maximum horsepower to running a BOP gearbox in these cars. So that's why you see a lot of cars here on our amongst our drivers. They're all topping out and they're all redlining as they go up Mountain Straight and as they go down towards the Conrod Straight as well. So the gearbox is a little bit of a mystery of why that is the case. But at the same time, it's good to see that both cars are equal platforms, they're equal footing. So all the drivers are really trying to. It's all about the driving itself. It's all about the drivers showcasing their talents and their speed and their ability to handle these GT500s.
It is about driver talent, speed, and endurance. This is the ultimate test of what our drivers are capable of, and we're going to put them to the test as well this afternoon. 61 laps. That is going to be a long time. You think 24 laps goes for a while. We've been racing for almost 40 minutes now. It's going to be almost 2 hours of racing when we get to those laps this afternoon. Those 61 laps, the final stint in this race, and we'll see all the key drivers behind the wheel for that, no doubt. We have 3 laps to go now in this stint. 3 more opportunities for Riley Nicholson to find a way past Ben Keith, but it is Distinct Andrew that quite comfortably leads the way in this race. He's taken back the fastest lap from Halas in second, a 47.1. Could we see a 46 before this is over? 46 in race trim would be absolutely phenomenal from this man, but I would not put it past him, given the talent that he has, the accolades that he has. Former World Tour driver. He has reached the height of heights in Gran Turismo, and now he lends his talents to Ridwan Ibn Hamza, and this entry is up by 1.173. He needs to find just under 0.2 of a second to get into the 46s. Could this be the lap for Distinct Andrew to get himself in to the 46s? We're about to find out. It's almost like a qualifying session now for this man, isn't it, as we wait to see what he does as he runs towards the line. Very nice out of the final corner it was for Andrew Lee. What is it across the line? Oh, so close to 47.096. I'm sure he can fight a little bit more time before this race is over, but these two battling away still, about 2.5 seconds between them. I don't think Adam Elzine is going to catch before the end of this race, but I believe in what is one of the first Bathurst 1000s he's done for Trackstars, he's performed very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Elzine's doing a fantastic job. I feel like all the drivers up and down, there's not really too many big incidents that's happening up and down the field there. Oh, as we say that, commentator's curse there on Bazza blocks Riley Nicholson to try and go for an overtake there. So I'm sure Riley's not going to be happy about that, about the blocking from the WRT entry. Gets a loose on the exit of Murray's. But there goes a 44 down the inside going into Hell Corner. And it's going to try and see if it can escort him a bit wide on the entry of Hell Corner. And that is the position made, finally, for Riley Nicholson to get that position over Bazza in P10. But Ben is going to try and get right behind him, tuck underneath the rear wing of the CP Motorsports. Try to get down towards the outside line. Can he be later on the brakes? They're on the grass there, so committed. But goes deep on the brakes, both the drivers, but they hook it into the camber of Griffin's Bend, and that is finally Riley Nicholson up into position 9. But that was a scary moment there for the 44, making contact with a 964 of the WRT entry.
Yeah, it's not over yet. These guys are still going to go for it. Ben Keat, he a little mistake into the chase meant that he ran wide, opened up Riley Nicholson to have a look, and then a bit of a defensive move there meant that Riley just made front to rear contact instead of actually getting past. Had to work hard for that. And we know, I know Riley personally, he gets a little bit hot-headed under the collar. I've shared cars with him before, and he does get very fired up. He's very passionate about his racing. But we have commenced the final lap, and it is this man, Andrew Lee, that leads the way. What else can we say about this man? He's just absolutely phenomenal, isn't he? He's almost perfect.
Oh, absolutely. And if it's anything to go by, the qualifying was definitely the highlight, but the top 6 was definitely the lowest for him. Obviously, not getting that perfect lap, as we saw when he did set his fastest lap of 47 flat in this stint. He came into the final corner. He was still a bit tentative on the final corner of Murray's, so he's just, I don't know whether that's kind of plaguing his mind about that top 6 shootout, where he actually got a little bit too deep on the brakes there and just ran wide, got on the curbing. Unfortunately not to loop the car, but at the same time, he just needs to keep it clean for Red One, and that's the job that Andrew Lee's done. Is now going to decide. Now we have to wait and see what happens in Stint 2. Will Andrew stay in the car, or will Red One be pulling out the big guns and say, you finished the race, mate? It's a bit of a lottery when it comes to these driver stints, because we don't know who's actually going to be doing Stint 2, Stint 3, and Stint 4.
That is, that's the guessing game we're going to have to play for the remainder of the day. I would guess, and the question will then become what happens in terms of minimum laps. Are drivers meeting the laps that they need to do to be ticked off and tick that box for the rest of today? But we now come into the chase for the final time. This guy's put in a wonderful effort, but it is going to be this man on your screen, the number 1 car. He led a great first stint, undercut beautifully, and now will come out of the final corner to take home Stint 1. It's a perfect start to that Bathurst 1000 campaign. Andrew Lee wins Stint 1 here at the mountain. It's going to be Hellas for ART in second, and then Adam Elzine, take our debut at the mountain, comes home in 3rd place after leading early. And then Darren McSweeney in 4th for ART. 2 ART cars in the top 5. Nathan Hutton in 5th, and then a great start for MSR. Perfect start even. You could say moving up the field into 6th place for KH Lamb, and what a result. Chill Blades, K-Dot comes home in 7th. It's going to be Adam Joy that will cross the line in 8th place for Team XV. And what is happening with CP Water Arrow, Riley Nicholson and Ben Keat? Are they still battle? They are battling, but they're not super close together, so that's going to be a positional game for Riley Nicholson. They'll move up into 9th for the next stint. Everyone finished on the lead lap, which is great to see. Still a couple cars left to come across the line. This man, Kelly, he struggled in this stint, had to sit in the pit lane for a long time. And Andrew Griffin has closed in towards the end of this stint, so carrying a bit of front-end damage is Kelly, which has left him vulnerable. But they'll cross the line, and that will pretty much be most of this stint come to a close. Jarman Dallets will come across the line in last place, but we'll hand back now to our Master of Ceremonies, George Cook, to round up what has been an incredible first stint.
fantastic stuff. Thank you so much, Isaac and Nick. Great stint one there, guys. Obviously, distinct Andrew. I mean, starting from 4th position, that undercut was absolutely massive, Nick. I mean, talk about setting yourself up well for stint 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see that all the drivers are, it was actually a clean race. No major damage on the cars, no cars spinning around, no cars going a lap down. All the drivers exciting to see how this second stint plays out. Obviously, it's 44 laps the second stint, so it'll be decided about what the drivers are going to do now, whether they start to think about putting the main drivers in their cars or they're going to stick with their co-drivers. If you have a 3-man team, you probably want to be looking at doing this stint right now for one of your co-drivers, but it's going to be decided upon very soon. But what a great start from everyone. I had to say for myself, watching that was an absolute fantastic to see all the drivers, being respectful, being very clean. No real aggressiveness on the circuit here in this first 24 laps, because I feel like everyone kind of knows now, George. It is an endurance race. It is 161 laps here. You can't win it on the first lap. You certainly can lose it on the first lap.
Exactly right. And thank you to everyone who's been in chat making comments. We are watching and reading and responding as much as we can throughout the race. Smashing Apex saying he's got some bad FOMO. He'll have to go next year, hopefully. Well, there's always the Senqua 1000. Remember that as well. Either way, Isaac, give us your summary, because you'll be back with us either in Stint 3 or Stint 4 for some more commentary. We're looking forward to having you back. But you must be pretty excited. Are you getting some FOMO on not being able to do Stint 2 and 3 with us?
Oh, I'm definitely getting a little bit of FOMO for not being in the box. Definitely no FOMO from being in the car. I'm actually very glad that I'm not in the car this year. Much more comfortable being behind the microphone. But yeah, definitely getting a bit of FOMO not being in the commentary booth. But I'll be watching along for Stints 2 and 3, hopefully, and keeping track of where everybody's at, because it's going to be a very exciting race come the final stint this afternoon. The gloves will well and truly be off, because I think we've seen some really tough racing already, which has been really good.
Exactly right. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a small break. Stay tuned. Go and get yourself a fresh cup of tea or coffee or any other fizzy drinks of that nature. Go for it, and we will be back probably in about 10 minutes or so. As you can see on well, the information, it doesn't have it there now that I look at it, but it is about a 15-minute break or so between each stint. So once we get through that, we will be bringing you back in for Sprint 2 or Stint 2, which will go for, in this case, 44 laps, and nearly double the distance of that race, and it'll be myself and Nick Pautasso leading you through for that. Until then, we will catch you very, very soon. Stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly. Hello and welcome back to the Trackstars Racing Series Bathurst 1000. We are done with Stint 1. Stint 2 going to be starting in about 5 minutes time, and we'll go for 44 laps. The drivers will all be switching over, or most of them certainly will be. Welcoming into the commentary box the winner of Stint 1, and it is, of course, Distinct Andrew Lee in the number 1 car. Andrew, welcome to the commentary box, mate. Congratulations on P1. You were a little bit disappointed with your top 6 results, starting 4th, but it worked out. The undercut there was massive.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It worked out really well. Obviously, as you mentioned, the shootout didn't really go to plan at all. But as I said, also after the shootout, it was going to be, a game of patience there for a while. It's hard enough to pass as it is around here, but in these, super quick, high downforce cars, it's difficult to follow, and there's not really much of a difference in terms of vehicle behavior and the speed. They seem very even down Conrod. There is a little bit of difference, but it's very marginal. So trying to, make moves very quickly, discovered was pretty hard. Obviously, I was lucky to get around DJ, I think it was, for 3rd early on after he mugged me at the cutting, which, credit to him, it was a great move. I've done it before myself. I just wasn't paying attention and he made me pay for it, so that was good by him. But got back around him and then just sort of settled into a rhythm in 3rd for a while. Obviously, I felt like there was more pace in the car, but as I said, just a little bit of a road train situation, to be honest. Just could not pass, so was just trying to manage the fuel and tyres as best as I could. And when I thought it was getting close to a pit stop, I tried to close up, which I was able to do, and pulled the pin first, and obviously that ended up getting us track position. And obviously from that point, with a little bit of fuel to burn, just settled into a rhythm, reeled off some quick numbers, built a little bit of a margin, and just ran a number essentially, and ultimately good enough to win the first stint. So we'll hand it over to Ridwan now and see what he can do.
Absolutely right, and we wish Ridwan all the best of luck. He's got to do well on the back of your performance there, but I guess he's getting used to bringing in people that can outdrive him. Nonetheless, Andrew, thank you so much for jumping into the comms box. We are on a bit of a short schedule before the start of Stint 2, so thank you so much. We're going to bring in Keith from ART Motorsport as well. Welcome in, K-Dot, I believe it is, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to get names confused all day long, and that's why I've got Nick here. He's going to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, where's George? How's it going?
Yeah, g'day Keith. You're in the comms booth, mate. Obviously, you're driving for PHE Sports. That was a great start for you guys and your team. Obviously, had a bit of a shocking start at the beginning at the race. You got a bit of damage on that front left side of the car. So what actually happened at the beginning of the race for you?
Yeah, correct. Coming to turn 2 on the first lap. I'm pretty new to the whole Group 2 thing and didn't account for a bit of aero wash. These cars are so fast and so much downforce. It just makes a big difference when you're following a car, and I wasn't prepared for it. And just washed wide into the wall, give me a bit of damage, and it cost me sort of 1 or 2 seconds a lap. But I had to stick it out because 2-stop wasn't going to do it, and just trying to make up a strategy on the fly,
Yeah, absolutely. And it was actually really good. You're actually holding on very well in that stint, like holding on to the back of Jester as well. So obviously getting into that pit lane and getting ahead of him, because he also probably picked up damage as well. So it was just a nice smooth race for you there, finishing P7. So now you give it off to your teammates. So what are you expecting in these 44 laps coming into the second stint?
Yeah, so I'll do the second stint. Hopefully just learn from my mistakes at the start of the race there, and a bit more careful.
So you're doing the second stint right now?
Yeah, jumped straight in.
Oh, there you go. Fantastic. There we go.
Car, ready to go.
Well, we've attached the microphone to the top of your cockpit, and it's ready to go. So we'll be hearing your panic moments and your moments where you're happy about things happening. We are about to get started, Nick, so I'm going to interrupt the interview. We may hear back from you later, K-Dot. Good luck in Stint 2.
Cheers, fellas.
Thanks very much. Yeah, of course, that is...
Could
correct
have
me if
done
I'm
a
wrong
Glenn
here.
Speed and Peter Brock there.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Oh, he put one of our commentators in his car, see how we do it. I'll just be a continuous scream all the way up and down the mountain. Certainly for me. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. That, of course, was Keith Mifsud Chillblade from PHE.
Yes, correct.
There we go. Okay, so I was completely wrong about 2/3 of what I said when I introduced him, but I got his first name right, so at least he wasn't too angry with me. Nick, we are about to go racing in a few moments' time. Predictions for Stint 2, because obviously we got Rid 1 in the car now.
Yeah, and obviously the reigning champion, two-time champion in the touring car series. You can't fault him whatsoever. It's a 44-lap stint. He's just going to be settling into a rhythm. He's got some very hot contenders right behind him, but I feel like it's just him. It's just damage limitation. 44 laps, keep it clean, try not to overdrive the car, especially going up towards the mountain, as we heard there from Keith from PHE Sports, that he just ran wide at turn 2 and just caught the barrier on the outside. So that's where you can get a little bit of damage on your car, and then that's just your race rule. You just have to come up with a strategy on the fly here. But 44 laps, we're looking at a potential 2-stopper in this race, in this second stint. So Rid 1's definitely going to be keeping an eye out on him, but also looking down the field as well. You never want to count out the second seat, the CP Motorsports of the 23, as well as the ART boys. Exactly
right. So we are setting the grid, so we will not be too far away from the beginning of Stint 2. Some housekeeping items, of course. This is the TrackSpotTV Bathurst 1000 here at Trackstars Racing Series. Go and check out TrackSpotTV and their website, www.trackspot.t, and of course go and get involved in Trackstars Racing Series. Give us a like and a follow and a subscribe and all that good stuff on YouTube, both the TrackSpotTV YouTube and the Trackstars Series YouTube as well, coming to you live in 2K at 60 FPS and 4K at 60 FPS. So make sure you get this on your big screens, because it is worth doing. The quality is right up there this time, and that's exactly what TrackSpot TV is able to provide as a broadcasting partner for this event. We will be going onto the track in a few moments' time. I think we are just waiting for the grid to be set. So welcome into those who are in chat. We've had a number of people jumping already. We've got Lemon Master in chat saying, yo, let's go. And cheering on for ART. I wonder why that is, Nick.
Yeah, I wonder why. Obviously, there's a lemon. There is a lemon on the grid there, and yeah, he's actually good to see him in the chat as well. So it's great to see some of the drivers just interacting and just keeping an eye on their teammates as well, where they sit, what they can do, and obviously it's great to be able to hear some of the drivers as well as they make their way into the comms booth, and we can have a little bit of a quick chat throughout the whole stint too. So any drivers that are out there in the Enduro hub that want to jump into the comms booth and just have a little chat, you're more than welcome to make this 44-lap stint quite an enjoyable one as well. And we're going to try and make it as fun as possible.
Exactly right. That's the whole point, and it is the hobby that we all enjoy. We are going to the grid. We'll see you over there. All right, just getting ourselves set up here so that things look perfect. There we go, and it'll be a rolling start, of course, for Stint 2. We started with a standing start for Stint 1, and Rid 1 Hamza will lead us away in the number 1 car, followed by future sale of the ART car, the Lexus, the first Lexus, the lead Lexus on the grid at the moment. Prying Stingray jumps in for his teammate for the other FR car, and there we go. The lights are out, and we are green flag racing for 44 laps in Stint 2. Mediums are the tyre of choice for all the cars, and it's a good run off the line for Rid 1 Hamza. He's away cleanly, and look, I tell you what, Prying Stingray already putting a huge amount of pressure up on the back of the ART car, the lead ART car, and his teammate, George Smith, not able to keep up at the moment with Captain Muffin right behind them for CB Motorsports, and side by side, it's the inside line for the FR racing car. He's got it, he's done the move, he's got squiggly on the exit, and ART are now 3 and 4 on the grid as we head up the hill for the first time.
It's a great start there from the FR boys there to have them 1 and 2 going onto the exit of the cutting up the mountain for the first time in this second stint. It's great to see the FR boys 1 and 2. Then it's ART 3 and 4. Future Sailor, also known as Robbins, he's actually graduated up into the series. He's actually come from the feeder series in TS3 to actually relinquish his TS3 championship hopes to be able to run in the TS2 Championships, and he's now actually having his first set, his first foot in the main series, and what a way to do it, starting P2, and now he's got a whole heap of cars right behind him, including his team boss, George Smith, as well as Aiden Holton, Slapper's mate, Von Duvey. Oh, did we see a spin from...
Big accident for Aiden Holton. He's got it all wrong on Forest Elbow, and he's put it straight into the barrier on the opposite side of the road. And that is what can happen if you get things ever so slightly wrong, and he's done exactly that today. Takes himself out of contention for potential P3 at the early stages of this 44-lap stint. And so George Smith will be able to breathe a sigh of relief as he sees that CP Motorsports car spinning around. That is a nasty little accident. It's so difficult when you run aground onto that grass at the exit of Forest Elbow. Almost inevitable to crash at that point.
Yeah, and that was that's first lap antics. They're cold tires on for the drivers here. You saw a couple of them kind of weaving their cars going up towards the mountain straight and in towards the mountain as well. So the tire temps are not there for Aiden Holton. Got a little bit too much throttle happiness on the right foot, and it just looped it on the exit. So very, very unfortunate there for Aiden Holton to drop all the way back down. One of the key contenders for the Bathurst 1000 into the pit lane. And he's going to be setting himself up for a nice long stint there. He's actually in the pit lane. I can see from my track map here.
Big damage.
So in the pit lane for the 23, that is going to be a long day for that car to move his way up to the field. And we have to remind our viewers as well, the 23 actually finished last place at the Spa 500 as well. So they had a day from hell, unfortunately, at the Spa 500. Could this be reminiscent of what happened in Spa?
It may well be, and of course Aiden Holton was in that dirty air as well, coming down the mountain. It's already off camber, downhill. Your brakes are on fire because you just come off the hill as well with cold tires. So you put all that together, and a small mistake can equal a big impact. That's exactly what happened. We're currently on board with K-Dot, who was just in the commentary box with us for a brief interview between the stints, and we literally stuck the microphone in his window, which his engineers kindly rolled down for us, so we were able to get a quick interview while he was sitting in the car. He's attacking Slapper's mate, so MSR now under a bit of pressure in this race. They're holding on to 5th at the moment as a result of that crash from Aiden Holton, elevated up into this position, and now attacking George Smith in this race. It's fantastic stuff. Welcome in Andrew Lee, DJ Master, Lemon and Isaac into the chat box in Trackstar's YouTube. Welcome in, great to see you there. Talking about how DJ Master mugged Andrew at the cutting. It was beautiful, and I'm so glad it was mentioned by Andrew, because that was going to be my next question. Let's look around the grid and see what else is happening around there. LJ is in 7th place at the moment. Then it's CP Water Arrow. Ian Ward is in 9th at the moment. You got to be joking. Was in chat. Now he's in the car in 10th position. Porsche in 11th. Nightwalker 12th for WRT. Something has happened there because he's miles off the pace. I get the feeling he must have had an accident too, Nick.
Yeah, look, they're both on outlaps as well, so both of them on the first lap antics, pitting in for damage to both cars from WRT and CP Motorsports. So unfortunate there for the 964. Obviously, Ben Keat was in the car earlier in that stint one, so undoing all the work that Ben Keat did. Obviously, a bit of an accident on that opening lap just sets him back a little bit. WRT's on the back foot in the Bathurst 1000 so far, finished just outside the top 10, and Aiden Holton's got a long way to go as we see the cars flying through McPhillamy, going in towards Brocky Skyline and then into the Dipper for the 3rd time round there. They're all relatively close to each other here, so no one's really pulling away from each other. I feel like the only big gaps we're seeing is the top 3 is pulling away, with Big Smithy holding up this line of congestion, this whole train of cars. You can see there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all the way back towards Water Arrow, and the driver down in P9 as well.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. We are only on the 3rd lap of a 44-lap race. Already enough excitement to fill up a significant portion of this race, and lots more to come, I'm absolutely sure. Especially given the evenness, the parity of the field that we're looking at the moment. Not only the parity between the Lexus and the Nissan, although I have to admit, you do hear a lot of people talking about that turbo spool up and the dodginess of the Nissan. So the Lexus may have a small leg up, although I guess it just comes down to how well you understand the machinery underneath your foot. Looks like Slappers is not making any progress at the moment, but setting personal bests out there on the track, 0.2 of a second better than his previous personal best. In the background, we can see LJ, Ian Ward and CP Water Arrow all starting to go for it. And so this is rapidly becoming a rather tight 3-way battle. Water Arrow is going to maybe have an opportunity on the inside line as we head into Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, going to throw the nose down the inside of LJ, just kind of blocks it off a little bit, try to invite his teammate to go around the outside of Ward. Arrow there, unfortunately, could not be done, so Ian Ward has to sit behind the Riley Nicholson down in the 44, so still a Team XV sandwich between LJ and Ian Ward in position 9, but then we've also got Norley in, you got to be joking, down in P10, licking his lips, trying to see if he can wait for an accident to happen with the 3 Nissans ahead of him. But it's great to see how close these guys are. And we've actually seen through some of the racing as well, the dirty air effect in these cars is absolutely horrid, especially when you're going through the fast section at the top of the hill, where it's all flat out through qualifying and in the race as well if you're in clear air. But when you are in traffic, it is an absolute nightmare to keep that car foot to the floor.
Yeah, back up at the top, Red One and Prying Stingray, the FR Racing cars are still in the lead. At the moment, Red One's pulling out a decent bit of a gap to Prying Stingray at the moment as we focus on the battle, and that is going to be one of the, that's going to be Ian Ward trying to go for the move, and he's going to have to do it at the kink. Down Conrad straight we go, and into the braking zone. The chase is going to pull out to the inside line. Late on the brakes for Ian Ward, and that is a beautiful textbook move at the chase for the number 7, and Water Arrow, nothing that he can do about that at all. Fantastic stuff, although he's going to have a chance to maybe attack back as we head towards the checkered flag, or the area that the checkered flag would fly, currently a green flag, and into Hell Corner. So very short gaps between these guys and producing some epic racing at the beginning of this. They are not holding back, Nick. You know, we were talking a little bit about potential strategy and do they hold off a little bit and go a little bit slower, save a bit of fuel, try and extend a stint a bit, but I don't think they're doing that. I don't think that's the plan here between 7th and 10th.
No, absolutely, and that is a textbook move. Ian Ward send with the dive bombs there, just threw the car down the inside line into the chase. It's a very textbook move that what he usually does. He's very well renowned for it, and he can actually pull it off very well there. He's very committed on the brakes. So he's got a lot of confidence getting the car stopped as much as he can. So really, really authoritative move there. And for Riley Nicholson as well, not to fight that as well, because it is a long race. There are 40 laps to go to the end of the stint. We're on lap 5 of 44. How time flies so quickly. We've only done 5 laps. I feel like I have a feeling that we've only done 2 laps in my mind, but it's 5 laps already. It's incredible to see how well these drivers are doing so far. The FR boys are gapping the ART drivers in both Robbins and George Smith down in 3 and 4. So the graduate from TS3 doing a really solid job there, up in position 3 at the moment, and holding station, holding very firm there. Is the graduate from TS3 moving his way up into TS2, but the battle for P5 with Slapper's mate Wade Von Duvey and Keith Mustard, who we had in the comms booth, really battling it out here, losing a bit of touching ground to Smithy in position 4 there. And obviously also to note as well for our viewers and for our Trackstars community that Smithy was actually racing full time with us in 2025, but unfortunately last time out was his final race after the Spa 500, so he had to retire from the event, and he actually withdrew from the series, and that's why he's in the car partnering alongside Darren McSweeney in the 55. He was running number 30 last time out at the Spa 500, but now relinquishes his full-time seat to run with his good friend in Darren in the 55.
Indeed, and Wade Von Duvey, someone I've commentated on for actually since the beginning of my commentary career back in a historic touring car championship. There was about 5 or 6 people, and he was in a big muscle car trying to send it around some really technical tracks. So it's great to see him evolve as a racing driver over the years that I've been able to watch him in a number of different series, including Trackstars, of course. And at the moment for Mash Spuds Racing, it's a big upgrade for him and part of your team now, Nick. Great to see him do that because he is such a consistent operator out there, and this is part of his development as a driver over time. Same can be said for many, many people, of course, on the grid. But certainly, as we said before, Isaac was a little bit cautious about saying that he wanted to have a go in these cars at this track, and maybe fair enough. I mean, last time out when we had Isaac, you and me in the commentary box at Trackstars was St. Croix 2024, and Isaac would do a stint in the commentary box. You'd go and do a stint in the car, you'd make some good progress, and then you'd put Isaac in the car, you'd come into the commentary box, and he'd go and crash it.
It's absolutely, it's just what Novacashers do here, George. You know, we try to rely on each other. We try to have each other's back, but then all of a sudden you stab someone in the heart after spinning around. So it's a very Newcastle thing for us. But yeah, no, but it was very good. It was very nice to have Isaac in the car. You know, the guy is he's an amazing guy as well. Great to talk with and great to share some information and all that data with him as well. But unfortunately, just didn't have a really strong campaign last time out in 2024. Obviously, he does have a lot of confidence as a driver himself, but you know, I feel like at the moment at this time it's very safe to keep him in the commentary booth for now. Obviously, dedicating himself to commentary for TrackSpot TV, so he's really progressing himself up in that order, as well as doing some great things in the background as we see the change of positions for Ian Ward. Runs wide on the exit of Griffiths. Will this allow LJ to go around the outside? No, he's actually doing the right thing. Letting his more faster teammate ahead of him, and is now going to try and be a bit of a blockage for Joking and Norley right behind, as well as Watero, who's actually lost that position to Norley as well. So he's now demoted himself down to P10. So the two Team XVs, 7th and 8th, with the second PH Esports car in 9th.
Bob Norley flashing the light, saying, I will be passing at some point. Oh my goodness, it's a run under the gravel on the exit of Mafili for LJ. So Team XV getting all out of shape just before we headed into Skyline, and Bob Norley did well there, not to try and overtake him, to try and take avoiding action, which he did very nicely, but was maybe creating some blinding lights in the rearview mirror of Ian Ward, and Ian Ward may have been looking in his rear mirror at the wrong time, got a little bit blinded by the lights there, so to speak. Either way, a very near miss for both of those cars, and of course CP Water Arrow right behind. CP not having a great day out right now. You told us a little bit in Stint 1 about their run at the 500 in the previous round. It didn't work out for them there. Water Arrow, while he is holding on to P10 at the moment, is clearly losing some positions. Another flash on the lights there. I wonder if he's got that button mapped to the brake button or something like that, because those lights are going off rather often. And yeah, there you go. There it is again. So he's flashing the lights every single time they enter the corner, saying, I will overtake you. I will overtake you.
They are very good friends on the outside as well. They're obviously racing for rival teams, PH Esports and Team X. So they are very good mates. Obviously, LJ himself actually streaming the event on his YouTube. He's got 890 subscribers on his channel, nearly hitting the 1K. So it's actually incredible to see how far his channel has grown. So he's now live streaming the event as well, and one of his main moderators as well, Joking, who's running in P9. So they're very well. They know each other so well, and they're just having a bit of fun there, a little bit of banter between LJ and Joking down in 9th place. But it's great to see some good rivalries up and down the field there. But we can see on the track map there, they're spreading themselves up quite a fair bit. So Ian Ward down in position 6, down in position 7 at the moment. He's not really making too many gains on the drivers in K-Dots in Mifsud, as well as Slappers Mate 117. The gaps are kind of staying a little bit stale at the moment. This is what we usually see with the GT 500s here as well, George. There's one moment in time where you do close in on your opponent, but then at the same time, because the dirty air effect really impacts you and how you perform around the circuit, you do have to drop back a little bit just to get a bit of clear air and just cool the tires down, and then you have another opportunity, and then you have to spread yourself out. So when you are going for the move there, see Slappers just drifts wide on the exit of the chase, going into the final corner of Murray's Corner, sorry. But it's a little bit of that accordion style, that once you have a bit of grip and momentum, you do close up on the drivers ahead of you, but then again, that aero wash, that dirty air really pulls you back.
Indeed it does. So keeping an eye around the grid, of course, CP Water Arrow still holding on nice seats. P10 Porsche, though, for WRT, actually reeling these guys in and starting to become part of this battle pack that has evolved at the rear end of the top 10. So keep an eye on Porsche. Obviously, someone that we haven't been able to talk about in Stint 1 had their teammate Bazza in the car. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, but I think that is correct.
Jarman Dalitz.
It was Jarman Dalitz. So this is actually almost a real improvement, actually, from the WRT car. Jarman was right at the back of the grid, started almost dead last, I think it was, and had a few issues going around the circuit, but his teammate seems to have found a bit of pace out here at the moment.
A little bit of pace, and he actually promoted himself to full-time driver at the Spa 500. So he's actually been showing some great performances down in the development series in TS2. Actually made the graduation from replacing his teammate in Andreas Kosterok, who was Gaban's at the beginning of the season. He devoted himself down to TS2 due to some commitments happening at the same time as the main series. But given the keys to Porsche and Dewitt, doing a really, really good job there in the 26, and he's been putting on some great performances. He had a very strong performance as well at Watkins Glen in the super sprint of the four races in the long and the short course. It was absolutely incredible to see the cars flying through the Watkins Glen circuits, both short and long configurations. It's actually a very exciting event, and Dewitt did himself a really good job to put himself in a great position in that event as well.
Yep, fantastic stuff. And just a little FYI for everyone who's listening in on the TrackSpot TV YouTube and the Trackstars TV YouTube. Actually, I've got another note on that, but before I get to that slightly more funny note, if you guys have any requests or any questions, if you'd like us to go on board with a particular driver or an update from a particular part of the race, do let us know. There's plenty happening out on track, so we're trying to focus on what we can. And if we're missing something, if you want an update from somewhere, do let us know in chat. We are watching the chat box for any of that, as we do see Porsche go purple in Sector 1. Very, very nice. I was going to say, Nick, we should probably have a drinking game for us and all the viewers. Every time we mix up the words TrackSpot and Trackstars, which has already, I'm sure, happened a number of times without us realizing, we should definitely be taking a drink or a sip of water, maybe.
Absolutely. I mean, even the logos were very similar. The very similar logos to what we had in 21, 22. So there's maybe a little bit of copyright there between the two of us.
Oh, you'll be hearing from my lawyer first.
Exactly. Nah, but it's great to have this. Great to have the partnership alongside you, and obviously thanks to TrackSpot TV for providing us the live stream of the Bathurst 1000 the TrackSpot Bathurst 1000. It's great to have you guys on board, and giving us this resolution. Your help does go a long way in producing the quality that we ever dream of. We always dream about having such quality and having a live stream back for our crown jewel, the Bathurst 1000. Obviously, its inaugural event in 2020 just started off with me and our English commentator, Adam Weller, just commentating on the sidelines as well. We also had a couple of streamers as well, Shane Kenty being the broadcaster at that time. And, we were just kind of in and out with the broadcasting side of things, but we're also just kind of making it in a way that we always wanted to focus on our Bathurst 1000. It is our crown jewel in the series. The touring cars is the pinnacle of Trackstars racing series, with its secondary series of the Super Formulas, as well as our Hypercar GT3 champions as well. So it's good to highlight this showcase, and with TrackSpot TV, you guys are doing a fantastic job. So thanks for your support.
I didn't know Shane Kenty did some broadcasting for you guys. That's very cool. Well-known name, of course. Formerly Pit Lane Esports, and I think he's still streaming these days.
Absolutely. He still streams. He's still got his channel. He's still got things going on for him. And
I used to raid him every single day when I used to stream back in the day under the moniker of Crazy Good Kung Fu. So he's someone I learned a lot from, actually, in terms of streaming technology and setup and how to get your name out there and all that sort of stuff. Good man, he is.
Absolutely, yeah. He also actually did have a team in with us at one point in the championship as well. 2021, he actually ran PLE esports team as well. So it was actually good to have, and that's where we have one of our co-owners in DJ, in Ryan Palmer, actually being one of the forefronts of the PLE team. And we always give him a little bit of stick here and there about how he went in that series, but he'll always forever brag to me and say that he was the first Lexus in that season, and he actually beat me that season. I said, yeah, fair enough, but you haven't won a championship yet.
Oh, there you go. The banter. I love it. Yeah, just keep an eye on the scorecard, eh? That's the key thing. It's not about the first race; it's about how you end it. Either way, we're 12 laps in now into stint 2. We have another 32 laps to go, so a long way to go in this race. Fastest lap is currently being held as a 1:48.006. Not yet back down into the 47s. Of course, we did see Andrew Lee set a 47 flat, incredible pace, nearly getting into those 46s, the elusive 46s. And probably a few of you wondering, or certainly some of you who are not wondering, this is no mystery to some of you, but faster laps being put on in the race as a result of the fact that the top 6 shootout was basically a single out lap. So your tyres were super, super cold. They weren't warmed up properly. In qualifying, of course, we did see that elusive 46. I think it was a 46.5 or 6, I think it was. It was incredibly quick from Andrew Lee that obviously secured his position in the top 6 shootout, and then things went kind of sideways after that. But 48s already, flats, not too bad, as we do see a sudden layer of fog and clouds come in. And I'll be honest, Nick, I've been doing a rain dance since the beginning of the stream. I've been hoping for it because I want to see these cars and these drivers do some driving in the rain today. I'm really hoping we get some, but even colder conditions will do for now.
Sorry to be the breaker of bad news. Unfortunately, Bathurst does not allow us to have that rain option. Obviously, if it was an option here on Gran Turismo 7, I would have absolutely been dreaming
we just do the whole rain in heavy rain.
Absolutely, I would have been absolutely doing my rain dance, because if it was me in the wet conditions, this is where I absolutely thrive. I love the wet weather racing here, and I do enjoy.
I'm playing too much ACC and iRacing these days. That's the problem. You can get rain and weather at any track you want. I forget the subtleties of GT7.
Any game you want, any game that you can play, and then it has like rain, it's always such good fun. Obviously, GT7 did come out with a few tracks at the beginning of 2022 where it actually did give us that dynamic weather. Even on Gran Turismo Sport, there was actually some options for some rain at some selected circuits, but unfortunately they couldn't continue that trend in GT7. It was actually a bit of a shame, because we always wanted to see tracks like Mount Panorama, tracks like where we're going to next for the TrackSpotTV Sanquhar 1000. I mean, a track like that's over 10 kilometers long. You know, it'd be incredible to see one part of that track being absolutely soaking wet and then the other part dry, kind of like your Le Mans or like Nürburgring style layouts, where you have one side of the track that's really wet and then the other side dry. Now, here are the ART boys. We have Robbins in P3 and Smithy in P4, all getting close to each other. So Smithy's actually gapped Slappers down in P5. It's kind of been staying the same a little bit, but I feel like Slappers has actually gained time on Misford in P6. So he's actually pulled a little bit more of a gap in P5. So holding steady, holding station 1.6 behind Smithy. The fuel number is quite low here, so they are looking to try and maybe extend that for one more lap here. They're around about that 10% mark, and you do lose only about 4 litres per lap around here, 4 or 5 litres per lap around this 6.2 kilometre circuit. So we'll wait and see what the drivers do. Not coming into the pit lane just yet. The top 5 still stay out. Let's see what Misford does in position 6. Does he come in a little bit earlier? No, he stays out as well. So another lap, 31 laps to go until the end of this race, and they're all sticking it out here, trying to play that long game strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder, I thought we were going to see someone try the undercut. LJ is going to be the first man to try that. Actually, we've got Bob Norley as well as Porsche, so 3 drivers coming in. I wonder if we're going to see, Captain Muffin will likely stay out. Yes, he does, because he's coming to the pit stop, of course, after lap 1, where he had that incident and that turnaround into the barrier. A self-inflicted send to the Shadow Realm, unfortunately, for Aidan Holton and CP Motorsports. So he will be out there for probably longer than most out on the field. I'm sure that Ridwan is probably thinking now, hey, let's get into the pit lane and let's get this going. The undercut from Andrew Lee was so strong. Took him from 3rd to 1st quite comfortably. So the clean air is important. Ridwan's already got that, and he's the fastest man on track. So I don't know if there's going to be much that Prying Stingray is going to be able to really do about that. And the likes of the ART guys, well, there's not much point fighting against each other, but you really want to be covering off what Wade Von Duve is going to be doing for MSR. But I guess from an MSR point of view, Nick, you're probably a little bit biased. You're probably thinking, just go for the undercut. Come on, mate, get in the pit lane and then get going.
Well, look at the fuel number right there. Really, look at that fuel right there. He has to come into the pit lane. So it looks like the majority of the drivers will be coming into the pit lane. As we'll see some of the FR guys ahead. There they go. They are coming to the pit lane. 3% for Ridwan, 1% for Stingray. So definitely need to come into that pit lane. entry right now. And you can see they're all filing in left, right, center. So you could actually see the PH Esports Chili Blades going for one more lap here. So he's done a masterful job to save some more fuel in that PH Esports, and now leading the great race on lap 15 or 44 in stint 2. The PH Esports drivers doing such a great job on the fuel economy. They runs wide going to Hell Corner, and I did get a message from DJ 55, one of the drivers in the 55, Darren McSweeney. He actually mentioned to me that it is actually MacGyver in the pit in the car for the 55, not Robbins. In that car, so he actually gave me a little bit of a heads up there. So thank you very much. I did get my names all confused there. Oh, it's a 3-second penalty for Ridwan Hamza, and the gap between himself and Stingray is 3 seconds here, George.
Oh, well, we all know that the GT7 penalty, it says 3 seconds over the top of the car. It is not 3 seconds. It's definitely more like 4 or 5 seconds. So Ridwan may be losing the lead of this race to his counterpart in the other red and blue liveried Nissan today. So that is a huge mistake. Not one that you want to be seeing, because it wipes out so much hard work that he's done throughout the beginning of this race. He'll be a man who's rather frustrated in the pit lane there. Andrew Lee might be on the commentary, or on the radio, I should say, just to tell him, look, take it easy, don't worry, we've got the pace, we know what we're doing, we can fight this one back. And of course, praying Stingray probably won't be fighting it too hard in the number 78 car. Captain Muffin, of course, Aidan Holton, has yet to do his second pit stop, which will be his second pit stop while everyone else has done one. He will do a second pit stop sooner rather than later, but he's got plenty of fuel, so can go still for some time, and he'll be slightly out of position on the grid just for this period of time. It is the ART guys ever so much closer on this outlap. I wonder if Smithy has put a little bit less fuel in the car. They're about the same, 75 litres, Nick, but certainly George Smith has made up some time in that pit stop.
Yeah, and also Smithy did have a little bit more fuel compared to MacGyver when they came into the pit lane there as well. A couple of litres more difference between those two drivers. That's hence why he's a little bit closer. You save yourself basically a second with those 2 litres coming onto the pit entry. As we can see there, Stingray has gone ahead of Ridwan Hamza in position 4, so that's Luke Smith in position 1. Keith Mifsud into the pit lane right now, going to be losing a heap of positions as he's getting the fuel into the car right now. It's great to see all the drivers are out there. Not too many big incidents happening up and down the track here. I feel like all the drivers are still running as they should be. Slappers Mate 117 does go ahead on the pit exit. We can see Ian Ward has actually made the jump as well into position 7. I wonder if he's done a short stint on fuel and tyres. No, the same as Slappers Mate, just honing in those fast laps there for Ian Ward. And there we have Bob Norley in position 8, LJ running down in P9. So we can see here Keith Mifsud is actually not inside the top 10, but outside the top 10. So that 1 lap extra on the car is kind of hurt him a little bit at this first pit stop.
Well, that's right. I mean, look, we've learned from what Andrew Lee did that the undercut is very powerful, and doing a lap, even on low fuel, on worn medium tyres around here, you're clearly going to be losing a lot of time. Then again, Nick, have a little look. Have a little look at these lap times. That in-lap of his was pretty much just as fast as all the rest of his laps. So, I see what it is, Nick. He's got a full tank of fuel.
There you go. So I feel like what he's going to be doing, he's going to be running the stint to about 10 laps to go till the end of this race, and then he only has to do a splash and dash, because what we saw with Captain Muffin, he filled his car up, but he didn't change tyres, George. So he's actually stayed on the same set as he did from the start of the race, only filled the car up to a full tank, and he's going to be putting himself into probably a good position to finish this race with the tyres, with a brand new set of tyres and a full tank of fuel. So I feel like Captain Muffin might be good to go till the end of the race. You have to play a really long game about fuel saving and managing tyres. But as we said with Keith there in the PAG Sports entry, it's going to be interesting to see where he pops out at the end of this.
Certainly will be. Got some comments in chat as well. DJ Master agreeing with me, but saying in a much more entertaining way, it is criminal that it can't rain here. Yeah, 100%, 2,000%, 1,000,000% agreed on that. And then, of course, as you said, letting us know that it's MacGyver in the chat as well. So keep the comments coming in through the YouTube channels. Make sure to like and subscribe. It is much appreciated for these series on both the TrackSpotTV YouTube and, of course, the Trackstars Racing Series YouTube. Let us know if you've got any questions, if you've got any requests for onboards or particular updates from around the field. Let us know, and me and Nick will get onto those as soon as possible. We are 17 laps through Stint 2 in the Bathurst 1000 here. And a long way to go in this stint, but I tell you, these strategies evolving the way they are, it is going to be fascinating. I am really fascinated to see what Keith can do with that long stint. Aussie Sim Racing also agreeing we need rain at Bathurst. Yes, see, like, everyone agrees. Everyone agrees.
Everyone agrees.
You know, I just... Polyphony, if you're listening, hi, nice to meet you. I bought your game, all right? Early pre-order and the whole shabil, collector's edition, all that sort of jazz. Now, can you make it even more worth my while and just add rain to Bathurst? Thank you. All right.
I'm sure in this sense as well. I'm sure in this sense now we've got Spec 3 coming out later in December, so the new update for Gran Turismo 7 coming out with Spec 3, adding the new tracks of Yas Marina and the Gilles Villeneuve circuit. I'll be very heartbroken if they actually allow rain at Yas Marina, because then you have to think about it. Why would it rain in Yas Marina and not at Mount Panorama? I mean, seriously,
Yeah,
if that's the case. If that's going to be the case, I'm gonna just switch off Gran Turismo.
It's because they've just looked at the map and they see Australia as one big desert. They're going, well, hold on. We look at Yas Marina and it's full of these pools. They're all over the place. You know, that was very close. Through and up the hill, and Aidan Holton, of course, on a longer extended stint here. Ridwan Hamza wants to be getting through as soon as possible because this is slowing down his ability to catch up with Prying Stingray for the top spot. So keep a close eye on this one as we head now towards Skyline into the braking zone and down towards the Dipper. Yeah, great stuff. He's down on his time, Aidan Holton. He's doing 49s at the moment. I think Ridwan, in the 48s at the moment. So he really is being held up, and the gap to Prying Stingray now up to 5 seconds, Nick. So that is how much it's cost Ridwan. The penalty, the 3-second penalty, and then also now being stuck behind Aidan Holton, although that is set to change in a few moments' time as the slipstream will be in effect.
Yeah, and absolutely. And for Aidan, he's got no right to give way to Ridwan as well. So he's actually fighting for position P2, so he's not a lap down. But at the end of this move, coming down into the chase, Ridwan does make the move cleanly, and he gets ahead of the CP Motorsports entry. Just has a little bit tentative on the exit there, gives Aidan a second chance to think about going for another move on Ridwan Hamza. Goes defensive, goes very hard left, does the number one FR Racing Nissan, but finally gets himself a good buffer between himself and Aidan Holton. So Aidan demotes himself down to P3, but he's yet to come into the pit lane. And we are thinking potentially he's going to be doing one more stop here. If he can get himself to about lap 20, lap 21, I feel like the car can definitely extend itself for 20 laps here. I feel like it's going to be very tight on the fuel, but the tyres, as the way they are going right now, if they can do 20 laps here in this stint, I'm sure he can do another few more laps in this second stint and try to stretch out this one stop.
Yeah, exactly right.
Sorry, two apologies there. He did make
two stop. Yeah, exactly right. So he has obviously made that forced pit stop after the error at Forest Elbow. Aidan Holton for CP Motorsports. Ridwan, of course, an unforced error in the pit lane, getting a 3-second time penalty. We have got GJ Master saying, even Road Atlanta not having rain is a sin. Asinine, I think is what he actually said. But DJ Master, or any NA tracks at all, yes, it just doesn't rain in North America at all. It's just devoid of rain. And yet you can go to Tsukuba, one of the shortest tracks available on GD7, and it can pour with rain there like you wouldn't believe. It is just one of those things. Let's hope the Spec 3 update includes a few additions to the ability to rain at certain tracks. I'm not sure from a technical perspective why that's been limited in this game, but you know, maybe it's one of those things they haven't been able to fix the friends list so that we can actually look up all our friends. So, either way, still a wonderful game. I have to admit, Nick, being able to come live to everyone out there in both 1440p and 4K, the output from this game when it is running at 60 FPS at 4K is absolutely beautiful, and you don't really know how beautiful it is until you can get away from the 1080p screens. Luckily here we're able to do that for you all as we see a fastest lap set. This is Ridwan Hamza unleashed onto the track with a 47.8.
I mean, I wish I could speak for the same as well, but I'm still on the PlayStation 4, mate. I'm still getting 720 FPS on frames per second, 720 30 frames per second. So I can't relate on how the quality of the game is. But what I have seen from the PlayStation and the streaming and the streaming quality, the cars graphically, like it is absolutely fantastic to look at. Like I feel like this is one of the sim racing games. So we have a yellow flag up here.
It's Ridwan.
What's this for? Oh,
it's Ridwan Hamza, and up the hill he's gone. Oh! George Smith has made an unforced error as a result of it, or was it ghosting that's happened? Oh, that's a scary place to be going around as we see Ian Ward come up through and slap his mate, not ending up in an incident either, but I think that's just caught George Smith completely unawares, and he's made a huge unforced error and hit the loud pedal at the wrong time. So big antics as Ridwan and George Smith pick up huge damage.
Oh, that is a huge moment there for George Smith and Ridwan Hamza. I'm not so sure we'll be able to get ourselves a replay of what happened there, but oh my goodness, that was a huge accident from Ridwan. That's very uncharacteristic from the defending champion. Got damage on the car, only got front splitter damage ahead of Slapper's mate 117, and obviously he's got Keith Missard right behind the MSR rear wings. So these two Lexis are going to be coming through into the chase so fast, and they're going to try and see if they can get past the number one. Slappers is looking for the inside line. No, he doesn't. He has to stick behind here. Captain Muffin into the pit lane finally. What does Ridwan do? Does he go into the pit lane? He does. There you go. So Slapper's mate up into position 3, and that is a huge, costly mistake there for Ridwan. Andrew Lee putting in a stellar performance in Stint 1. Stint 2 coming undone with Ridwan's accident at the cutting.
Wow. Huge moment in Stint 2 and in the overall Bathurst 1000 as we see Ridwan jumping into the pits to repair the damage. George Smith decides to stay out despite having the damage, and he of course spun after Ridwan ended up sideways across the track, and he came through and up the hill, suddenly found himself face to face with Ridwan Hamza on track at 100 kilometers an hour. Scary moments for them for sure, but this is a massive shake up to the order. So it is Prying Stingray and the number 78 car, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 78 car, is in the lead at the moment. It's FR Racing leading, but only with one car, because here is ART and their lead car at the moment, and MSR right here. So Mash Spuds Racing finds himself now in a podium position, or certainly in a position to make up a lot of time from where they finished in Stint 1. Behind them, Ian Ward for the Team XV entry, number 7. He's got a huge opportunity here now as well. He's been holding on to Slappers extremely well through this part of the stint, and he has got a good opportunity if he really puts the foot down. And behind them, George Smith didn't pit, Nick, so he has got damage. He's holding it, and guess what? Bob Norley's right behind him.
Yeah, apologies to the viewers there. I thought it was a PH Esports driver, but it is actually Ian Ward in the number 7 Team XV right behind Slapper's mate 117. But Smithy's staying out for the rest of the stint here. Looks like he's going to try and stick to his plan A. As we see, Ian Ward, I thought he nearly went into the barrier there. He was facing the wrong direction on the exit.
He looked really good. He looked fine, Nick. He looked fine. That's why the cameraman decided to change it. Then suddenly, just as we changed it, he was sideways. Oh.
Smithy's now come in. He's conceded. He's come into the pit lane right now just to fix that damage. I think it's the right move. 22 laps until the end of the race. You can definitely get to the end with a full tank of fuel and a fresh set of tyres. So Smithy looks like he's just going to be doing that option there. Obviously not the plan that he wanted. He's going to be losing a lot of track time here, as well as Ridwan Hamza down the order. But we also have to keep in mind we have to keep an eye on what Aiden Holton does at the end of this stint, because he's coming to the pit lane, no damage after obviously picking up damage from that first lap, so he's kind of running even to where Ridwan and I would say Smithy would be. So Ridwan is in position 9, Big Smithy in George Smith in 10th, and there is Aiden Holton in position 11 coming up Mountain Straight, and halfway through Mountain Straight. Yeah, so he's got a bit of a gap there, but he did have to come in and put a full tank of fuel. These guys had enough fuel. Smithy has just come in to repair the damage, so no extra fuel going into his car. What has Ridwan done? Has he just only pitted for damage and tyres as well, or has he filled up? A little bit of fuel
gone into
the number 1. A little bit of fuel on the number one. So it looks like they are definitely going to have to come back in, because with this fuel number, they're not going to make it to 44.
No, exactly right. So they do need to do one more pit stop. It will be some kind of splash and dash. Might be a bit of a gulp and dash though. I tell you, but yeah, this is really gone awry for the number one car. Andrew Lee obviously did an incredible job in Stint 1, and not to say that Ridwan hasn't, but certainly the penalty and then the accident, it's all starting to compound for these guys. And in ninth already, total time behind the leaders now is 48 seconds. So that wipes out their lead from Stint 1 entirely. So we'll keep a very close eye on the progress that Ridwan Hamza is able to make. Let's run through the grid and see where things are at. Of course, it is the number 78 car. It's FR Racing leading the way at the moment, as we see one of the WRT cars jumping out of the way at a very awkward spot to be caught and blue flagged over there, but well done. Good racing and good driving. It is the number 30 car, and MacGyver's currently driving at the moment, I believe, in place for Robbins, about 15 seconds off the back of the number 78. Then it is, of course, Slapper's mate Wade Von Duve, very slow through and up the hill. 1.1 seconds to gap back to Ian Ward. Ian Ward sitting there for Team XV and in a good spot to make some progress in this race and maybe on for a podium finish in Stint 2. Long way to go, as we do have 21 more laps. Bob Norley for PH Esports, currently in 5th, elevated up a number of positions in this race so far in the number 97 car. So he's in a good position, just needs to hold off LJ. He'll be on a bit of a charge with over half a tank of fuel, so he'll make it almost all the way to the end of this race for Team XV, number 15, Les Samwith, of course. Then it is Porsche DeWitt for the number 26. Porsche is having a great race at the moment. Things coming out his way rather rapidly and just needs to be consistent and hold on. But I guess who's there? It is K-Dot, it is Keith and Chillblades. Yeah, the number 88 not going to let the WRT cars get away with this one easily, and a big opportunity here for Chillblades. He's got the slipstream run down the Conrod Straight and in towards the chase. There might be an opportunity on the inside into that big braking zone where all the rubber gets laid down onto the track. Will it be a big send? No. He's going to play it sensible for the moment. Ridwan going to be joining the fight and certainly causing some extra action to take place in this, what is now a three-way battle for P7 in this race. Yes, that is for position. You are reading that right, ladies and gentlemen. George Smith behind them, then Aidan Holton rounding out your top 11 at the moment. We'll keep on board with this battle. And Nick, you can tell us about this because Porsche is in a great position. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Oh, well, tell us about that.
Wow, and that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you stick right behind the rear wing of another car. As we see one of the WRT cars yet again, that is Nightwalker. Nick Scott getting out of the way there. Unfortunately, it's being lapped. It actually is a lap down. I was about to say it was 2 laps down, but this is the battle pack for P7. When you do get underneath that rear wing of another car, as he's picked up damage, all Smithy down the inside at the cutting. Go on, Smithy. Great, well done. That was a very unexpected move there from the number 30.
What's happened
from the number
Keith
55.
What's happened to Keith there? I mean, he was super slow. Looks like he pulled out the way and didn't really want to be part of the battle, but I don't know, maybe he's run against one of the barriers there and just lost a bunch of pace. 3 cars have just driven past him.
Yeah, so he got past. So Ridwan got past him at turn 2, and then Smithy gets one up at the cutting. Unfortunately, there I was about to make mention that when Keith was actually behind Porsche, Ridwan goes for the send at the Forest elbow. That's very lovely textbook move there from the defending champion. Caught Porsche napping. There you go. Because you want to take a wide line off it into Forest Elbow, really open up the straight neck, but Ridwan knew what was coming, and now boy, he put himself right in there. Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, Ridwan's just trying to make it hard for me to be able to make a comment about turn 1, because we're about to end the lap here, George, and I can't even make a comment about it. Ridwan's just showing off. He's just showing off why he's the defending champion in Trackstars Racing Series, the Touring Cars champion of 23 and 24, looking to try and make it a three-peat in 2025, but it's just that dirty air effect. When you get behind someone, you do lose the rear end of the car so quickly, and it's just a snap. It's just like one little throttle modulation with the car, and then the car just goes on you. So you get on that curb, it just sends you off potentially onto the grass, off the racing line, and you just have to do all the effort to try and save it as much as you can. So unfortunately for K-Dot, right down in position 10, is now at the back end of this train between Porsche and Smithy down in for the Battle of PA. Ridwan's just gone flying away there. He said, "See you later." Oh, big contact.
Accident. Oh dear, oh dear. And that is George Smith sending Porsche to the Shadow Realm this time. Was there damage to Porsche's car? Yes, there is. It is right rear damage, and that one may end up going for a bit of a review, but it did look like Porsche was very early on the brakes, and George Smith wasn't really anticipating it. There's such small amount of time between seeing if someone's braking early and where your braking zone actually is, and Porsche falling backwards now at a rapid rate of knots, just under pressure for so many laps by some really, really quick drivers, not able to hold on, and George Smith very lucky to get away without damage.
Yeah, and there's also a bit of a tyre difference between the two drivers. Probably Porsche was just being a little bit conservative going into the corner, going into the cutting, while Smithy had a lot more grip in the car, so he was able to have that better braking performance in the number 55 ART Lexus compared to Porsche in the WRT. As we have Ian Ward up into P3 now. Slappers has actually made a bit of a mistake there on a few laps ago. 1 minute 51, 7, 52, 53. So yeah, so 3 consecutive laps where Slappers has had a really big incident there, and you can see where that's placed him. 7 seconds behind Ian Ward, and actually now Bob Morley 1.9 behind Slappers mate in the 32 at the moment. So bit of a mistake there for Slappers mate. Is obviously, you can kind of tell as well here, George, 26 laps into this stint, into the second stint, it is a very long race as well. So we're about to approach we're about to go over half race distance at the end of this stint here. We're about to go less than 100 laps until the end of the Bathurst 1000, but it is a very long race. We have to remind our viewers, when you get to about, this stint of the race, you're about to come in for your second pit stop. 44 laps is one thing, but being able to hold on for 44 laps is another thing.
Exactly right, especially in the endurance setting. Often things do not actually fall out of the sieve until right at the end of the race. I can testify to that because I've commentated and broadcasted on many a 24-hour-long race, and yeah, you can start the race, you see things change. Oh, that is another slow moment for Slappers. What is happening there? Something must be affecting him. Now,
I see something on the throttle.
His throttle is not 100% down. Let's just, for comparison, let's go over. Yep, that is at full. That is not at full. Slappers is having hardware problems, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, this is a big moment for the 32, running so well there. That's probably why his lap times are not being consistent there. As he comes across the line, you can see there 1 minute 50, 1 minute 51, 52. So yeah, it's hardware problems for the number 32. So and he's got under halfway to go till the end of this race here. So another half with the car with the sticky throttle. That's so unlucky. It looks like he's full throttle now, so it looks like he's holding on at the moment.
It looks very similar, Nick, to what happened to me in my G29 years and years ago when I still had the G29. Right at the end of its life, it would do something very similar to this on both the brake and the accelerator. So I don't recall the actual technology they use, but it's the pressure sensors that they use. Can often just get a little bit worn. And when they get worn, the contact area for the electrical signal just gets a little bit, let's just say, degraded. And when it degrades like that, you get signal interruption, or if there's dust in there or something like that. And you can see that little spiking up and down and up and down. And it is so frustrating. It is one of the most frustrating things to have operational gear that is just not working properly. Honestly, I'd rather have a complete brake and accelerator failure than... Oh, and that's it for Slappers. He's sent it into the wall. Too much acceleration, probably anticipating the lack of acceleration. Smitty and Ridwan come on through, and that is a scary moment for both of them as they find a car parked up, and huge damage for Wade Von Duve. It's going from bad to worse for him, and that'll be a pit stop for him almost certainly, as Ridwan is now making it up to the back of LJ. Oh, crikey, Nick, that's gutting for the Mash Spuds Racing team.
Yeah, very unlucky there. And it's unfortunate, it's not a driver error as well, that you could just see the hardware's just failing him. So it looks like he will have to come into the pit lane. I wonder if it's just going to be a simple reset on the wheel as well. So, you know, if he actually goes for that full reset, maybe just turn the wheel off, turn it back on, see what happens. Control, I'll delete with the hardware that you have. LJ runs wide, Ridwan aggressively goes to the inside line, just trying to avoid the wide number 15 of the Team XV entry of Les Sandwith. See what Slappers does. He actually has come into the pit lane right now, so let's see what he actually does with the number 32. See if he comes in, maybe switches off the wheel, tries again, and then hopefully is able to come out and have a bit of a clean second half of the stint. As we have MacGyver come into the pit lane as well. He actually looks like he came in for damage as well.
Yeah, it looks like he had a bit of front splitter damage there, so might have found himself into the wall at some point. He's certainly lost a bit of time. You can see that 150 there, so don't know if it was a significant one, Nick, but it was certainly something, and that could cost him in his race with Ian Ward. We'll see, but we're still probably another 4 or 5 laps at least away from some of the pit stops for these drivers who'll be wanting to do essentially the 2-stop strategy with a splash and dash at the end. That's what we're looking for very soon, and I have to admit, this man at the front right now, prying Stingray, how good has this been? I mean, he's had the number 1 car make a number of unforced errors through this. He hasn't as yet. So the number 78 leading the race by 32 seconds. Yes, 32 legitimate on-track seconds at the moment. The biggest lead that we've seen out there, I think, this race so far, as we see Ian Ward deciding it's time to jump into the pits. Bob Norley now in third, and he may jump into the pits as well. But no, Ian Ward potentially just trying to cover off any kind of undercut that could have come from behind.
Well, he probably would have seen MacGyver come into the pit lane and thought, he's probably trying an undercut instead, so I'm going to try and cover him off. So maybe Ian doesn't actually know that MacGyver actually had damage on his cars. We have Big Smithy as well into the red now, so he has to make another pit stop here, as well as the other drivers. The only man that looks to go towards the end of the race at this current moment is Aiden Holzman. He's well down the order, unfortunately. Chili Blades in K-Dot came in with the most amount of fuel and entered in the car. As we see Smithy go purple into sector 1, he'll always be cheering that he can go purple in a sector. He'll be like, I've beaten everyone else. I've got myself a purple sector. I'm the fastest man around this sector. So he'll definitely get his name up there to say, hey, I'm a fast guy around this track. And it showed very well in the qualifying in the top 6 shootout as well, George. He actually put in some great performances there. He's more faster teammate. Ooh, did it look like he hit the barrier there for a second? It looked close.
Just careful how much you compliment George Smith, or you might find you're getting an earful when he gets into the commentary box later on.
Exactly. He's gonna be having a go at me when I'm in the car next time out. So he'll be definitely putting the commentator's curse on me. But obviously his faster teammate Darren McSweeney couldn't make the qualifying, so all the pressure was on for Smithy to actually have a go at qualifying the 55, and he got it in with P6, just ahead of myself, just over a 10th, separating the two of us going into the top 6 shootout and missing out of the top 6 shootout. Unfortunately, went wide down at the dipper, getting that left-hand side, getting the wall on the exit of the dipper, getting a snap on exit and then a snap on the second part of the dipper. So very unlucky for him to get, but to settle in for P5 was very nice for Smithy. He's had a very hard time in 2025 in both the Formula Championship and the Touring Cars Championship. Probably just taking a step back now is actually kind of helping him enjoy the game a little bit more, kind of helping him enjoy driving a little bit. Obviously, not having that pressure as a full-time driver is one thing, and as well, taking a step back, you want to really enjoy yourself out there on track. You don't want to really be forcing yourself 24/7, practice laps here and there, and then all of a sudden it gets undone at the end of one lap or the final lap.
To be honest, I spoke with George just before the qualifying, and of course in his interview as well. He was a bit coy about his chances. He was thinking, oh well, P6, and even if I got a good lap in, it would have been P6. To be fair, had he got a decent lap in, he was well up there for a shot for P1. The qualifying laps were not particularly fast, and 2 other drivers making a big mistake. So Actually, it was probably a harder job to get P6 than it was to get P2 or P3 in that top 6 qualifying with the cold tyres, causing absolute havoc. Bob Norley in second at the moment, going to be into his pit stop shortly, as is prying Stingray out to a monumental 40-second lead. Ridwan Hamza trying to bring things back in this race. A 3-second penalty and a big accident up the hill has really put a bit of a damper on their race in stint 2. He'll be handing the car back, we think, to Andrew for the 4th stint. Nick, so is Ridwan going to be double stinting? Do you know?
Not 100% sure here what Ridwan's plan is going to be, whether he actually does the final stint himself or is going to give the keys to the number 1 to Andrew Lee. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens here. I have a feeling that Luke Smith and Stingray will be handing the keys back to Elzine to finish off stint 3, just to get the minimum lap requirement. So it is, just to remind our viewers as well and all of our drivers watching the stream, it is 56 laps minimum for a 2-man team. So for the likes of Ridwan Hamza, Andrew Lee, Luke Smith and Adam Elzine, a 2-man team running, needing to be able to complete 56 laps. So in theory, you're looking at stint 1, stint 3 as the drivers to finish their minimum laps. But a 3-man team, as we see with the 55, with Darren McSweeney, George Smith, and one of the other, and Jay Robbins as well. You know, they can do a minimum of 24 laps. So the driver that did stint 1, DJ, he looks like he's going to be jumping into the car for the final stint as well, being the main driver of that 55. So he's giving Smithy an opportunity to do the 44 laps. So 20 laps more than the minimum laps for a 3-man team, and then also going to be handing the car over to Jacko to do the final stint in stint 3 to complete his requirements.
Indeed, yeah. So a lot of drivers getting themselves sorted out. We'll figure out exactly what stints everyone's on when we jump into stint 3, which will be happening not too long. We'll have a 15-minute break after stint 2 as we get the lobby reset and the grid set to begin that race. Another rolling start, of course, for stint 3, and that'll be 32 laps of racing, so a little bit shorter than this one. On the back of the 61-lap finale, final stint 4. It is Field, apparently. So Field in the 55, Robbins in the 30, DJ is telling us.
There we go.
Okay, so is that for stint 3?
It's a lot of J. We always complain with. We always have a bit of a back and forth with the ART boys. Actually, see LJ go a little bit on, almost running into the barriers there, having a bit of a wide moment there. We have a bit of a moment with the ART boys. They both start with J, and they both have. And they were both Formula 3 drivers in our Formula Championship. So we just never knew. When it came to announcing the champion, we actually, it was actually my fault when I was announcing the champion that I actually put the wrong driver as the champion of the team. And I thought, man, they sound so similar. It's like you've got one J here, the other J there. You've got Jimmy, you've got Jacko. They're both the same in a way. I just tagged the wrong name, and then they had to go at me. And then the DJ and Smithy had to go at me and said, no, you got the wrong person.
Yeah. We've got the wrong person. I think this is where the Borg have it right. You know, 3 of 9, 4 of 9, 5 of 9. You know, subjunct Unimatrix 5. It's much clearer. I think we should do that. Anyway, stint 3, yeah, GJ confirmed. So it'll be Jay Field in the 55, Robinson the 30 for stint 3. Den, Mr. Den jumps into chat, says, how's MSR Rocket going? Sad to have missed this one. Sad to have missed this one as well. Would love to have had you in the field in a second MSR car out there. It is, let me try and find them on screen here because they are somewhere down, there it is, Slappers. Chasing after, in P11, chasing after P10 Porsche. Bear in mind, I think Porsche still has, no, Porsche has pitted, so this is actually track position here for MSR.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously to let Matt Donetti know that Slappers was actually suffering some hardware technicalities there. So he looks like he's got full throttle now. It looks like the car's back to normal, 149s after his pit stops. So you can definitely say that he has got the hardware all reset and sorted now. So now you can get back to full pace racing. A minute behind Stingray in the pit after the pit cycle. But yeah, did have to come in for damage and repair his hardware in his steering wheel and paddles. But now he's got full throttle back. He can now get that charge. Oh, looks for the move there on
nearly doing the red one.
Absolutely. It is an interesting line through Forest Elbow as well. Obviously, when you see it in any forms of racing, it is that wide line you want to take just to try and cut as much to try and straight line your exit. But you have to remember as well, when you are going basically neck and neck with each other behind bumper to bumper, you do get a driver that kind of blocks the inside line. They're kind of like, it's like moving under the brakes to go into the Forest Elbow, but at the same time, it's not really moving under the brakes because you are parking the car in the middle of the track there to try and cut the inside as much as you can. But there are points of that corner. It's not a flat corner. It's not like a smooth surface of the entry and exit. As we see Slappers really impatient trying to get past Porsche as quickly as he can. It looks like he's going to have a better run coming up towards Griffin's Bend. But I will explain how the corner works a little bit. It's not a smooth surface. It kind of has jagged points there. It has 3 points of the track where it is a little bit jagged, where it's actually going to go 1 point of the corner around the outside. Slappers, mate, go on. Now what a move there from the 32, getting himself now inside the top 10 and a fair way back behind Smithy. But the corner itself at Forest Elbow, it has 2 stick outs, so it kind of sticks out quite a fair bit. So as much as you take that first part of Forest Elbow nicely, the second part hits you like that straight away. It just sticks out, and that's where drivers get a little bit scared sometimes, and that's what, unfortunately, what happened last week in the Bathurst 1000. The number 17 DJR Ford Mustang, Will Davison, he did that same thing as well. He got into the entry of Forest Elbow nice and smooth, but then the second part, bang, he hits the wall and then hits the Forest Elbow on the outside, and that's what sent him out of the race.
Well, the lucky thing in a way with GT7, it's lucky, and also one of the things that I wish was in this game was actual visible, real damage to the car models. Because I tell you, some of the accidents that we've seen at Bathurst and GT7 down at Forest Elbow, oh boy, the cars would be in pieces, absolutely everywhere across the grid, you know. And admittedly, and this is not me trying to say one game is better than the other, but in iRacing, or well, actually specifically iRacing, or if you play BeamNG, if only they had Bathurst in there, that would be something else in BeamNG to watch a car crumple down the, of course, in simulation only. It is spectacular, the crashes you get in there. It is absolutely spectacular. And of course, once you've got that level of damage, you have no choice but to return to the pits. Nonetheless, we are 10 laps away from the end of this race. Brian Stingway still 30 seconds in the lead. The number 78 as the number 30 tries to chase them down in the ART vehicle. Ian Ward, Team XV. We have not talked about this really at all, but he is good to the end of the race, Nick, and Team XV and Ian have had a really clean stint. Third place, and this is an excellent charge on the back of, let's be honest, a little bit of a disappointing stint one.
Yeah, absolutely. And starting P8 was the number 7, so now they've actually made their progression inside the top 3. Well, sitting behind the 32 MSR car, unfortunately for Slappers Mate having that hardware issue, but the number 7 with Ian Ward behind the wheel, he's doing a fantastic job to get Team XV up towards the front there and getting themselves into that contention of the podium position. And then we look down to P4, Bob Norley in position 4 for PH Esports, where we thought K-Dot was going to be the lead PH Esports car. Bob Norley has come from absolutely out of nowhere, as we see something here, George. What have you spotted?
Wow, I think we might have missed something huge here, because Ridwan was ahead of Captain Muffin, Aidan Holton. They are both holding damage on opposite sides of the car.
Oh no.
And Bob Norley is ahead of both of them. I think something may have happened here, Nick.
Oh, we've missed that, but they're not coming into the pit lane because they know it's too much of a risk here. They just need track position. They need to hold on to this damage, because anytime you lose in the pit lane, it affects the overall time. So I feel like this is a wise move from both Aidan Holton and Ridwan Hamza, both veterans of the Enduro season, of the Enduro Cup. So they're doing themselves a really good job there. But we have K-Dot right behind in Chillblades in position 7. See what he can do. See if he can get... Whoa! As he goes aggressive onto the grass there. Pushes Aidan Holton wide. Wow. That was aggressive.
That was very, very aggressive from Ridwan Hamza. He did not want to wait, and he sort of faked the outside line. Aidan Holton was sitting smack in the middle of the road and didn't leave any gap on the left or the right-hand side, which he's completely entitled to do, but Ridwan might have taken that one a little bit personally and said, you know what, I'll just overtake you on the grass, and tried so. Had the inside line, the fairness of which I'm 100% unsure of. That'll be down for the stewards to to figure out at the end of the day. But to me, completely fair racing for the most part, and Rib 1 was brave enough and took the inside line. A little bit of contact between the two, and now, of course, Aidan Holton going to be suffering a little bit as he's now fallen back into the grasp of Keith behind him. So PH Esports in this one as well for a potential top 5 finish. Noting, Nick, that they are all about 53 seconds behind our leader right now in the overall race completion time of 1,000 kilometers. This has been a massive stint, and the length of the stint, I think, has had a massive impact on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, when it comes to the longest stints of the race, obviously we had a couple of long stints back at the Sparta 500. These long stints are really, really crucial stints. You know, you want to try and stay as close as you can. The first 24 laps, we had a very good coverage between the top 13 drivers. Unfortunately, with Jarman Doubts right down the back in 13th and last place. But amongst the top 8 was relatively close. But now here we are. In this 44-lap stint, in stint 2, we're up to position 6. 54 seconds covers the top 6. And if we look down towards where LJ is, you're probably looking around about a minute behind Stingray as well. So there you go, 59 seconds. He's got Big Smithy right behind him in the clutches. So you're looking around about a minute separating the top 8 at the end of this lap. So it is huge. The longer the stints go, the more it really affects drivers, the fatigue, the stamina, to be able to hold these cars and to be able to push as they did in that first stint. Because even though it's a 24-lap stint, yes, you know, that's fine to be able to have a bit of a technical word, a sprint format, a sprint race. But there's 44 laps. It's over 250 kilometers, George. So it is very, very tough on the drivers.
Yeah, I mean, Group 2 or, you know, Group 1, very, very difficult cars to get your head around. It's the same if you're driving hypercars, same if you're driving the X 2019, same if you're driving Formula 1. It is very, very difficult to stay focused for all the length of time that you need to. The precision required. Drive the cars, bad run there through Forest Elbow for LJ. So George Smith's going to have a really good run on him as he pulls out to the side, and into the side slip we go. Down towards the kink in the Conrod Straight and into the braking zone. It'll be the outside line for George Smith, so he's got a lot of work to do still to make this position stick. Battling, of course, for 8th position, and that smart move there from LJ. He's managed to get the inside line, knows that George does not have the... Oh, George has run very wide onto the grass, and he's lost that potential advantage. He's going to have some dirty tyres to contend with as well, but back to the point, Group 2, a very difficult class of car to get your head around. Anything really more than GT3 cars, you are getting to the point of exhaustion very, very quickly. So not easy. You got to sometimes just tune out and just get your laps done. It's often why we see the drivers prefer to have a little bit of a gap and not be right on the back of another car, because it is exhausting trying to race another car. The speed of the reaction and the nerves and the heart rate go through the roof in those moments, and I'm sure George Smith is probably called in a code brown for that one as well, because that's a pretty scary moment when you dip onto the grass.
Absolutely, and I'm just kind of thinking here for yourself as well, George. Do you find it a little bit strange, like it's kind of saying your name even though it's not you in the car? No. Like it's George Smith, but it's also George. I mean, I'm the same as well with back with Motor Motion with Nick Pfaff and myself, Nick Roberts, and myself. It's very hard to commentate, very hard to focus when you have the same first name. That you're thinking George, George Smith taking the corner here, having a bit of Code Brown moment. You're thinking,
oh, well, again, another Code Brown moment for George, and yeah, he is having some issues there now. Luckily, he's managed to avoid a major issue. No, I don't actually find that a problem at all. I guess I must switch into commentary mode, and I don't really have a name until I have to tell people who I am in the commentary box and put the microphone next to my lips, and it all disappears, and I'm fully focused on what's happening on the track, I guess. Something happens in my brain. I don't think I've found an issue with it at all, no. But I'm probably used to. I've no idea.
It was, yeah. Of course, it's always just funny. Like when you have that first name, you're thinking, man, you're just saying your own name. You think, man, like it sounds a bit odd, but obviously when you do it for such a long time, you just kind of get used to it, as you said. But
listen,
for George Smith,
at least I don't commentate on my own races, unlike what I've forced you and Andrew Scott to do at another series, where you have to commentate on the races that you are literally
that we are both racing in.
Yeah, that takes some mental gymnastics to accomplish. So I haven't done that before. So welcome in to Jared.
I feel like it.
welcome
I
into
feel like you
Jared
have
in the
done.
chat. Hold on, Nick, we'll just get through this quickly. Welcome into Jared, Simple Racing Broadcast in chat, saying, can confirm, hearing my name throws me way off. So I don't know why I don't suffer from this, but clearly all the other commentators find it a very, very strange thing. Simon Bishop, welcome into chat as well, saying, good day, George and co. Geez, these cars are fast here. Yes, Simon. It is astonishing, actually, the level of speed that these guys take, especially over the mountain through Frog Hollow, and they are millimeters away from the barrier, full throttle over the top of the hill and all the way into Skyline, where they have to tap on the brakes, get out of a gear, dive it down into the dipper. It's absolutely terrifying. So welcome into chat to both Jared and Simon Bishop and everyone in Trackstars, of course, as well. Nick, sorry, I interrupted you there.
No, that's totally fine. I actually wanted to see an onboard with Stingray there, with Luke Smith, the leader of this race, the leader of Stint 2, to be able to see what it's actually like. So to give Cy Bishop a bit of a feeling, like obviously he is very well renowned to be one of the fast GT drivers as well, obviously making his mark on ACC, but a very strong competitor in the GT Sport GT7 platform. But he's also had a run in the GT 500s with us at Trackstars Racing Series so many moons ago. But around Bathurst, I don't think he's actually had a go yet. But you can just see here, up towards McPhilmy, down towards Brocky Skyline there. It looks so tentative, it looks so scary, but the way that he's able to control the car is incredible. The form that he's got, and you can see in his lap time as well, George, all consistency with the 1:47s there. And he's actually got the fastest lap there, 47.5. So the consistency that Luke Smith has got with that FR Racing 78 is incredible, and the way he commits himself down the hill in towards the dipper and Forest Elbow is incredible, and the talent that he's got is next to none.
Yeah, and they're hitting almost 300 kilometers an hour as they head into the braking zone. They brake at 75 meters into the chase, and Stingray nearly gets it all wrong, but he collects it. Very quick reactions required here. Simon Bishop, of course, multiple-time GT World Series driver. No, Simon, I'm pretty sure you've still got the reaction times to drive these cars, mate, but, you know, I understand where you're coming from, right? I have a couple of bits of fun with the GR2s and GR1s and Formula 1s, but I wouldn't do an endurance race in them to save my life. I couldn't to save my life. I'm a solid GT3 driver. I'll stick to that. A little bit slower, a little bit more pace. A gentleman's racing sport. This is for the young men. But I reckon, Simon, out of all the slightly older men out there, I think you'd be the one that could handle it the best out of all of us. Lemon Master saying, if you're brave, lift and you don't brake till the crest at Skyline. That, I don't know, Nick. Do you do that? Is that your style? Can you get through there without lifting?
Oh no, definitely not. I would not be able to. As soon as I get to Skyline, I have to get to that. I have to get to that corner, and I have to brake. You know, I'm not as committed as what other drivers did, and especially in that top 6 shootout. I try to go as late. Oh, sorry, the qualifying before the top 6 shootout. I try to go as late as I could, hold 6th gear down through the S's, and then just try and do a quick pluck of gears down to second going into the dipper. But it is so scary. The rear end of the car is so loose, and it's really hard to be able to maintain that stability as well, because the car does loot, the car does bottom out, and it kind of steps out as well with the turbo that it's got. Just one slip of the turbo, it just kind of sends the rear of the car almost spinning around. But we have a nice battle here for Root wants to be able to get some consolidation points for his car. Whoa, gets a little bit hairy on the exit.
That's where he lost it last time, Nick. Oh dear.
There's a little bit of deja vu. The
yellow flag. Oh, who is that? Let's try and find who that was. Let's see, was it... Oh, it was Aiden Holton again! He's made a mistake. Forest Elbow was the big one, and now he finds himself falling back again, and that's LJ right behind him, creeping up and trying to grab that 7th place away, and it's big damage for Aiden Holden. How has he kept that together and held the position? He's run onto the gravel at the exit of McPhilmy Park, and somehow through Skyline he recollects the car and holds on for dear life as he's under so much pressure from Les Samworth, and of course with damage to the right front and front splitter, he is once again in big trouble in this race.
Actually, that is the 2nd CP car, so I think that was Riley Nicholson. So we do know Aiden Holton did suffer this damage alongside Ridwan Hamza, but the other car that did spin around, it was the other CP car in Water Arrows there. So he's 13th and last place. There you go. Yeah, so he's
No.
it did look a CP car like Aiden Holton, and you can see they're really struggling there. So one of the contenders for the TS2 championship, Riley Nicholson, down in 13th and last place, a lap down from the leaders as well. So it's gone horribly wrong for the second entry of CP Motorsports, and also the main entry of 23, now coming under pressure from LJ, and not too far behind is going to be Slapper's mate 117, who has actually made the move on Smithy for that battle for P9. So they're going to just try and get themselves a little bit closer. There's a bit of a gap at the moment, but if these guys hold each other so much.
There we go, into Griffins, and there's nothing that Aiden can hold and do there. No, LJ will get that position. P7 for the Team XV car, Nick. And yeah, I mean, when you're driving against a car that's got that much damage, I mean, you got a feel for the CP Motorsports guys today. It's just gone from bad to worse. Stint 1 was okay, but average. Stint 2 has turned into a bit of a nightmare. Well, I think we'll have Nick back in a moment's time. Sometimes his internet decides to play a little bit of games with him, but certainly Captain
Sorry,
Muffin.
I had a bit of a mouthful of muffin right there I had a bit of a.
You had a
big
mouthful
bite
of muffin.
I had a chocolate chip muffin inside me.
Oh, chocolate chip muffin. Okay, right. Yeah, good to be specific, especially when we're hovering over a guy. Anyway, Aiden Holton making some promises actually at the end of top 6 shootout that we've got to hold them to as well. Maybe this is karma for the comment that he made at the end of top 6 qualifying, where he said he would injure himself if Andrew Lee didn't get pole position. He then didn't go and get Andrew get pole position, and I did ask Andrew, I said, you know, you were watching the stream, did you by happen to chance hear what Aiden Holton did say he would do to himself if you didn't get...
Absolutely.
And my conspiracy tinfoil hat was unjustified, turns out.
Now, here's the situation here, George. Look at the tyres that Aiden Holton's got. Can he survive 3 more laps of this race with these tyres? This is going to be very decisive of what happens with the 23 and where they finish at the end of this race. He's got Slap at 5.9 behind, as well as Smithy to round up the top 10. But these tyres, I've got no idea if they're going to be able to hold on here. 3 more laps.
Nick, 3 more laps, but across the top of the hill as you go through the left-handers and then through the dipper. Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's going to be very scary for the 23. And if they...
Yeah, he's going to be.
If they can hold on if they can hold on and finish and go from P13 to finish P8, I think that'll be a nice consolidation for the 23 to actually make their way back up towards the field here. But those tyres, if they can hold on for 2.5 more laps, that would be fantastic. I'm sure Chase back in the head and back at base will be praying that those tyres hold on for the next 2 laps.
Indeed, or you can see how dicey it is down the dipper. With the right-hand side tyres with such low grip, and of course another problem is the right front has got damage to it, as well as the front splitter, so you're losing grip everywhere on the car at the moment, and in critical places as well. Not ideal at all. Lemon Master coming into chat saying that he bottled the start from pole. Well, it is what it is, mate. Sometimes these things happen. A man who wasn't on pole but did start very nicely in stint 2 after a great stint from his teammate is the number 78 car, Brian Stingray. Still 42 seconds ahead in this race. He's been going quick, super consistent all the way through, and it is now the penultimate lap of stint 2. And 1 more lap, and he will be completing stint 2 in the lead of this race, assuming nothing goes wrong. And he's at the bottom of the hill on the other side, and this man here for ART is at the start of the hill on the other side of the hill. So there you go. That is the difference in between the leader and P2 at the moment. Then Ian Ward chasing up, got plenty of fuel, plenty of tyres, good to go. Bob Norley has slid his way into P4 very nicely under a bit of pressure because he's got Ridwan on the way to try and recover something from this race. Has damage that hasn't been repaired during this last stint since he did do that pit stop. Obviously got the pace, but unfortunately the consistency and the lack of errors hasn't been there for this stint for Ridwan. He's pushing hard to try and catch back up. You know, starting back and forth would be a really good position. That way you're on the second row of the grid and possibly even on the outside line, which would be really good for them. So keep an eye on that. Chill Blades, Keith, we spoke to him between stint 1 and stint 2. For those of you who are drivers out there, you're more than welcome to come into the commentary box for an interview. Just let us know. So 6th place for him. LJ, of course, with the overtake on Aidan Holton not too long ago. So Team XV number 15 car looking strong in P7. Then, of course, it is Aidan Holton struggling his way to the end of this stint. Slap his mate on recovery after hardware issues plaguing the MSR car. It was really clean up until that point, but hardware issues, you can't avoid them sometimes, and when they happen, you've got to go for a full reset. That's exactly what he ended up doing. George Smith, a man who's driven well at the beginning, saw Red 1 90 degrees across the track up the hill, and unfortunately made an unforced error. That has plagued him all the way through the remainder of this race, and Porsche still there and maybe looking for an overtake. Both of them carrying damage. Yeah, so honestly, at the end of the day, it's kind of even Stevens. Nightwalker, haven't talked about him too much. He's been blue flagged through much of the race, but has been holding on nicely. And Water Arrow with that huge damage, I don't think he is coming out of the pits. He's been in there for 3.5 minutes, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Water Arrow's just parked the car there. He's just going to try and consolidate. He's just going to try and finish it off with this next stint with Sanders Stewart, now doing the double stint there. So I'm actually really surprised there why he wouldn't have come out onto the track.
Hey,
yes, you do lose a lap there, but they are going multiple laps down. So, and it's going to be very, very hard to be able to get those laps back. So I'll be very interested to see.
Across the line it is, Prying Stingray, the number 78 wins stint 2. Big congratulations. Fantastic stuff. I actually thought he was a little bit further back on the track, but he's so far ahead that my prediction was way off there. So apologies for interrupting you, Nick. It is going to be ART coming in P2, but you can see the distance. I mean, Prying Stingray has been sitting across the X of the lap, starting his donuts in victory, while these guys are still entering the braking zone and just coming through the chase. So it will be the ART number 30 who comes across the line for stint 2 in P2. A really good race from these guys. It's been solid all the way through, and at the end of the day, well-deserved P2 for them. It'll be Ian Ward coming across the line in a few moments' time to take P3 for Team XV. Almost come out of the woodwork, have Team XV in this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and they definitely showed some great pace in the Spa 500 as well. So you don't want to rule them out. They are always high. They are always lurking in the shadows of a potential podium, stealing a podium last minute there. And then Ian Ward has done that so far in stint 2, which is going to put him in a great position for the last couple of stints about to come up. But as his team boss, LJ, rounds up in P7, Aidan Holton just holds on to P8. How much tyre has he got left? He's got nothing left, but he holds on for 44 laps. And after the spin at Forest Elbow to finish in P8, I think that was still a worthy recovery drive there from the 23. Was Slapper's mate 117, Wade Von Duve, after his accident and hardware failure, finishes P9. Smithy and Dewitt in Porsche 12 finishes 10th and 11th place with the remaining of the grid. Nightwalker in 12th and Water Arrow finishing down in 13th in the pit lane and last place.
Indeed. Well, that concludes your stint 2 coverage here at the Bathurst 1000 for Trackstars Racing Series. It is, of course, round 10 of the Endurance 2025 season. And boy, oh boy, that was an interesting stint. The first long stint that we've got another one coming up in stint 4. Before then, of course, it will be stint 3. Race info on your screens right now. We are getting somewhere close to, what is it, about 35% distance at the moment. 32 laps coming up in race stint 3. And then, of course, the final stint will be a 61-lap race. So lots to happen, and lots has happened. George Smith, in particular, falling down the grid. Aidan Holton falling down the grid. Ridwan Hamza on the back of Andrew Lee's very excellent stint 1, where he got right up to P1 from P4 starting place at the beginning of the 1,000 kilometers, has fallen all the way to 5th position. So a lot of time lost there, but the 78 car, It's FR Racing, doing incredibly well, and that was Smith and Elsie. So Prying Stingray putting in a really, really good stint there, finishing 44 seconds ahead. George Smith already showing us how disappointed he is in chat, but still a long way to go in this race because we have 93 laps of racing to go, and we have only completed 68 so far. Nick, give us a little bit of a breakdown from your perspective before we go on a break. 15 minutes will be when we begin race stint 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great stint from all of the drivers as well. It's great to see, some great battles up and down the field there. Drivers keeping consistency. We did see quite a few accidents up and down the field as well, so it was a little bit of a struggle to see some of the drivers make their progressions up and down the field. We saw Slapper's mate 117. We also saw Ridwan having a huge monumental accident as well as George Smith and the cutting. So a little bit of damage limitation from some of the drivers. So I think it is this second stint, and because as I said at the beginning of the race, it is very, very important to make this second stint, the best stint that you can. It's 44 laps. It is quite an endurance race, over 260 kilometers of racing around Bathurst. It's no easy feat to be able to keep that position, but we did see Stingray take the checkered flag for stint 2 and is now overall leading this race.
Indeed, and of course, Nick, you'll be in the car for MSR going into stint 3. So
absolutely.
We wish you best of luck out there on your stint. Thanks for jumping in the commentary box for stint 1 and stint 2 and all you do in the background for Trackstars Racing Series. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll probably go on a quick break here. Although actually now, while we have you here, Nick, we've also got George Smith, who will be jumping in the commentary box with us for stint 3 and 4. We've also got Porsche and Prying Stingray. I think, Nick, it's worth everyone just sticking around for a couple of minutes, and we'll ask these drivers a couple of questions. And I think we might start off with Prying Stingray. Of course, Prying, hopefully you can hear us in the commentary box and we can hear you, but a big congratulations on the P1 result there. 44-second lead in that race, and you must have seen what happened to Ridwan and thought, wow, I've got clean air now.
Yeah, it was funny because we're in the we're obviously talking to each other during the race, and when he came out of the pits and just went, I have a 3-second, I went, oh, okay, this has just got interesting.
Indeed, and of course you brought that home beautifully. Clean air all the way through, and strategy, it was probably easy as it could have been. This must feel good taking the 78 now into stint 3.
Yeah, and there's a lot of wind behind us. Even if we have small errors, as long as it's not like the big one, a 39-second cushion, I believe, is more than enough to try just bring it home, especially with our two competitors. At the very least, the other FR car having to now overtake in stint 3 in order to even begin to bring down the gap.
Exactly right, and of course the 32-lap race is going to be tricky. I'll give you to Nick for one quick question, and then we'll switch over to another interview. We're under huge time pressure here today, unfortunately, but congratulations from myself, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick here. Great job, Stingray, on getting that victory there. Obviously, you didn't see it, but obviously the contenders that did spin out, Ridwan, Aidan Holton, and even the number 55 with George Smith behind the wheel. So 3 contenders that are vying for this Bathurst 1000. You and your teammate Adam Elsley are in prime position here. So what is the strategy now for this second half of the race here? You're going to give the keys to Adam, I'm sure, to complete those minimum laps, but what are you going to be saying to him before he steps into the car about this next 32 laps?
Please keep it on the black stuff.
Wise words. That's the perfect answer for a question like that.
Fantastic. Stingray, thank you so much for jumping in and having a chat with us, mate. Good luck for you and the 78 car for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
All right, we do also have Porsche GT jumping in. Hopefully Porsche can unmute and we'll get a short interview with you. For WRT, it is Porsche. Welcome to the commentary box, and I guess congratulations at the end of the day. You were involved in a lot of very close battles with a lot of drivers who were right up at the top of the grid, coming back through after them making mistakes. How'd that feel under a lot of pressure down the hill especially?
It felt like I was leading the race a little bit, but no, I knew they were like, what, 2 seconds quicker, so there's not really much I could defend off them. They were going to get past me one way or another. So I think I made a few mistakes, so Ridwan got past. I was like, yep, you know what, you can just go down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell us a little bit about the WRT environment. Obviously 2 cars in here today. One's a little bit further back in the grid. Yours obviously did quite well off the line, and you found yourself at sometimes well up there in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, the first stint obviously didn't go very well, so I had one mission is to hopefully not let my co-driver start last, and I've made that mission for him, so hopefully they can just hold position.
Absolutely right. I'll give you to Nick for a quick question as well.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Porsche. It's great to hear you in the commentary booth. Obviously, a nice recovery drive for yourself and for your co-driver in It's Racing. Obviously, one of the key founders of Trackstars Racing Series. So, what is it like to having a driver like him, in your car as well? Obviously, I'm sure you guys work together in the background, just trying to get some information, feed off information from each other, and just really trying to work with someone. So, what is that experience like having someone like him in the car? Helping you with your racecraft.
It feels like you have support. Like, I guess it's support. I guess like help if you make a mistake. You can always ask and like, what are you doing wrong? And it's always good to have someone big next to you because then you can kind of ask and ask them what's the fuel strategy, what's the tire strategy, and all that kind of stuff because they kind of know about it. But yeah, it's just that nice support having next to you.
Oh, that's great, and that's what a driver like he does. So, what is the plan for the next stint? Are you looking to feed the car off to Jarman, or are you looking to stay in for the third stint?
I'm gonna give the keys over to him and let him drive the next stint.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Porsche, for jumping into the commentary box and having a chat with us. Good luck for whatever other racing you do, if you do jump into Stint 4, and best of luck for the WRT cars.
Thank you.
All right, we do also have one more person in here, and admittedly, we may talk to this person a little bit more in Stint 3 because he will be joining us in the commentary box. But George Smith, what do we say, mate? Do you want to give us a one-word answer? And actually, maybe give us a few more than one word, but not the best stint there, unfortunately. It seemed to come up once you saw Rid 1 in front of you, 90 degrees over the track. There was a bit of a Code Brown moment, let's be honest.
Yeah, look, if I could give you my honest opinion, we'd probably get banned off stream. Being the lobby host, I know that ghosting was set to off. Rid 1 was 90 degrees after the cutting, and trying to avoid him, I completely spun it out, and that potentially threw a P2 and P3 for ART in the bin, which is unfortunate. Yeah, look, extremely disappointed. We had the pace to continue our I suppose our first stint, up there with the FR boys. Yeah, I'm extremely disappointed, and talking to the boys in the party chat, yeah, it's not ideal, but I have full confidence in the boys to bring it back. So we'll see how we go in the next stint.
Yeah, look, there's always a chance. There's still 93 laps to go in this race, or 94 laps to go in this race. So still a long way, and a lot of potential to bring things back your way. And of course, you've got some great teammates as well to work through the situation that you guys have ended up in. You will be joining me in the commentary box for Stint 3, so we will talk to you more then. Nick might have one or two questions or some intimidation to send your way from the MSR paddock.
No, I wasn't going to say much to him, but it was just good to see, get slappers ahead of you on those last few laps, mate. So thanks for making our life a little bit easier there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, now you've got one of your rookie drivers coming in. So actually, I did bring this up with George that we had Jay Field actually now coming into the car. He actually graduated from TS3, relinquished his TS3 championship hopes to have this opportunity here. So what is it going to be like for your rookie driver here, George? Obviously, first time out in the car, first time in the main series. What kind of information, what kind of talking are you going to give to him? Obviously yourself and Darren, what kind of information and what kind of feedback are you going to give him before he steps in the car?
Yeah, it's a great shout, Nick. And you're talking about Jay Robbins. So Jay Field is in the 55 car.
I'm always going to get one of these wrong.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Jay Robbins is in the 30 car. I have the utmost confidence in those two drivers. I've raced with them for a long time. I know what they're capable of. They're great drivers as long as they keep it clean, avoid any collisions, avoid any damage. I'm confident that they will improve the position, or maintain it, and then we'll let the big dogs on the last stint do what they need to do. But Jimmy. So Jay Robbins, he's a great driver. I'm very confident in his ability. Jakku was also setting similar times to me in practice during the week. So I'm sure he will gain a few spots in the race, but it's all about keeping it clean, keeping it consistent.
Excellent. George Smith, thanks very much for having a quick chat to us. In your capacity as a driver, you'll be back in the commentary box in about 10 minutes or so time in your capacity as a commentator alongside myself. So we look forward to having you back shortly. Nick Pautasso, ladies and gentlemen, Spud, doing awesome work in the commentary box as well in Stint 1 and Stint 2. Big thank you to yourself, Nick, and good luck out there on track. I think that's going to be us, and we'll take a short break, and we'll see you back for Stint 3, ladies and gentlemen. Go and grab a nice glass of water. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Trackstars Racing Series Bathurst 1000, sponsored by TrackSpotTV. Go and check us out on www.trackspot.tv for all your professional grade graphics, overlays, commentary, and multi-platform streaming and broadcasting in the sim racing space. It is time for that revolution, so go check us out. We are heading rapidly towards our third stint of the day, 32 laps ahead of us in the 1,000 kilometers. The 24 and 44 lap stints all done, and some real shakeups throughout the grid today from some notable figures, and specifically the number 1 car, Ridwan Hamza's stint 2, going absolutely awry after Andrew Lee was able to put on a good performance in stint 1 from 4th on the grid all the way to 1st position, and Ridwan unfortunately taking it the opposite direction from 1st and unfortunately taking it down to about 4th or 5th position. The grid is set, and we will be going out on track in a few moments' time to get this third stint underway. George Smith will be joining me in the commentary box a little bit later on. He's got a couple of things to sort out at home before he's able to make his way into the commentary box, so that's fine. We'll take you for the race start and the initial bit of racing. The number 78 car for its FR Racing are absolutely smashing it. 44 seconds ahead in the second stint. That's absolutely massive lead that they have built in this. So really big congratulations to them, but still a long way to go as we have 93 combined laps left in the 1,000 kilometer race today. 32 laps coming up, of course, in this third stint. Let us know in chat on the TrackSpot TV YouTube and the TrackSpars TV YouTube. Let us know if you've got any questions. If you want to request an onboard or an update on a particular battle, do let us know in chat. And of course, give us a like and a subscribe on both the channels. That really, really does help out a massive amount. And of course, if you subscribe, it's not only free, but you get notified of all the upcoming racing action at TrackSpot TV or at Trackstars Racing Series. So definitely worth hitting that subscribe button. Doesn't cost you a cent, and you can always change your mind later on. Until that point, we are waiting for the official countdown to happen. Looks like we're about a minute and a half or just under that until we begin the third stint of this race, and it is going to be a number of different people in the car today, so I'm going to try and get that all figured out. I think it is going to be LZine. No, maybe not. If for FR Racing we do have, and if I can, I think I need some glasses, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we can do some stream donations, get me a pair of glasses. It is Tank R7 who's going to be jumping in for the number 78 car. Ridwan is going to be taking stint 3 for its FR Racing. Jimmy Jam is going to be in there in the RCF. I do believe that is Field, so it's a little hard to tell which car is which between the two at the moment. OGR Toolshed stepping back in for PH Esports alongside Arnie, who's going to be in there in the other RCF Lexus. So Lexi split by another GTR Nismo of Ridwan between 4th, 5th and 6th. Then the, of course, very impressive Team XV cars doing well, and Jester will return to the car. That's Kelly for the number 7. Found their way up to 3rd at the end of stint 2. So really, really good stint for them across the 44 laps. A lot more strategy involved, of course, in that 44 lap race. At the minimum 2 stops for most of the cars out there, although as a result of some of them getting some damage early on, they had to make some emergency pit stops. One of those, of course, was Aidan Holton, who took over the car from Hutton early on. Does look like we're going to be having Hutton back in the car for now in the number 23. Xander Stewart returning in the number 44. So we'll see what they can do this time out. Of course, it was a really challenging stint too for both the CB Motorsports Nismos. So a bit of work to do, let's be honest, in the 32-lap race coming up. So keep an eye on the CB Motorsports cars. They'll be going quick. And Aidan Holton had a real chance. They finished up in P3 or P4, I believe, at the end of stint 1 on the back of starting 3rd overall from the top 6 shootout. So CP Motorsports were in a great position in this race early on, but it sort of got away from them. Stint 2 didn't go their way, whether it was tyres or just the small mistakes creeping in. It all really started with Aidan Holton going directly into the barrier on the exit of Forest Elbow on lap 1 of stint 2. Sent himself there, big damage, had to come into the pits, and then, as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, once you're out of the slipstream, once you're not racing someone else on the track, it is basically game over at that point. We are waiting for the race to begin. Stint 3 should be kicking off, or should have been kicked off about 2 or 3 minutes ago, so we're wondering if there's going to be the race start any moment, I'm sure. So let's see. We do have a few seconds now. Yeah, there we go. 5, 4. So we'll be out on track in a few moments' time, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready because Stint 3 is about to begin. And get buckled in. Hope you've got a nice cold drink. Here we go. Let's go over to track in a few moments' time. Here we are on grid, and of course rolling start once again, medium tyres mandatory all the way through. George Smith will be joining us in the commentary box in a few moments' time, I believe. He'll let me know in chat when he is ready to go. But
I am here, George.
You are here.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we've got the race start to go through first, so let's get this done. And it is going to be the number 78 off the line very nicely, ART with him. And it's going to be a nice bit of gap there. Nothing really crazy at the start there for either car. There's Team XV making a good start, but under pressure already from OGR Toolshed, who's actually being overtaken immediately by Ridwan Harmsa. The number 1 car wants to make early moves in this stint because they've got a lot of time to make up. They need to be in the lead. They need that clean air. They need to be making moves. As we see the 78 now under pressure from ART early on as we head up the hill for the first time. Bit of a moment on the inside curb of Griffin's Bend for Team XV, and Jester getting all out of shape in that sector there. Toolshed falling back into Arnie's grip, and the number 96 will be right there and trying to pick up a top 5 position early on. Behind them, CP Motorsports 23 on a charge. Nick Spud, formerly in the commentary box, now driving the MSR car in 8th, already up 1 position. CTSB, the other Team XV car there, Chewy in a 10th. It's racing Jana back into the car for WRT. It is Scobie in 12th, and then Nightwalker WRT in behind, who has actually just left the race. We saw a comment coming in. He's stuck in some sort of camera view. So he's had a real glitch happen to him early on in this race. And it is a red flag.
Oh, we've red flagged it, George. We've red flagged it.
It is a red flag. And that's no surprise there, George, let's be honest, because when you get someone that can't join the race, you've got no other option.
No, not at all, and which is completely fair. We'll red flag this and we'll get this one rolling again. To be fair, 1 red flag out of 4 races is pretty good, in my opinion. So we'll get this one rolling again, and hopefully we have a nice clean start for the next race.
Indeed, yeah, very tricky, and sometimes GT7 does throw these curveballs in our direction. That'll be Nightwalker for WRT rejoining. It is one of those tricky ones. You know, 1 out of 13 cars has a problem, but for a 32-lap race, we're talking well over an hour of racing. It's not fair if we can't have the ability to red flag, and of course the rules at Trackstars do accommodate for these situations, and we follow those rules to the letter, even though there might be some frustration from the other drivers, and one of those may well be Ridwan Harmsa, who was sent a 3-letter acronym into chat there that's come up on the screen momentarily. But we understand that frustration, George. It is frustrating.
It is indeed, and you know, especially when you get a good launch off the start, you know, and you build a bit of a gap, you know, you want to continue on. But at the end of the day, we've got to keep it fair for all the drivers on the field. It is what it is. We'll restart this one, and hopefully we have no dramas, you know, for this restart, and we'll see how we go.
Let's see how we go, indeed. So I think we'll be starting that immediately, I think. But,
yes, we will. Yep.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to the restart. Good luck to all of our competitors out there, and yeah, there'll be some that'll be a bit disappointed. But either way, that means we get to see yet another restart, which is really, really good. We've got Bob Norley in chat saying very hard to see what's going on with the red flags in VR with no chat on screen. Oh dear, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to be in VR for this one at all, I don't think.
Not at all.
That'd be very scary.
Well, we'll try again, George, and we'll see how we go.
Let's see how we go. Okay, let's jump out on track again. Here we go. Rolling start once again, and the number 78's got to do it all again. I tell you, there'll be a little bit of frustration there. Ridwan got to do it all again, but he's got OGR Toolshed right there. Now, between the skill difference between those two, not to say anything bad about OGR Toolshed, very skilled driver, but Ridwan is one of the fastest drivers on the grid. Here we go, green flag racing again, stint 3 and 32 laps ahead of us, and it's going to be a similar even Stevens as we saw deja vu. Is it the Matrix? I'm not sure. Are these black cats on screen? Maybe not. Decent start for everyone out there. Jester going well in the team XV car, the number 7, trying to get its tires warmed up as soon as possible. Ridwan didn't get as good a start, and that overtake that he made in the original start, not there. He's actually made contact. He's sent Toolshed into the wall. too eager going into Griffiths Bend, and that's caused a real concertina effect up the hill for the remainder of the field. Arnie there making it past OGR Toolshed as well, so Toolshed with damage on the front left and front of his car, and Ridwan's eagerness to get by and not having done so in the same way as the restart has caused some issues there. Now you've got BSR Nif for the 23 car trying to make his way through on the inside of McPhillamy Park. Beautiful overtake there, but it is, of course, OGR Toolshed going slower and slower, and damage over the hill, George, in the early part of this race is going to be a disaster for this team.
Yeah, exactly right, George, and George. Damage in the early part of the race is not ideal. You will sacrifice a lot of top line speed, especially down Conrod. You'll notice here that Nick Paratasso will probably make his way through as he does. But not the greatest of starts for Mr. Toolshed. Anything can happen in this race, George. We'll see how this plays out. If he pits early, who knows? We'll see how we go.
Oh, indeed. Crikey, we've seen some action already in this race, and OGR Toolshed's got no other option but to get into the pit. Nick Padasso up into P7 for his car at the moment. Looking further up, Arnie trying to make up some time on Ridwan, who's on a charge as we expected. He's got Team XV right ahead of him. ART and Team SFR at the beginning of this race not exchanging any positions. So both on about the same pace at the moment. Purple sector for Ridwan as we head towards the beginning of the hill section. Once again, let's have a little look through the rest of the field. CST, no damage on this car, P7 for him. The ART car making up moves here, and that's of course your car, George. Good to see them up to P8 already.
Indeed, yeah, a great start from Jakku, taking obviously the opportunity when he comes to him. He's been able to get past Nick Paratasso in the Mashbuds Racing outfit. Only 2.4 seconds away from Fat Furby, and as I've said previously, Jakku's got the pace. He had similar pace to me in the practice sessions during the week. So as long as he keeps it consistent, I'm sure that he will be able to catch up and obviously give Darren McSwinney the best chance possible for stint 4 of this 1,000 kilometers.
Indeed, the two WRT cars are putting a bit of pressure on MSR, and in the background, oh dear, Scobie there, the Xander Stewart, touching the rear end of its racing. So that was a bit of a moment through Forest Elbow. Clearly the 44 car and Xander Stewart got a lot of pace at the moment. He's setting purple sectors, pulls out to the inside line, what will become the inside, and then suddenly become the outside line as they make more contact just before the braking zone. And Ditz Racing didn't want to see the CP Motorsports car coming on past, but Xander's got the pace at the moment, makes the move done, and moves up into 11th as we see Nightwalker making a move. No, not making a move. Nick Patasso has pitted. He's got massive damage.
He does. He's got front splitter, front left tyre, front right tyre damage. So Nick Paratasso is in the pits early, ladies and gentlemen, which is interesting. We didn't see what happened with Nick Paratasso, but I'm sure that he will want to rectify that in the final stages of this race. Obviously, we've only just started, but unfortunate for the Mashbot Racing outfit.
Certainly, they've got a lot of work to do in this race on the back of a very unfortunate hardware-related issue for Slapper's mate Wade Von Doob, who was in the car in Stint 2. So Nick now encountering his own set of problems and coming in fresh from 2 stints in the commentary box. He's experienced more co-browns by watching them than the drivers have individually, except for a few who I won't name at this moment in time. But he's going to have to get familiar with being in the car after not having a good chance to warm up at any point beforehand. So looking ahead, Ridwan is putting a lot of pressure on Jimmy Jam, so the ART 30 car is going to be overtaken in short order. Ridwan on an absolute charge, flying through the field at the moment. He started 5th, made 2 positions already. OGR Toolshed dispatched in a bit of a push to pass, admittedly through Griffin's Bend. Now he's got the option on the inside line, late braking into the chase, and that is textbook stuff from Ridwan Hamza.
Indeed,
Beautiful
George,
move.
it's very textbook stuff. Great move there from Ridwan Hamza. Jimmy, obviously being a TS3 driver, jumping up into the main series and forfeiting his championship I don't think he'd be too concerned losing a place of Ridwan Hamza there. If he can stick to the back of him, I think that would be the best outcome for Team ART. We've also obviously got ART Jakku. There's a bit of a battle going on here between Mr. Joy, I should say, and Arnie from PHE, and obviously WRT for 6th and 7th position. So we'll be interested to see how that plays out. Mr. Jakku, that is Jay Fields, is sitting in the benches waiting for something to happen to take advantage of that. They are neck and neck coming up through the cutting and the top of the mountain.
Yep, they certainly are. Tricky section, of course, to get right. So fast through here. I mean, could you imagine? 250 kilometers an hour. It's up, down, it's left and right. Frog Hollow catches everyone out at least once or twice a race. It's a very, very difficult place to go racing. And the fact that we're already 4 laps in, we've seen a number of incidents. Some very funny comments coming in chat as well. DJ Master saying 10-second penalty to Ocon. I mean, Ridwan. So for those of you who haven't seen this weekend's F1 so far, you won't understand. But once you do watch it and get caught up, you'll understand why that is so funny. You got to be joking saying Rex Tooley's race good pen system laughs. Fair enough at the end of the day. Yeah, it is a tricky one. And I mean, Ridwan there, I don't know what the penalty system is here, George, outside of the game, whether it goes to the stewards or post-race review and that affects the final result. You know, if there was a protest there from OGR Toolshed, how does that all work out?
Indeed, and obviously at Trackstars we have the system in place where you can submit any reports that you feel that you know, or any incidents, you should say, that you feel that you are unjustly disadvantaged. But nonetheless, we still go racing. Jimmy's 1.8 seconds away from Ridwan Hamza, so FL Racing looking really strong, sitting in P1 and P2 at this stage. Jess is doing a really good job for Team XV, currently sitting in P4. He's about a second away from Jimmy Jamboy there in P4. Niffertson as well. Don't count this guy out. Niff is an extremely strong driver, and Hutton that is, for CP Motorsports. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. There's a close battle between Arnie and A-Joy, as well as ART Jakku, Jackson Field for P5, P6, P7. And Arnie's just had a moment coming out of the dipper. So Mr. A-Joy has gone through for Team XV, but that has put Jackson Field on the scene coming out of Forest Elbow. So Jackson Field will look to get good traction. It's 2 Lexuses battling each other down Conrod Straight. It's going to be interesting who's going to be late on the brakes. Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo. Not too bad there. A little bit of scraping of the dirt there for ART, and actually on the other side of the road for the PHE sports car. Definitely scrappy fighting between these 3, but once you compromise down the hill and on Forest Elbow, it's kind of it.
100%. But Mr. Jakku there, ART Jakku, Jackson Field, got the better of Arnie in the PHE outfit. He has now moved himself up to 7th position, and he is chasing Fat Furby in P6 position, trying to give the fellow drivers the best start possible for the final stint. Obviously, Team ART have Lemons, K. Hallas, and Darren McSweeney for the final stint, so trying to get those guys into the final position. I must admit, George, I've been very impressed with Jimmy, so ART Jimmy, Jay Robbins, I should say. He's currently sitting in P3.
Big accident, and Arnie has sent it into the barrier. Huge engine damage as well, and he's stuck right there. Arnie. Oh dear, that is just coming up the hill into the entrance of Frog Hollow, and he is going to be running no more than, what, 160 kilometers an hour now, and big engine damage. And I think he must have clipped the inside. He's gone bounced to the Shadow Realm on the other side of the barrier, And then he has just done a big 360, 1,000 points if this was Tony Hawk's Skate Pro. But unfortunately for him, he's going to spend 1,000 points of time sitting in the pit lane, getting that repaired. Ouch.
Oh, that's a massive mistake there from Arnie for PHE, unfortunately. Coming out of the cutting, I didn't see the replay, but I'm sure that he got a bit loose. And obviously now got engine damage, front splitter damage, right tyre damage. I dare say he will need to come into the pits this lap to get that repaired. A shame for PHE and Ben Poden, obviously the owner of PHE, but there's a long way to go, George. There's 28 laps, 27 laps or whatever it is to go, so there's a long way to go.
Exactly right. I think 25-ish laps at the moment. We're just looking at Jimmy Jamboy and his current struggle against BSR NIF. So the CP Motorsports 23 car making a bit of a recharge through the field, and they're recharging themselves after that Stint 2 calamity that went absolutely wrong pretty much all the way through the race. And that luck seems to have transferred over to the Mash Spuds Racing car at the moment, from what we can tell. Unfortunately for Nick, the early contact damage that he encountered forced an early pit stop, so he'll be running long in this stint. George, tell us a little bit about the strategies that the drivers can execute. Obviously, in the 44-lap stint that we just had, it was clearly a two-stopper with a splash and dash at the end. For the first stint, it was just one stop, go hard. What is it for a 32-lap race? Where do we end up? What kind of grey area are we in right now?
It's very interesting, George, because it really depends on the driver. Can they maintain the tyres for a certain period of time? Can they obviously fuel save for a certain period of time? We're in that grey spot now where a two-stop is probably ideal, but if they can maintain the tyres, if they can get it, maintain the fuel, a one-stop is on the cards. We're probably looking at a 14 or 15 lap stint on the medium compound tyres with the fuel load. So if they can just drag that out a little bit and get a say a 16, 17 lap stint on the tyres, they'll be able to do a one-stop race. But obviously, as we all know, when you're racing, anything can come at you, and you have to adjust on the fly. So for the guys that got damage early, they'd probably be looking at a two-stop. For the guys that are flowing on, potentially a one-stop, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, with the limited initial fueling that these cars are allowed at the beginning of the stint, yeah, you have to probably do a little bit of fuel saving, would you not? Oh, big loose moment there for Jimmy Jamboy.
Yep.
Gee whiz, that was close. Opportunity for the 23, but don't go side by side through the mountain section. That is not the place to be overtaking.
No, not at all. And through McPhillamy Park, they're very close. Obviously, Nifferson, and Hutton has dropped off a little bit there after that incident. Jimmy has, from what I can see, gone through unscathed with no damage, which is great for the Team ART fellas. And obviously, I'm going to be a bit biased because I'm the co-owner of Team ART. And while we're on stream, George, if you don't mind, I would like to say rest in peace to Mr. Crawford's dad, unfortunately, who passed away last night. So rest in peace, good sir. But anyhow, we'll get back to the racing. Niv's having a look here, nothing doing. Jimmy holds strong. So Jimmy's doing a great job for Team ART in P3.
Not bad at all, and yeah, holding on at the moment, but that 23 CP Motorsports car looking very, very strong. And yes, I'll echo your commiserations as well to not only the person you've just named, but to everyone who's lost a loved one. These days it is tricky, very, very difficult stuff, and of course our thoughts with everyone at the moment. We do have some comments in chat as well. You've got to be joking, saying not tricky, just impatient driving lap 1, turn 2. Well, we're all entitled to our own opinions, as we do see Scobie coming into the pit lane. Xander Stewart for the other CP Motorsports car. Early pit stop for him. We'll talk about that in a few moments' time. Tight lines with Taylor jumping into the TrackSpotTV YouTube and saying, great commentary, TrackSpot, enjoying it, especially now after my stint. We're so stoked that you're enjoying it, mate, and well done on your stints there. Really difficult cars to drive. So really, those in the commentary box have the easy job today. Even though we've got some pretty long stints here in the commentary box, I think I'd prefer to be doing this than in the GR2 cars. And George, you're doing both today, so I don't know what kind of state you're going to be in at the end of the day, but I guess sleep will be beckoning sooner rather than later. Yeah, indeed. So let's have a little
George.
look. Yeah, let's have a little look around the grid, George. There were 2 Georges in the commentary box, so we're just saying, oh, this George, oh, George, yeah, we're just patting each other on our collective backs at the moment. It's fantastic. Let's take a look through the grid. 78 car, still in the lead by some distance, 5 seconds the gap. Grid 1, Hamza trying to charge back for the number 1 car. Of course, remember, there was at least a 48 or so second deficit between the 78 and the 1 at the end of stint 2. Totally neutralized Andrew Lee's good job that he had, about 5 or 6 seconds, I think it was, ahead of the number 78 at the end of stint 1. Then it is Jimmy Jamboy, number 30 ART car, followed by the 23 CP Motorsports vehicle. This is a close battle. We're going to come back to that in a few moments' time. Team XV overtaken early on in this race, falls to 5th. And then, of course, it's the other Team XV car coming right on through in 6th position, followed by the other ART car. George, we'll come back to that in a moment because I'm sure you've got some comments to make. WRT with Night Walker and its racing finding themselves well up the grid from where they were originally at this race, and that's as a result, of course, from Nick Spud with the early pit stop and damage. Same for OGR Toolshed, and now the early pit stop and full tank of fuel for the other CP Motorsports car. Arnie down there in the final position doing something similar, but let's talk about this. It's an interesting strategy call here from the other CP Motorsports car.
It's a very interesting call. Obviously, Xander Stewart in the number 44 car for CP Motorsports, they filled up to the brim. You can't get any more fuel in the tank, so are they going for a full push for this stint and then going to obviously pit again? It will be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm very interested to see the battle as well between Jackson Field and A Joy for 6th and 7th position. Very close indeed. 6/10 is the gap at the moment, coming through the dipper, going down on the way through to Forest Elbow. So it's going to be very interesting how this plays out. Good exit there from Jackson Field. So the gap is now 4/10 of a second, George. So keep a lookout for this one there. I think that's going to be a bit of a dive bomb coming any moment now.
Yeah, a good dive bomb, let's just say. A clean, elegant dive bomb with little splashing as he enters the water at the bottom. Yeah, let's see. Here we go into the braking zone. No, decides better of it, but does force the XV team, I should say, to go defensive into the chase, but can't take advantage of it at the moment. So Chewy will continue on and needs to find that particular place. So once you do force a driver offline, you need to continue taking the alternative line until he can get up the inside and just absolutely block out the other driver from being able to get ahead. Difficult to do in these Group 2 cars, let's be honest. We've had Keith in chat saying Stingray was impeccable. Lemon Master jumping in as well and having a little laugh at DJ for one reason or another. Thank you all for communicating in chat. Again, if you have any questions for us in the commentary box, we are watching both the chats in TrackSpotTV and Trackstar's YouTube. So let us know if you want an onboard lap, if you want an update on a particular part of the race. Let us know, all right? We can assist you guys in doing that. The battle continues here for P6, and looks like Nif has made it past Jimmy Jam. Jimmy Jam has, I don't know, made a mistake somewhere, but certainly been overtaken, and Nif in the 23 CP Motorsports car has absolutely stent themselves like a rocket ship away. 2.6 seconds the gap already, so talk about being unleashed.
Indeed, George, and I've raced with Nif numerous times over the last few years, and one thing I can say about this guy is he is quick and he is consistent. So he's got above Jimmy there for Team ART in the number 30. Almost 3 seconds the gap now. Jimmy needs to keep his wits about him, because in his mirrors he's got Mr. Jessa in the number 7 for Team XV. It's going to be interesting how this plays out. Obviously, we're getting to that stage now, ladies and gentlemen, where the first pit stop is very close. So we'll see how this plays out.
Very close.
Jimmy's doing a great job.
Yep,
Indeed.
Very close. In fact, so close that we've just seen one of the XV guys jump in, so Joy jumping in, and that of course unleashes the ART car into P6, and with a bit of clean air ahead. So we'll see what Chewy is able to do in the number. What number is your car? It's not 30, and I've got something covering my my spotter's guide at the moment that you kindly designed for us. Number 55 is your car. So the number 55 elevated to P6. Jester
Indeed,
right ahead
yeah.
for Team XV, and then it's, of course, Jimmy Jam, as he said. What do we reckon? 3-4 laps for these guys before they're coming into the pits?
I'd say something like that, George. I'd be very surprised if these guys make a two-stop race. Being 32 laps, you know, if you fuel save and your tyres, you're probably looking at 14, 15 laps. So with a 32 lap race, you're probably going to pit 2 times. But we'll see how this plays out. Jay Field there for Team ART up into P6. About 4 or 5 seconds away from Jester, who's obviously racing for Team XV, who's absolutely on the back at the moment of ART Jimmy. So Jay Robbins in the Team ART car. So number 30 there for Team ART. So we'll see how this goes coming in here. Oh, close on the brakes. Okay. So very clean through there for both drivers.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Jester is pushing hard, though. You can just tell there's a little bit more fuel usage going on the car. So he's clearly happy to rev the car out and get it moving a little bit quicker, whereas Jimmy Jamboy might be trying to extend the stint. Of course, you know, every second you stay seated in the pit lane, putting fuel in the car, you're losing a lot of time out on track, especially in these high-speed vehicles. Despite it being a rather short pit entry, let's be completely honest, it still costs you a lot of time. We've seen the undercut used to maximum effect here. I wonder if maybe the number 7, instead of overtaking, just goes for the undercut, uses all the fuel now, gets into the pit lane, refuels. Although I have to admit, given what we're seeing on track at the moment, he's eager. It's so eager.
That was great racing. Jay Dalitz is in the pits for WRT in the number 26 outfit. So he'll get a fresh set of boots on. He does have damage to the front splitter, so he will be repairing that. We'll see where he comes out. We'll focus, though, on this battle between Jimmy and Jester for P4. Down the dipper they go, heading on their way to Forest Elbow. Jimmy seems like he's got good traction coming out of the dipper there. Through Forest Elbow they go. About 7/10 is the gap, but Jester has R. Kelly, that is, for Team XV, in the number 7, has got some good traction coming out of Forest Elbow. So he's about 5/10 away. Can he make dividends of the great exit coming out of Forest Elbow? We'll see. Into the braking zone they go. Jimmy goes a bit wide coming into the exit there. Let's see, coming through to... Oh, and Jester's gone into the pits, ladies and gentlemen. So
yeah.
Jester's gone into the pits.
So
Jimmy will continue on.
I thought this might happen. Yeah, the undercut's strong. We've seen that in Stint 1 and Stint 2. And of course, when you're sitting in that dirty air, you're just costing yourself tyres, you're costing yourself stress, and let's be honest, you're taking minutes off the end of your life with the stress that you're gaining from following. So I think that's a smart move from Team XV there, and it'll unleash them, hopefully, into some decently clean air. We'll keep an eye on where they spit themselves out of the pit. In 5th position, of course, it's the other ART car now, so elevated up one more position, probably one more lap there from the number 55. Then it's WRT and Nightwalker. So fuel still going in for Jester. Nick Pautasso coming on through past the pit lane right now in P8 for MSR. Still got a lot of work to do in this race, but making positions up already, I have to admit. We are seeing, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, George, but that is the sun setting. Am I wrong? Am I right? That looks like the sun setting. Ooh, nighttime racing, huh?
And Houghton for the CP Motorsports outfit has progressed himself into P3, but I dare say that he will probably be in the pits this lap, looking at his fuel level. He's pretty much running on empty. We've got ART Jimmy, so Jay Robbins in P4. for Team ART, about 9 seconds down on Nifferton and Hutton, and obviously Jakku as well, who is 2.3 down on Jimmy. We do see here, so Paquitas, so Elzine and Ridwan Hamza are in the pits. Ridwan Hamza's fuel is on 0, so he will need to fill up and get some fuel in the tank. Paquitas had a bit more fuel in the tank, so I dare say he'll be out a bit further than Ridwan. But it seems like the top 5 runners are coming into the pits to get some fuel and some new tyres, George.
Indeed, yeah, flurry of pit activity at the moment, and a couple of cars running on the fumes of the smell of the oily rag at the moment, and they'll be getting a whole bunch of fuel in there. Chewy and Nightwalker on 2 litres of fuel, but the number 78 car looking like they don't need to fill up that much. They came in with about 20 litres, so this will be a big advantage to them because Ridwan is going for a much fuller tank. In fact, I get the feeling, 95 litres in the tank there. It's going to cost them about 4 or 5 seconds extra to the 5-second gap that was already there between the 2 cars. At this point, it's probably damage limitation for Ridwan and just needs to be out there for as long as possible. Take advantage of the clean air he does have. CP Motorsports out on a full tank of fuel. Spud, not changing tyres. Oh, this is a fascinating strategy. A splash and dash from MSR to try and bring themselves back into this race.
It's very interesting, George, because his tyres are about half worn on the racing medium compound tyres. Obviously, he will need to pit again. He must be confident with the grip that he's got on those tyres. Coming out P4 after a splash and dash is unbelievable. But will he lose time to the guys behind him? Your guess is as good as mine. We'll see how this plays out. Obviously, the guys behind him have fresh tyres, a full tank. Well, not a full tank, but close enough. We currently got Jay Field, who's in 7th position, chasing R. Kelly in 6th position for the Team XV car. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, George. I'm keen to see how this plays out.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully for Nick Pautasso, he doesn't get caught up in any incidents as a result of him probably being significantly slower on track as a result of his no tyre change decision in the strategy. So we'll see if that works out for him. But certainly a way to bring yourself back into this race. You want to spend as little time stationary as humanly possible, and that is certainly one way to do it. But obviously you're going to reap the sort of downside of that, whether it's from being overtaken from others on the field or unfortunately getting involved in accidents. You become the cork in the bottle rather quickly at a circuit like this. Unless you're being overtaken or cleared through one of the straights at the bottom of the hill, you are going to become the bottleneck solidly on the mountain part. So very, very tricky. 2 ART cars as the bread in the sandwich with Team XV solidly salami looking in the middle of that sandwich right now. Good stuff from them, and Jimmy Jamboy done well to stay ahead, although I think he does have more fuel. Yeah, he's gone for a little bit more fuel. No, they're all on about the same fuel at the moment. So right now the only person who's on less fuel than that is going to be Nick Pautasso. In front it is the 23 car. They've got plenty of fuel on board. Let's just have a little look here. Ridwan. Yeah, he's on plenty of fuel at the moment. It's only the number 78 that's really taken less fuel than most, just above 85% or so of the fuel tank. We are already somehow halfway through this stint 3, which is crazy to think about. We'll look around the entire grid here in a moment. We've got a few comments in chat. Prying Stingray saying, I'll take that as a compliment, K-Dot. Haha, yes. It's not that word. I won't say it on stream, but that word, what he means is cultured, intelligent, knowledgeable gentleman with an English accent. That's what he means. Lemon Master saying the air is very dirty. And we have Tough Old Man in chat as well saying, I must live in the dark ages. I have never heard of this event. How do you get involved in taking part in something like this? Well, what you do is you go and find on Discord Track Stars Racing Series. I think we might have a Discord link somewhere, George, or go and check us out on Instagram or Facebook, and you can certainly find links to the Discord there, tough old man. And you can go and get yourself involved, because this is one of the best endurance series in Australia and New Zealand for GT7. And you definitely should be getting yourself involved in it, because the racing here is excellent. There's plenty of other series to get engaged in at Trackstars as well. TS2, TS3, SF, it's all here on the Trackstars area. So go and get checked out. Basically, take the Trackstars Racing Series, type it into Facebook, you'll find some links there. I think that's right. Georgie, anything to add as social media manager?
Social media manager? No, yeah, pretty much hit it nail on the head there, George. But I'm very intrigued with this battle currently between Jimmy, Jester, and Jay Field. It's very close, but also there's Xander Stewart in the background for CP Motorsports. So we'll see how this one plays out. I do know that Jay Field has the pace to be up there with the top dogs. So we'll see how he goes as he goes through McPhillamy Park into the Dipper. It's going to be an interesting battle. Obviously, Jess is in a team ART sandwich at the moment. So what's the team orders? Your guess is as good as mine. Being the co-owner of Team ART with Mr. Crawford. Obviously, I can't advise of team orders being in the commentary box. But yeah, no, the guys are doing a great job. Yeah.
Well, what you can do is you can test your team and see if they're watching the stream at the same time as driving. Anyone who does accept your team orders, you can tell. By the way, unfortunately for the 55 ART car, into the wall at the cutting and quarry. He's picked up a bunch of damage on the left front. Unfortunately, a big slam into the wall. Got it all wrong, and now he's under attack from the number 44, Xander Stewart, going to be having a real go, a real crack at the ART car, who's fallen back. So Jimmy Jam and Jester unleashed and no longer under pressure from the 55 car. And he's all struggling on the exit of Hell Corner, and up Mountain Straight we go again. Number 44 is going to have some opportunities, I think, at the end of this lap. And bear in mind, Team XV are right there. Fat Furby in this one and wants to be a part of it. 7th has damage, exactly. That is Chewy. As you can see there, the 55 car, formerly driven by George Smith, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, and George yourself. That damage is nasty. It's just coming up here. So at the exit of this corner right here, he has gone very, very wide here and slammed into the left-hand side of the track.
Indeed, and when you get damage in these sorts of events, George, it's all about limitation. How long can you hold the damage for? I know firsthand from the last stint that you still want to stick to your strategy. You still want to stick to your tire wear, your fuel wear, all that sort of stuff. Do you let the guy in front? Behind, I should say, go in front of you. As we know that this race is based on total time. So we'll see how we go. But Xander Stewart's very close here. He's under a 10th there to Jackson Field as they come through down Conrod. Jackson Field late on the brakes, and Xander Stewart goes very wide. So Jackson Field, keeps the position in P7 there, so that's an interesting scenario as they come through Murray's into the final straight there, heading into Hell's Corner, George. But yeah, that was nip and tuck, if you will.
Very close call racing. And of course, the chase always providing us some serious mix-ups in the order. We nearly had the Team XV car come on through there as well, because CP was so slow as a result of getting forced a little bit wide on the exit of the chase. A bold strategy to try and overtake around the outside of the chase, but you've really got to have the overspeed, and braking that late is so difficult to do. You'd have a better chance of going around the no-grip outside line of Griffin's Bend and up the hill, because I'll tell you, outside of the chase is even worse. Nonetheless, we're back to even Stevens in this battle, currently up in the top spot. It is the 78 car, followed by the number 1 car. Ridwan Harms is still on a charge, but not making as much progress as he probably liked to. CP up in the 3rd position. and they've done really, really well. Niff has done an absolutely brilliant job. Correct me if I'm wrong, that is Nathan Hutton stepping into the car. So he has done an absolutely brilliant job. For the 23 is the other CP Motorsports car. 44 has a huge moment on the exit of the dipper. George, tell us about the dipper. These cars in the dipper, because they're so reliant on that underfloor and the rear diffuser and the front diffuser all working together to provide the grip, when you're low speed dropping down off camber, downhill in the dipper, there's no grip.
No, not at all. It's to be perfectly honest, George, it's all about commitment through the dipper. How much are you willing to risk it, to get through the dipper quickly? Getting to second, shifting into third early, getting out of the dipper and head yourself into Forest Elbow. It's all about commitment. But what I will say is, while we're here, it's been a great race so far from N. Hutton in the CP Motorsports outfit in number 23. The team will be absolutely stoked with how he's going, as well as the number 7 outfit for R. Kelly and Ian Ward for Team XV. They're currently sitting in P4. So yeah, it's risk against reward, George, with this sort of race.
Indeed, I will interrupt, and apologies for interrupting a little bit. We've had a major switch up. Jimmy Jamboy in the number 30 has had a big problem. He has got huge damage to the rear diffuser and left tyre, and he has fallen all the way back and nearly been overtaken by Xander Stewart, who has managed to, in the chaos, make the overtake on the inside and up the hill on Chewy. So the number 55 loses a position to the number 44 car, and the number 30 has found himself back in a true scrap for 5th position. This is on for Xander Stewart. He's the only one of these 3 cars who doesn't have damage. Behind them, still the Team XV car is the only other one with no damage. ART, George, oh dear, I hate to say it, but they're not looking too great right now. Both cars damaged and having attacks from Team XV and CP Motorsports at the same time.
No, not at all. But in saying that, I still feel like there's a pit stop left. So if the boys can maintain the damage until they get in the pits, obviously they'll lose a bit of time coming into the pit stops. But in saying that, there will be another pit coming up for the lads. Bit loose there from Xander Stewart coming out of fucking Murphy's, excuse my French, coming into Hell's Corner. But yeah, if they can maintain the damage, in 5th and 7th position, get it in the pits, get it fixed, get a nice tank of fuel in for the remaining stint of the race. As we say that, Xander Stewart for CP Motorsports gets past ART Jimmy into turn 2. So ART Motorsport have fallen back here into P6 and P7, which is okay, George, but yeah, not ideal considering the position they were in.
Certainly not, and yeah, the rear diffuser damage there for the number 30 cars obviously cost them a lot of straight line speed. That's allowed Xander Stewart to just make his way by, easy as you'd like, easy pickings, and yeah, we'll see what progress he's able to make on the Team XV car ahead of him, but setting personal best over and up through the hill, and now down through the dipper. He is loose on that rear. He wants to make some progress and quickly, knows he's got the pace on these ART cars, and with only 4.3 seconds the gap between him and Jester, he has got the potential to make something very special happen here for CP Motorsports, who are looking to maybe put 2 cars up into P4. And yes, good point from Aussie Sim Racing there. Jimmy does indeed have the fuel advantage, but again, with the pit stop he's got to make and the damage he's got to repair, the question is it going to cost him enough time? We did also see, let's go through the grid in fact. So we've got in P9 it is Nightwalker and WRT having a bit of a better race this time. Then it's Racing and the number 26 WRT. Nick Pautasso has finally come in for his final pit stop of the race with only 11 laps to go though. He's got a lot of fuel on board. Will be able to go fast, but 7.4 seconds the gap up to the next WRT car. So for him at the moment, the race hasn't really spun back his way as he would have liked. OGR Toolshed who got pushed out of the way at Griffin's Bend by Ridwan Hamza after the red flag restart. Finds himself in 12th overall, who I believe he picked up damage at some point through there, and his teammate PH Esports in 13th. So it looks at the moment to me like CP Motorsports and PH Esports have kind of reversed their favor, with PH Esports doing well in Stint 1 and Stint 2, and now finding in Stint 3 they're going the wrong way and at the back of the grid, whereas CP Motorsports, the complete polar opposite. Terrible luck through P1, Stint 1 and Stint 2, and now suddenly in Stint 3, they are really, really close to putting 2 cars into the top 4, only bested by the FR Racing team. So fantastic stuff for them. 10 laps to go, George. We've got FR Racing in first and second position, 7.6 seconds the gap. Tank Q is absolutely smashing it at the moment. Is the 78 car the new number 1?
Well, I mean, when you look at the lineup of car number 1 for FR Racing, Ridwan Hamza and Andrew Lee, you think they would be the number 1, but I must say A.L. Zine and Luke Smith have performed brilliantly in this endurance race so far. Obviously 7.5 seconds is the gap from A.L. Zine to Ridwan Hamza, with about 9 laps to go or so. I must admit, George, I'm very impressed with Ed Hutton in the CP Motorsports outfit, as well as R. Kelly in the number 7 for Team XV. Xander Schultz doing a cracking job as well in P5. He's obviously got Jimmy and Jakku for the Team ART boys behind him. And breaking news here as well, by the way, R. Kelly for Team XV has a front right tyre damage and front splitter damage to his car. So it's going to be very interesting to see if he pits again, or is he going to maintain this damage for 10 laps.
Yeah, exactly. Very tricky decision making for these drivers at this stage, especially with only 9 laps to go. At this point, you're almost arguing that you should probably just stay out, hold the damage to the end, and then manage the deficit. You've got a 61 lap race coming up ahead. You know, so anything can go wrong for your competitors or yourself through that. Maybe you just take the risk and just hold on. And some drivers don't necessarily notice that damage as much as others. You'll really notice it when you get to the straights and you try to see what the top of the car can do in terms of its top speed. That's where you're going to really get affected. P9 now for its racing. So the WRT car is coming back through the field yet again, and unlikely to need to pit to the remainder of this race. We'll just have a quick scroll through the field and see if there's anyone we think needs to pit before the end of this race. And the only person is probably Xander Stewart, who, yeah, he is absolutely going to have to pit before the end of the race because he's only got 25 or 24 litres left, despite having caught right up to the back of Team XV and Jester. He's using fuel like a complete madman on track, which is really good to watch. It's fantastic. He's setting personal best after personal best lap time out there, 49.2 that last lap, very close to his personal best and nowhere near the fastest lap of the race though, as Thank You is holding that currently. But 24 litres, I don't think you're going to make it 8 laps on that, really.
No, not at all. And while we're here, thank you everyone that's tuned in to the TrackSpot TV and Trackstars YouTube channels. It's been an interesting race to say the least. Unfortunately, both ART cars are currently suffering damage. Jimmy Jamboy, so ART Jimmy's got a rear diffuser and rear left tyre damage. Jakku has front splitter damage and the front left tyre damage. They are chasing after R. Kelly in the number 7 for Team XV, who's currently sitting in fifth position. I must give a good shout out there to Xander Stewart for Team CP Motorsports, who's currently sitting in 4th position. He has had a cracking race, and it's George, to me it seems like this is a race for the FR boys to lose. They are on top.
Absolutely, they're on top, they're in charge, they're in control, and they have been basically since the start of the race. And Ridwan, maybe a little bit of a redemption, I think, in Stint 3 after what was a disastrous Stint 2. He picked up a 3-second penalty into the pit. made a huge mistake directly in front of you when you were driving in Stint 2, which I don't think you're going to forget for probably the next 6 to 12 months. You'll wake up in a cold sweat a couple of times a year and go, oh, it's Ridwan sideways up the cutting. I wouldn't blame you for that, but I'm sure we can find you some sim racing therapy somewhere to solve that. Xander Stewart on a charge. I think at this point his mindset is clearly just let's go, send it absolutely as fast as we possibly can, build the gap so that when he does come in for a pit stop and do a splash and dash at the end of this race to make it to the end, he's not going to be falling too far behind and losing too many positions, which at this stage he would lose that to not only Jester but possibly also the 2 ART cars who have reversed positions by the looks of it. No, they haven't. Yes, they have. It's the 55. Your car, George, who's now up into P6, and Jimmy Jam, I think he's really suffering that rear. What would you prefer? Would you prefer rear diffuser damage or front splitter damage? I know what I would like.
Look, to be honest, I think it's much of a muchness. You know, like for me, I would prefer rear. These cars, sorry, not rear, front splitter damage. These cars are very tail happy around Bathurst, so I'd probably prefer front splitter damage. But nonetheless, obviously as co-owner of Team ART, for the boys to be sitting in P6 and P7 with the big dogs to finalise the stints in Stint 4, I'm not too concerned. Obviously, myself, I didn't have a good stint in Stint 2, so for Jakku to get the car up into P6 at this stage is great. These guys obviously will have to run probably the remainder of the race with those damages. Milky's about 3.2, so Nick Scott for WRT Racing there is about 3.5 seconds or so away from Jay Robbins. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Certainly will be, yeah. So Nightwalker on a bit of a charge at the moment for WRT, and that 3.5 second gap may come down quite significantly. Rear diffuser damage, definitely the one that I wouldn't choose as well. So yeah, for Jimmy Jamboy at the moment, he's in all sorts of trouble. The top speed's going to be affected, but more importantly, the grip through the corners is going to be affected. It's so important for these Group 2 cars. Arguably, you could say they've got infinite aero grip, but absolutely zero mechanical grip when it really matters because of the power of the engines, and just don't have that kind of aero profile to support the amount of power they have in these absolute monster cars. So when you do get that aero damage, you're really just removing grip, massive amounts of grip from the car, and the tires just can't keep up. And you can see how he's struggling with understeer through a lot of these corners, the rear not able to grip up at all. And I'll tell you what, as part of your baptism of fire in the commentary box here, George Smith, we're going to go on board and you're going to take us through the rest of the lap with Jimmy.
With Jimmy? Sure thing, no worries at all. Let's have a look. Obviously, he's suffering with rear diffuser damage at the moment and rear left tyre damage as he comes through Forest Elbow. Keeps it pretty clean through Forest Elbow. Obviously, with the rear diffuser and rear left tyre damage, it's all about damage limitation. For Team ART, they know that they've got two great drivers in Darren McSweeney and Kay Halas to finish the final stint. As we come up here, he shifts nice and early into third, keeps it nice and clean. He's got about a 2.6 second gap there to end Scott in the WRT outfit. Coming into the final corner down the straight, Xander Stewart has pit, ladies and gentlemen, so that's another position gained for ART Motorsport, which I'm sure they'll be proud of. Xander Stewart obviously running a different strategy to everyone else, but up the main straight we go. Let's have a look at the split. He's 2.5 tenths down his fastest time. But I must admit, George, I've been extremely impressed with Pakitas Alzine. He's dominated this race. He's 5.3 seconds to the good in car number 78 for FR Racing. Ridwan Hamza in car number 1 for FR Racing is about 5.3 seconds down. on his fellow co-driver, or team driver, as you would say, as well as Niff, and Hutton for CP Motorsports. They didn't have the best of stints in Stint 2, and in Stint 3 they've come back, and he's maintained P3 as we have about 5 laps to go, George. Yeah.
We do indeed, yeah. 5 laps, not a long time left in Stint 3. 1 stint to go, of course, after the 61 laps, the biggest stint of the 1,000-kilometre race today, the TrackSpotTV Bathurst 1000, here at Trackstars Racing for round 10 of the touring cars. And I tell you what, Nightwalker on an absolute charge here. Jimmy's going to be in trouble, so let's take a bit of a stock take. In the leaders, of course, it's El Zine in the number 78 car. Plenty of fuel on board, plenty of tyres. Same thing with Ridwan. He is hunting him down. The gap is getting smaller, but not as much as you'd like. The 23 in Hutton has done a brilliant job for CB Motorsports here today. In Stint 3, this has been a huge comeback on the back of a terrible Stint 1 and Stint 2. In P4, with damage though, it is Jester. I wonder if he's had that recently. So P4 in a bit of trouble, but the gap back to the number 55 car, I should say, is quite significant. Whereas here goes Nightwalkers. This is the big battle. WRT's best result of the night, already in 7th, but they could be picking up a 6th position here, which is only going to do them massive favors in the overall result when the calculation is done post-race. And I think within the next week or so, we'll have the final total result available on the Trackstars Racing channels. So keep an eye on that one. The strategy from Xander Stewart, I don't think it's really one that's worked out. He's gone absolutely hammer and tong in this stint and overtaken a number of cars, but he's lost about 5 positions with that late pit stop. And with only 4 laps to go, I don't think it's going to be enough. Here we go. Nightwalker on a charge, grazes the wall in the exit of Frog Hollow, but through McPhillamy, he's still got the pace, and into the Dipper and Skyline we go. Now into the Dipper, I should say, and he's just reeling Jimmy Jamboy in, and that is the difference, ladies and gentlemen, between having a good rear splitter and one that has significant damage on it. Unfortunately, we're not able to bring you any replays of the race today due to potential glitches with the GT7 live system. So we won't be able to bring you a replay of what's happened to Jimmy Jamboy, but he has put the rear of the car directly into the barrier at some point, likely across the top of the mountain. And look at the pace difference. This is the difference between having a good rear splitter. He's going to have the overspeed, a massive overspeed, but doesn't want to pull the trigger too early. That's smart racing, I would say, from Nightwalker. He'll have plenty of opportunities in the next 3 laps.
Indeed, George. We're coming in here to Murphy's final corner, heading down the pitch straight. We're going to head into Hell's Corner. We've got about 3 laps to go. Can Jimmy hold off N. Scott for the WRT outfit? Oh, a massive moment there for N. Scott. A massive tank slapper. So that's dropped him down a little bit. He's about 5/10 away from Jay Robbins in the number 30 from Team ART as they go through the second corner. I think Nick Scott's doing everything he can to keep up, George.
He certainly is, but once you get into that dirty air, the grip starts to run away, and you may as well have rear splitter damage. You can see how loose he is on the car's rear end at the moment. He's pushing the car hard, but the dirty air is starting to cause some frustration, and of course he is very, very keen to get himself up into that position. We'll return to this battle momentarily as we make sure that we capture as much as possible. It's racing now under pressure. The other WRT car under pressure from Nick Spud on a chargeback in this, but over a minute down in this race, and Xander Stewart is there on the freshest tyres and the most fuel out of everyone in the race right there as well. It is Fat Furby, so 4-way battle now for P8 in this race with WRT leading. The battle continues as well for P6 as Nightwalker tries to make it up to the rear wing of Jimmy Jim. For those of you who know that reference, you are awesome. Nick Spud all over the back of It's Racing. This might be the opportunity for the overtake.
And while you're there, George, Jay Field has just made a position for Team ART, and he's got in front of R. Kelly in the number 7 for Team XV. So Jay Field goes into P4 for Team ART. Jay Field got R. Kelly got a bit out of sorts coming up into the final few corners there, and Jay Field has made that position. which is great. Jimmy, so Jay Robbins has got a bit of a gap in front of and Scott for WRT Racing, about a second gap.
Oh my gosh.
So,
George, I don't know where to look now.
It's all happening, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll take you on board with Nick Pautasso. Nick Pautasso and Jay Dallitz are going through it. Here we go. Turn 2. And Nick Pautasso, he has to bow out, and he's lost another spot to Xander Stewart.
Oh, it was so close. You're so brave if you go around the outside at Griffin's Bend. We all know there's no grip out there, and he's actually ended up wall riding all the way around the corner because he's stuck to the wall like a magnet there, unfortunately for him. But a valid attempt. He nearly had it, but good defending from It's Racing, who now finds himself under attack by the number 44 CP Motorsports car. Again, the fastest man on track currently. Freshest tyres out of the lot. It is wild racing at the moment.
ART Jimmy has just had a moment through the dipper. He has lost a position to end Scott with 2 laps to go. So what can Jimmy do? We got a battle coming up Forest Elbow as well. Xander Stewart and Jay Dallitz, the former owner of Trackstyles Racing Series. They go down Conrod Straight. They are side by side.
Oh,
this is going to be interesting.
Contact. Oh dear, George, that is very scary racing. Of course, It's Racing with very warm medium tyres as we see Xander Stewart send it down the inside. Has he got it slowed down? He does, but It's Racing is spun off the track. And it's all over for the 26. He's onto the left-hand side of the track. He rejoins, but that's going to be a number of positions lost for him. Patasso's going to have another chance, but he's versing a very, very fast Xander Stewart for P8 now. And, of course, with front damage as well for Nick Pautasso. He's in all sorts of trouble as we do see the ex-Fat Furby jumping into the pit. So that's going to be that one all over as well as Nightwalker for WRT is now going to be chasing after Jester. And Jester for Team XV has got both front and rear damage. And we talked about which one we'd rather have. Well, I think both of us would agree. We don't want both front and rear damage because that's why he's going so slow on track, and he'll probably be overtaken because we have 2 laps left in this race. So the 55 car, let's take a breather here. The 55 car up into P4 in this race. We've got Niff for the number 23 CP Motorsports car, happily sitting in 3rd place. P1 and P2 now on the final lap of this race. It's Hamza in 2nd. It is Elzine in P1. It's FR Racing looking strong at this stage. Chewy, of course, for the ART. What a drive back for the 55. We've got a very happy man here in the co-commentaries box seat at the moment, thinking that's a great result for them. The question is, for WRT, can they pick up a 5th place?
It's very interesting, George, because obviously Jessa R. Kelly for the Team XV outfit in number 7 he not only has a front and rear splitter damage, he has front left and rear left tyre damage, so he's now let Milky go. So that is very interesting. I'm sure Jimmy will be looking on with fine eyes. He has a splitter damage, rear left tyre damage himself, does Jimmy, but not as much damage as the number 7 outfit for Team XV. I'm interested to see as well and Hutton in Team CP Motorsports. Great result for him. We are on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like Mr. A. Elzine will take the win. George, I might hand it over to you to confirm the final results.
Indeed. Well, here we go. There's still a bit of a question mark over P6, 7, 8. Xander Stewart on the charge, but let's see. For the moment, though, it's the last couple of corners here for Elzine, and the number 78 going to take a 2nd stint win. They won the previous stint by 44 seconds. This one's going to be a little bit less than that, but across the line, and Elzine is a happy man. And tell you what, he's absolutely right to be. FR Racing take another victory to their name. Ridwan across the line, a redemption drive for him after a disastrous stint 2, put him right down the field. Then, of course, it'll be BSR Niff. CP Motorsports, what favour they have turned themselves toward after an awful, awful stint 1 and stint 2. Finds themselves picking up a P3 in only 23 seconds behind the race leaders. So it's good overall for them. Then we've got P4, Chewy, the number 55, and on the back of, no offence to George, but unfortunate stint in stint 2. getting very,
Useless,
very
useless.
unlucky in that. No, just
Yeah.
getting very unlucky. But the 55 car, a bit of a redemption drive as well, with so many mistakes and errors and people diving into barriers, unforced errors and all sorts today for most of the field. But so that's going to be 55 across the line beautifully in P4. And then WRT pick up their best result of the afternoon. It is going to be Nightwalker straight across the field for the 964 car. So I think that is Nick Scott. And what a race for him. Brilliant. Probably the most consistent driver out there other than the FR cars. Wow. Here we go. Xander Stewart finds his way up to P6 for CP Motorsport. Absolutely stunning work there. Jester for Team XV with front and rear splitter damage. Nick Patasso can only pick up P8, followed by Jimmy Jamboy, who's had an issue. He already had an issue. The 30 car already had an issue, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much going on in this race. P9 for him. It's racing, of course, down there in P9. Wow. So we're going to take some breaths in the commentary box and try and find our feet again, because that was exhausting. That, in fact, was the most action-packed stint, I think, George, of the night.
Oh, mate, that was unbelievable. And kudos to the drivers. As a driver myself, I know what it's like when you have damage. I want to give a shout-out to Xander Stewart for CP Motorsports. Great end result for the team there. It was a great race. I'm happy as well with my boys. They had damage as well, so picking up the results they did, that was sensational. But it's all to play for, George, coming into Stint 4.
Certainly is. 61 lap race as well, nothing to scoff at. So there's going to be a lot of action throughout that stint. And right now, it's looking like the 78 car is in the box seat for this one. Certainly 1-2 from FR Racing is on the cards. And looking for back-to-back Bathurst 1000 wins. They won, of course, Ridwan, and I can't remember who the other driver, it might have been Andrew Lee as well in 2024. But
Guy Barbara in 2024.
It was Guy Barbara, yes. So as we know, Ridwan got friends in high places, that is for sure. But winners in 2024, looking to be winners, at least in the team name, throughout the 2025 season here at the Bathurst 1000. They may well do it, but Andrew Lee, I think he's jumping back into the car for this next part of the race. He's going to have a lot of work to do, and we'll need to win by some distance in order to secure that. We're going to have about a 15-minute break or so between now and the next stint, and we'll have some new and familiar faces returning to the commentary box for that stint. Thank you all so much for joining us still in the chat on TrackSpotTV YouTube and, of course, the Trackstars TV YouTube. Give us a like and a subscribe and a follow and all the other things that happen on these channels, because it is much appreciated and does really help us a lot. Remember, it's free and you can always change your mind later on, and I don't think you will, because lots of racing action happening on both channels. George, well done. Baptism of Fire is currently over. I think it's set to return in the next stint as well, but a big thanks to yourself. Good work in the commentary box and much appreciated. We will.
Thank you, George.
Yep, we will go to a short break, and I think we'll have some more interviews coming up as well. So until then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break. Go and grab yourself a drink, because the final 61-lap stint 4, to finish off the 1,000 kilometers here at Bathurst 1000 at Trackstars, will be up very, very soon. We'll see you shortly. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Trackstar Racing Series Bathurst 1000, sponsored by TrackSpotTV. Go and check us out on www.trackspot.tv for all your professional grade commentary and broadcasting needs with multi-platform streaming graphics and overlays. Most of the commentators today, myself, Nick Valtasso, Isaac Fogarty, all part of this organization. I'm the CEO. George Kirk, I'm back in the commentary box in solo, unfortunately, because we've had a couple of our guys not able to make it for the remainder of this 61-lap race. So it is one of those things where at the moment I'll be flying solo. So I need you all to keep me company in chat as we head towards the 61-lap stint, the final and largest stint of the Bathurst 1000. We are starting in about 1 minute's time for this. There is the final bit of information. It is going to be rolling start, of course, once again, and lots of big news. The 2FR cars are going right to the top at the moment, and Andrew Lee is back in the car for the number 1, and he's got a lot of work to do. He's starting in second place and will need to make moves on prying Stingray in the 78 car early on, otherwise he's going to be in all sorts of trouble. Will the CP Motorsports cars be able to continue a good run of form through stint 3 and make their way back up to the top of the grid by the end of the race? Of course, the deltas between the different stints will be calculated post-race, and we'll see the results come out in the next few days after the race. So let us know if you're in a situation where you want to tell us who you think is going to be winning the overall race and who's going to be doing well in stint 4. It is a tricky stint. There's going to be lots of different strategies in play, and I don't have my analytics team behind me now to tell me if there's something awesome is going to be happening in terms of the strategy. So my guess is going to be as good as anyone else's. You guys are the expert. You guys have been driving. Tell us which car you're driving from for today and which kind of strategy you're going to be going for, because it's also important. Very, very critical to know this information. We will see what we have on the cards today. I think we're about to go racing in a few moments' time, and oh, we do have George Smith jumping back in the commentary box. Welcome back.
I am back. Yeah, I didn't expect to be back, but I am here nonetheless, and I'm keen for the stint 4 and the final big stint for this Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, gonna be a long one, gonna be a tricky one. But let's see what happens at the end of the day. Lots more strategy on the cards for this one. We're looking at maybe 3 stinters, 4 stops, you know, all sorts of stuff going to come into play. And we'll see what kind of falls out of the sieve, so to speak, I think.
No, indeed. It's going to be interesting because obviously the 44 lap race that I was involved in, it more than likely a 2-stopper. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys maneuver through the 61 laps here at the mountain, and what the strategy will be. We'll see how we go.
We will see how we go. We're about to go out on grid because the finale is starting up in a few moments' time. Rolling start, as I said, and we'll be led away, of course, by the number 78 car. So let's head on track. We'll see you there. Right, 61 laps ahead of us. This is the final stint of the Bathurst 1000. We'll be led away by the number 78 FR car, followed by Andrew Lee back in after Ridwan Hamza had a bad stint 2, but a much, much better stint 3, able to stay only 5 seconds away. You can hear the lights going now, and that is it. We are green flag racing for the final time here at the Bathurst 1000 for TrackSpot TV and Trackstars, and into the first quarter. We go through hell for the first time of 61 times in this race. A little bit of a squiggly moment for a couple of the cars as they try and get their temps up into the range that is actually going to be useful, because I'll tell you, cold tyres here, we've seen it over and over again, especially after those come out of the pit stop, and they end up in all sorts of trouble. Kiwi Matt is jumping in the car for the number 23, so that is Matt McCullum, of course, and he'll be driving the 23 car to the end of this race. DJ Master, a real chatter in the YouTube chat, is in the car now, and will be making that progress. Let's see what Bazza can do. The Chin, as we've learned to call him, driving with his chin and in a very top spot, P5 at the moment, and that's of course where Nightwalker took the WRT car earlier on. CP Motorsports and Xander Stewart back in. Will he be executing those super quick laps once again? I think I'd say chances are he will be. Ian Ward returns, of course, for the number 7 car, Team XV, back at it and hoping for a really good result in the last part here. We've got some action up the front, and what has happened there? It is Kiwi Matt. All sorts of problems for him, and DJ Masters going to be all over his rear wing as they barrel down the Conrod Straight.
Yeah, he had a massive moment there. Matt McCallum coming out of the dipper onto Forrest Elbow. So it's put DJ, ART DJ, that is Darren McSweeney, all over the back of him. He's going to have a look at the inside there. Oh, they make contact for the guy behind as well.
And it's not just one, it's both CP Motorsports cars involved in that, and the Bazza getting really bumped out of the way. At the moment, it's a 5, 6, 7-way scrap at the moment for P3. DJ Master seems to have got the best of them for now, but Xander Stewart is right there, wants the position back. Bazza defending down the inside of Hell Corner, holding off Race Pig for the moment, and Nick Spud right in this battle as well. I think it might be a 9-way battle, in fact.
Indeed, and there's about 6 cars that are in this battle there, George. Let's just jump on board. No one has damage at the moment. FR Racing, obviously, are enjoying the free air that I have out front. Darren McSweeney has moved up into 3rd position in front of Matt McCallum for CP Motorsports in the number 23 outfit. Xander Stewart in the number 44 outfit for for CP Motorsports, I should say, is now in 5th position. AHR Lemons, though, Kay Hallas, but there's a bit of through McPhillamy Park. They're absolutely all over the place. And here we go through the dipper. This is going to be very interesting. Who can hold on to it?
Beautiful stuff. Nick Patasso, 3 for 1 on the inside part of Frog Hollow, and took the inside line into McPhillamy, and what an overtake that was for him. Finds his way up to P6, and now on the back of the 2 CP Motorsports cars. Great work by him. Ian Ward getting slightly shuffled out there. Lemons back in it, but for the number 30, he's got a lot of work to do. Ian Ward trying to take the inside line on Bazza, who runs onto the grass. Awkward moments there for Bazza in the WRT car. Porsche making his way back up to the back of this battle pack as well. And he's got LJ right behind him. This is such a stacked field right now. And they're all going hammer and tong. Bazza has a problem on the exit of the chase there. And Porsche has made his way past, as has LJ, as has Bonorley. And Bazza coming in. He's got damage at the front of the car. And that's why he is coming in early part of this race to try and make that car a bit more stable. At the front, we do have a battle as well, so it's battles everywhere. Andrew Lee wants to take P1, knows he needs to make up about 50 seconds on his opponent here, which is actually his team technically, but the number 78 car, he needs to be well ahead. Around the outside, it's a tricky place to overtake, but Andrew Lee, showing his skill, his talent, his pedigree, has found the outside line, found the inside into the cutting. Wonderful overtake for the leader of this race, and Distinct Andrew on lap 3 of 61 finds his way up into the top spot. Prying Stingray nearly picks up damage as he runs into the barrier on the exit of the quarry. DJ Master in 3rd, in clean air at long last. The 2 CP cars flying ahead of Nick Spud, but Nick Spud, I tell you, he is on a charge as well.
He is indeed. Nick Patasso for the Mash Spuds Racing outfit number 32 had a cracking start. He's up into P6 as he goes through the dipper, chasing after the 2 CP Motorsports cars. He had a great start, but I'm very impressed with the FR Racing boys at the moment. I don't know if it was team orders there going through the long straight at the start, George, but Andrew Lee now takes a lead about a second in front.
Exactly right. He's got to build about 50 seconds of gap throughout this race. So that clean air and that P1 are critical for him in this race because he's, as I said, they've got to build a huge amount of gap. Otherwise, they're not going to win the overall race, and it will be the number 1 and number 2 position. So they want to finish first. They've got the number 1 tag to their name and to their car. And that's where they want to be finishing. Ridwan and Andrew Lee, you'd think by de facto, should be winning the race. So here we go. Matt has run very wide onto the grass. Opportunity for Xander Stewart to maybe send it on his teammate there, but does decide better of it for now. All this is doing is bringing Spud back into the mix, and MSR at 6 at the moment, and they have got some work to do, but at the moment the race is kind of flowing their way. Lemons for ART up into 7th and setting purple sector 1s at the moment for the number 30 on the back of that nasty damage they had to the rear splitter, George. This is a good start.
Yeah, it is indeed. And the battle from P4 to P7 here is on, ladies and gentlemen. It's very close. Lemons. Oh, Lemons! He had a moment coming out of the cutting. So he has dropped down into P9. No damage to his car, from what I can see, George. But yeah, the battle there was heating up, and maybe the dirty air affected him.
Yep, indeed. And Les Sandwich there nearly running into the barrier and nearly spinning the car, in fact, into Frog Hollow. Very scary moment for him as he approached to slow Lemons on track. Never want to approach anything slow on the track, especially over the top of the mountain with the speeds that these cars are making through there. 250 kilometers an hour average over the top of the hill. Arnie wants a piece of Les Sandwich as well. Behind them, Bazza. He's pitted early after receiving damage, and as has Bob Norley. So not great for PH Esports right now. Back at the top, Andrew Lee, 1.7 seconds the gap between him and Smith for the number 78 car. So Smith's got a lot of work to do, but I think at this point, as long as they're within 40, 50 seconds by the end of this race, they should be good. And Prying Stingray, we know how much pace he's got. The 55 car in third place. George, you must be proud. Look at them go.
Yeah. With the current performance, but obviously being such a long stint, there's a long way to go. So it's all about keeping it consistent, keeping your times good, and also keeping your tyres in a good window, and managing your fuel. So Darren McSweeney's doing a great job in P3. As we know, the FR boys are very quick, so if Darren McSweeney can keep, a couple of seconds dividends to the guys in P2, well, that is Luke Smith, I'm sure he'd be very happy with that. But we also have a good battle forming between Matt McCullum and Xander Stewart in the CP Motorsports Alpha, but Nick Bartasso's on the scene as well for Mashbuds Racing, the only Mashbuds Racing outfit on the track at the moment. So it's about a second and a half that separates these three drivers. We've also got Ian Ward on the scene for Team XV in the number 7. So and Nick Bartasso, massive moment coming out of the dipper. He's got no damage, but he's had a moment, George.
Certainly has, yeah. Lost himself a lot of time. Just got loose on the rear tyres there through the dipper. Very easy to do, and Ian Ward will be happy about that. He'll say, thank you very much. Let me go and chase the CP Motorsports guys. But Spud's close enough. He'll get a bit of slipstream down the Conrod Straight and into the chase. There might be an opportunity for an overtake. And, of course, Mashbuds Racing did have 2 cars entered into the Bathurst 1000, but Matt Donetti, unable to make it, meant that Slappers was essentially driving on his own. And because of the driver stint limits, the lap limit imposed here, that meant that they had to roll him in to the MSR 32 car. So a 3-man team for this weekend, including Wade Von Doof moving over from the other MSR team who had to pull out. I believe it was the 51 car. So the 51 car not able to enter from Mashbuds Racing. Oh dear, bad exit for Ian Ward. There goes Nick Bartasso, who almost has a moment of his own, but look who's there. It is another ART car coming in hot. The Lexus is right there.
Indeed it is. Kay Hallas in the number 30 car. And
Les.
Really deep there in turn 2.
Ian Ward scraping the barrier, just not finding the grip into Griffiths Bend. And he's found himself losing 2 positions for 1 with Porsche GT now in behind him. So it is Lemon for the number 30 trying to make his way up and past Nick Bartasso as soon as possible. Nick getting a little bit lucky there for the feeling of it, but because he was had Ian Ward all over him, but now he's got another fast competitor. The man who qualified on pole position in the top 6 is right behind him. That's not going to be comfortable.
No, not at all. And also there's a very small gap there. So Darren McSweeney's had a moment from what I can see, because he has front splitter and front right tyre damage, does Darren McSweeney. So it's going to make it very interesting coming down Conrod here. The gaps are very similar between Nick Bartasso, Darren McSweeney and Kay Hallas. As we go through, it's going to be interesting to see the pace differential, but the CP Motorsports cars as well, they're very close coming into Murray's, the final corner of the track. Let's see how this plays out.
Indeed. Okay, into the pits for the number 55. might as well get the damage out of the way early because it's going to cost you so much time out on track that you're better off just coming into the pits and getting that damage repaired. So Nick Spud will now get a little bit of breathing room in front of him. So a bit of clean air there as we see the Lexus running very wide to the right-hand side of the exit of Hell Corner. Of course, that's Lemons in the number 30, making his way up the mountain straight. Yet again, 7 laps in already. Gee, time flies. It absolutely flies in this kind of race, especially with the amount of action that we're seeing on track. So Distinct Andrew, what's the gap up here? It's not really evolved that much. 1.7 seconds is the gap, but that fastest lap set on that previous lap for Andrew Lee, 147.5.
Yeah, no, indeed. And they're trying to go back-to-back for 3 years running. Are the FR boys. Andrew Lee obviously forming up with Ridwan Hamza again. They were a partnership in 2023 and they are now a partnership in 2025. He's 1.8 seconds to the good over Luke Smith, proing Stingray in the number 78 outfit for FR Racing, but they're looking solid, George, for this first part of the race.
Certainly are. Matt McCullum just hit the barrier on the exit of the Dipper. Finds himself with damage, so that's all the work that he's put in is going to maybe be taken a little bit away from, unfortunately. And Xander Stewart will probably think, yeah, now's the time to pounce, or maybe even team orders at this point. Nick Spud just making a little bit of progress to get himself away from Lemons, but yeah, this front split of damage from Matt McCullum is going to really affect him, and he's actually decided to come into the pits immediately and get rid of that as soon as possible. That's just, I think it's a sensible move at the end of the day, though, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, when, as we all know, when you've got damage in these cars, it severely affects your turning. It affects your straight line speed. So probably not a bad shout there from Matt McCullum, being 8 laps into the race. Essentially, he want to have a look at the last, I suppose, the remainder of the race being a 2-stint race, and you know, drawing out the fuel and keeping the tyres in a good window. But as we say that, Kay Hallas is all over the back, and Nick Pautassa are about 1.5 tenths is the gap as they go through the cutting. They both keep good traction. We'll see how this plays out, George. I'm keen to see how this goes.
Yeah, that left-right movement, probably not the best traction for Nick Pautassa, but certainly for Lemons, looking really smooth. Just as I say it, he clips the barrier on the exit of Frog Hollow. That's a nasty place to do that, but picks up no damage as a result. Already down quite significantly on the delta for that second sector of the race. Big track this, of course, 6.2 kilometers, 23 corners, and you've got the mountain to traverse as well. Biggest elevation at any circuit throughout the entire world, as I understand it, at the very least. Maybe there is another one, but I'm pretty sure it is. Spud, not a good exit on Forest Elbow there, unfortunately. So you're going to be
could
losing...
be up for some drama here, George.
Yeah, I think so. Lemons is going to have the attacking ability. He's going to pull to the outside, but actually not making any progress. Will it be a late braking maneuver into the chase?
Oh!
It is. Oh, that's a great overtake. Right down to the chase. That's how you do it.
And that's exactly how you do it, George. Well done from Kay Hallas. He gets past Nick Pautassa for Mashbuzz Racing. Now, his charge will be on for Xander Stewart in the CP Motorsports outfit. He has the pace, as we know. He qualified in pole position for this race, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Exactly right, yeah. He's just got to keep it consistent. You know, it's all good to be having the best one-lap pace out of the field. Arguably, it's very tricky to say that, even though he did qualify in pole position. I mean, we've seen Distinct Andrew go and set lap times that no one else has been able to match throughout the original 30-minute qualifying and in that first stint, where he was absolutely rapid. I mean, we're already in the 47.5. We didn't see a time as quick as that. Fastest time, pole lap time for the top 6 shootout was a 47.7. So that just goes to show that when the tyres are warmed up and you've got some clean air ahead of you, which of course they did, but they didn't have warmed up tyres in the top 6 shootout, and that really affected the lap time. So another big element to this is getting your tyres in the window and then being able to really execute on the capability of the mediums. And it's the only tyre they're able to run today, even though the softs and hards were technically available. We don't run those here at the Bathurst 1000. Keeping an eye ahead, Xander Stewart has fallen well off the back. No, he hasn't. Sorry, apologies. Because we saw the pit stop there from the other CP Motorsports car. So where have they come out? Let's go do a run through the field real quick here. We've been focusing on so much of the battling up the top, which is now suddenly getting into a bit of a lull, which is natural at this point. Porsche GT, the number 26, Do It. For WRT, holding on to 7th. Then it's Les, who's been in the wars. Let's just say at the beginning of stint 4. DJ Master, again another in the wars early on in this race. The 55 car finding themselves in 9th, but long way to go. Still 52 laps in this race. Bazza got absolutely chewed up at the beginning of this race, George. I mean, so difficult. He's already driving with his chin, which is incredibly impressive. Our collective hats off to this man right here, but that was a really tricky space to start. Nightwalker put them up into 5th. Then he's starting, he's got all the pole sitters and the top 6 all around him, and he got a little bit bullied in that first part of the race, to be honest.
Yeah, and Andrew Lee's doing a solid job out front, I must admit. He's 4.1 seconds to the good, so he is nice and consistent as he goes through the top of the mountain, through McPhillamy Park. Xander Stewart's done a good job, but he does have Kay Hallas on his tail about 9/10 away. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Nick Patasso's dropped a little bit, 2.2 seconds away from Kay Hallas. Ian Ward's about a second away from Nick Patasso. Porsche's had a good start to the race from what I can see, in 7th position. Obviously, Darren McSweeney down in 9th position has pitted already, so he'll probably look at extending his stint. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yep, absolutely. 2.6 meters per second, the wind coming up towards the northeast, so from the southwest at the moment. So keep that in mind. That's going to affect the cars just a little bit. So aero-dependent, both the GT500 Nissan and the GT500 Lexus, the Lexi on track. Arguably the more stable car around here. Oh, prying Stingray. A moment at Murray's corner. Not a comfortable thing to do. 0.46 of a second down on his time there for that one. And now we've got Xander Stewart under a lot of pressure because Lemons is coming at him at a rate of knots. The number 30 who runs very deep through Murray's corner as well, which probably fair enough. They've got a bit of a crosswind across the corner there, which will affect their ability to snag the aero and really use that rear diffuser and rear wing to maximum effect. But here goes the number 30. Xander Stewart is going to indicate to the left, telling him, I'm going to defend. If you go for a move, I'm going to switch over as well. And oh, will it be a move down the inside? Yes, it is. And into the braking zone.
Great move.
Lemons, what a move through Griffin's Bend. Nothing Xander Stewart could do about that.
No, that was a great move from Kay Hallas there in the ART number 30. Got the traction down well, coming out of Griffin's Bend. He did extremely well. Now the chase is on. He's up in the 3rd position. He's about 14 seconds or so away from Luke Smith in the number 78 for FR Racing. So a great comeback for the number 30 car. We also have Porsche as well. I must admit, Porsche's running a great race. He's 2.8 seconds away from Ian Ward, Team XV, number 7. But Ian Ward's also chasing after Nick Pautasso, so the number 32 car, the only car for Mashpods Racing on the field at the moment. He's 1.2 seconds to the good from Ian Ward, so I'll be keen to see how this plays out.
Right, Slipstream will play a big factor in this. Keith in chat saying, don't make it easy for Xander. Yeah, that's exactly right. But you know, with Xander jumping back a position there after an unbelievably good overtake, one of the cleanest, exciting overtakes we've seen. Slightly ambitious down the inside, I must admit, especially with the indicator. Xander Stewart put on the right-hand indicator, suggesting that he would move over in front of Lemons if he did make a move. And then Lemons just said, well, I don't care what you're telling me you might do. I'm going to go and do it. Sent it down the inside, and that was it. It was all she wrote. And the move, bagging him 3rd position in stint 4 as we head onto the 12th lap of this race. Fat Furby in chat saying, good job on the comms box today, legends. Thank you so much. Well done on track as well to you, Fat Furby.
Thank you,
good
Furby.
stint. Much appreciated, mate. And keep on watching. Give us a like and subscribe as well, everyone. I'm just going to shamelessly plug the channels, as I always do throughout the streams. Worth doing. Anyway, we continue. Let's just look down the grid real quick. Les Sandwith in P8. TJ Master, P9, Bazza, P10. We've got Matt McCullum. Oh, with damage again. Matt McCullum came into the pits because of damage. And I'm not sure if he hasn't repaired this damage, but then why would you pit if you're not going to repair the damage? So I think he might have picked up more damage. So P11 for CB Motorsports. One car having a great day out, Xander Stewart. The other car not having a great day out in Stint 4 so far. And then we've got Bob Norley in P12, followed by Arnie, the last car on the grid at the moment. But yeah, look, 5.6 seconds the gap up the top. And it'll be close to a pit stop for Distinct Andrew. Probably in the next couple of laps, or maybe even after this lap.
Yeah, I think so. He's running pretty low on the fuel. I must admit, he has set the benchmark, has Andrew Lee, for this race. He's 5.6 seconds, 5.7 seconds to the good over Luke Smith, his fellow teammate for FR Racing. Mr. Kay Hallas has run a very good race so far for Team ART down in third. I'm very interested to see how things play out with Darren McSweeney. So he's currently in 9th position. Obviously, he had to pit early due to damage. I'm very interested to see where he comes out. Obviously, coming to lap 13, lap 14, we'll be in a position here where guys that haven't received damage early will be going into the pits, I would dare say, George.
Without giving too much away about the ART strategy today, what is the optimal strategy for a 61-lap race in these cars?
Well, I mean, it's dependent. It's very dependent on if you receive damage. For someone like Kay Hallas, who hasn't received damage, obviously he's currently in 3rd position, running low fuel. I dare say it will be looking at a 2-stopper, maybe a 3-stopper, depending obviously on how he can manage the fuel on the tyres moving forward. For someone like Darren McSweeney, who's currently sitting in 9th position, he's got a lot of fuel on board. Tyres are not too bad, so I dare say he will try and extend his stint, I should say, to lap maybe 20, 22, something like that. But yeah, it all comes down to damage and how your tyres and fuel are going. And as we say that, Andrew Lee is coming to the pits, George, so he's going to get some fuel on board. Luke Smith continues on, so.
Indeed. Yeah, let's have a little look. So there's definitely a lap worth of fuel, albeit just, for the number 78 car. Distinct Andrew obviously trying to build that gap early on, has used the fuel, as has Xander Stewart, and that's no surprise, given what we saw in Stint 3, where he's not a man that likes to be off the loud pedal. Let's just put it that way. He wants to be on the loud pedal all the way through the race and going as quickly as possible. So that's going to be his strategy today as well. I will note that Nick Spud has actually saved the most fuel, I believe, out of the entire field. So some of the slowness that we may have seen earlier on in this race might be as a result of him trying to save that fuel and extend the stint just that little bit. That'll give him the advantage later on in this race. And this is it at the end of the day. You know, we've got, I think, 61 laps. What are we talking? 120 minutes minimum. So it's a 2-hour race, this, essentially. You can make up a lot by saving time in the pits here. I don't know what the fuel refueling rate is, George, you may know. But you're going to be
3 seconds a litre, George.
3 seconds a litre. So it is actually a pretty costly thing to take on fuel. Every time you save that litre, a little bit of lift and coast here, a little bit of a short shift here and there, that is going to bring things back for you at the end of this race. And if you can build it up so that you have a short splash and dash at the end, you're going to be lightning quick and with track position.
Yeah, 100%. Fuel management's very key with this race, as we currently look at Les Sandwith for the number 15 outfit for Team XV. He's probably going to be in the pits this lap. I dare say Ian Ward will be as well. Nick Patasso also. So we're getting into that I suppose window where the teams will be coming into the pit. Luke Smith will be coming into the pits. He's on 2% fuel, so he'll need to top up. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Certainly will be. Nick Patasso does not go for a pit stop on lap 14. And we've got, of course, Distinct Andrew, the first of the pit stoppers, coming through. He didn't take a full set of fuel. So I think he's only taken about 96 litres or so. So hasn't filled up to full, which I'm not sure why you wouldn't. You're only really saving a little bit of time. But again, we talked about it. The less time you spend sitting in the pit lane, the better. And of course, Stingray is going to have to sit there for quite some time. So expect this gap to go from about 5 seconds, possibly up to about 8 seconds. Let's see. I know 80% of fuel for Stingray, and he's out. And the gap has actually come down because he's taken way less fuel. So a shorter stint for prying Stingray, and I'm sure he'll be going hammer and tong on the loud pedal all the way through the stint to try and keep the gap to Distinct Andrew. This is the key, I think, for the 78 car. They've built such a big lead in Stint 2 because of the mistakes that were happening around them and the clean air they had. And Stingray Smith did such a good job in that there was a 44, 45-second gap they had to P2. As long as they stay relatively within that gap to Distinct Andrew, they are set to take this win at Bathurst 1000 in the overalls. They may not win the final stint here because it's Distinct Andrew, but the overall time deficit may be swinging in their favor, and all Prying Stingray has to do is just stay and essentially follow the pit strategy that Distinct Andrew is executing and stay within half a second to a second and a half of that lap time each lap all the way through the remainder of this race. And I think that's the plan for them. They don't need to push this car that hard.
No, not at all. And they've had a great Bathurst 1000 so far. Have the car number 78 for FR Racing, so it's all about keeping it consistent. As we all know that it goes on total time. As we say that Nick Partassa goes into the pits, he is out of fuel. His tyres are worse for wear, so he'll be getting a fresh set of boots on, a fresh set of medium compound tyres, and I dare say he'll be filling that car up as Andrew Lee goes over the start line for lap 16 of 61. Lemon's obviously been in the pits as well, which is Kay Hallas for Team ART. Nick Partassa is currently filling up at the moment. Darren McSweeney for Team ART is currently sitting in P5, but don't forget Darren McSweeney did pit a bit earlier due to damage, so he has the fuel on board, so it'll be interesting to see if he extends his stint depending on tyre wear. Yeah, he clears Ian Ward for about six and a half seconds for P4. So we've got 2 FR Racing drivers and 2 ART Motorsport drivers in the top 4 at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Certainly, Team XV and Ian Ward in 5th, and then Xander Stewart right behind them. Nick Partassa is taking a full tank of fuel, so he'll be going for it. And I do get to say, it's the Panagram! 16 out of 61, the Panagram. You don't get to say that very often. We couldn't say it in the previous stints because we didn't have we didn't have 42 laps out of 24. We didn't have 44 laps. Well, I guess we had 44 laps out of 44 for the second stint, and we certainly didn't have. We had 23 out of 32. Yeah, so we had some panagrams here, but panagram lap 16 out of 61. There we go. Andrew Scott, welcome into chat. Keith also confirming ×3 fuel, so 3 litres a second is the refuel rate today. So Spud's got a lot of work to do, but full tank of fuel, he'll be able to go long into and deep into this one. Welcome up. Welcome to the hotel internet, I should say, Andrew Scott. Who's winning? Well, it is Distinct Andrew. You might have guessed that. I don't know. No, I don't think we would have guessed that. Andrew Lee doesn't win races. What are we talking about? Side by side, we do have some action going on. Who was that? That is going to be Ian Ward and Xander Stewart going for it. Xander Stewart's caught up beautifully to the Team XV number 7. And here we go into the braking zone of the chase. Xander Stewart's got the inside line, but very nicely held on by Ian Ward. He's not going to get the position, though, because he has to go and lift a little bit into the second part of the chase corner. Great move from Xander Stewart.
Indeed. He really held the traction well through the chase as they come through Murray's. Heading into Hell Corner, but Ian Ward's all over the back of him coming into Hell Corner. Let's see who gets good traction. It looks like Ian Ward had to pull off a little bit there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens coming into turn 2. But I think Xander Stewart's held enough of a gap to not warrant a dive bomb from Ian Ward, but we all know he loves a dive bomb, Mr. Ward. So nothing doing. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. And that's all she wrote for now. And probably we're seeing Ian Ward just taking a little bit easy in this stint. Wants to avoid any issues on track, and you don't want to push too hard. Whereas Xander Stewart he's more comfortable, I believe, in that situation of just full push all the way through this race. I mean, 2 hours of full push is going to be very difficult to achieve, but if anyone can do it, there's only a few drivers on track that we would trust to maybe perform that kind of role. Nick Spud is actually catching these two up, so the gap's come down from 2.8 seconds to 2.3. In terms of the aggregate times, Ando and Aiden, sorry, it is going to be Stingray's to lose. Exactly, Aiden. That's exactly right. So Prying Stingray, which is the number 78 car, gained the biggest lead in Stint 2. They were 45 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, including the number 1. So the number 1 car were about 4 or 5 seconds clear at the end of Stint 1. At the end of Stint 2, about the same. So the gap right now between the 78 and the number 1 car is about 35 seconds. So the current gap is 5.8 seconds. So as it stands right now, the 78 car, both FR Racing team cars, but the 78 is in the aggregate lead of this race, and then it'll be Distinct Andrew and Ridwan Hamza. So they need to finish this race at least 25 to 35 seconds ahead, in fact, preferably 35 or 40 seconds ahead of their nearest competitor to actually be in a situation to win the aggregate race. That is the critical nature. The others, honestly, there's been so much action, George, I don't even know. Third place, your guess is as good as mine for aggregate time.
Indeed. And obviously, as co-owner of ART Motorsport, I would hope that Kay Hallas can hold on to his current position. He's looking pretty solid with Darren McSweeney following him in 4th position, but obviously Darren McSweeney tyres are a lot worse for wear. Fuel load's a bit lower as well, so I dare say that he'd probably be looking at 2 more stops for this race. But yeah, again, I don't know if he's watching, George, but if you don't mind, I would like to give a massive shout out to T. Crawford. He's a fellow owner of ART Motorsport with myself. His dad passed away yesterday peacefully, and I wish the family nothing but I suppose hope and joy and knowing he had a good life, and yeah, rest in peace to yourself, sir, and I'm hoping the boys are doing you proud right now.
Hear ye. Second that, and I'm sure chat does as well. And again, if anyone does have any shout outs they want to make, or any requests they want to make of us as well, if you want to see an onboard lap, if you want us to focus on a particular battle, give you an update about someone's race, do let us know, ask in chat, get involved. Great to see Aiden Holton in chat as well. Great to see Andrew Scott and everyone who's been joining us for the previous 3 stints. The stream has been going for 5 hours and 15 minutes at the moment, so it has been a long stint so far. You got to be joking is making some progress on Nick Spud, but he has got to do a pit stop at some point soon, so he's obviously short-fueled the car for PH Esports. Let's be honest, PH Esports, Stint 1, absolutely brilliant. Stint 2, yeah, could have been better. Stint 3 and 4 so far, not great. It's not been working out for them. They just don't seem to have the pace compared to the rest of the field.
No, not at all. And it's a shame because the names, you know, behind the cars definitely had the pace. What I will say as well is just quietly, Andrew Scott, welcome into the chat. Ando was my race engineer for WTCC last year in the Bathurst Enduro 2024. So good to see you in the chat, sir, and welcome in. But yeah, no, it's heating up. I think FR Racing are the ones to take this one out, and I definitely think Luke Smith will, over total time, will be the one that may take. Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, chat. Sorry. Will definitely be the one to take this one out. But Kay Hallas as well. He's had a good race, as well as Darren McSween.
Exactly right, and welcome into George Smith's daughter there as well. Family life, never too far away from the microphone, as most of us know, except for myself. Anyway, rapidly moving on from that topic, it is Porsche and P9. Les Sandwith finds himself in P10, but did a big fuel up, so he's got a lot of progress to make. Matt McCullum, teammate of Aiden Holton and Hutton. Hutton doing such a good job in P3, finishing in Stint 3. And really brought CP Motorsports back into the fold here after... I don't want to be mean, but it wasn't a great Stint 2 and Stint 3, unfortunately for them. Some early mistakes just cost them a little bit, but Hutton really brought them back into the action. Matt McCullum picked up damage, though, early on in this race. It's meant that, unfortunately, he's fallen back quite significantly. The 23 car was formerly in P3 in this race, so keep an eye on them. I think Matt McCullum's got the pace to bring them back into the action. There's still a long way to go. We're not even at a third distance just yet. The Chin moving down the chase and into the braking zone in a few moments' time in 12th position, followed by the number 96 PHE sports car in 13th position. The gap at the top, 7.6 seconds at the moment, and that is starting to eke towards the place that it needs to be. Stint Andrew will be working hard. Look at the consistency of these lap times. Let's just read this out so you all know how unbelievably consistent this is. A 47.6, 47.9, a bit of an outlier, 47.7, 47.9, 47.8, all since his pit stop. Before the pit stop, 47.8, 47.8. This man is doing identical laps all the way through, and he's done basically 21 identical laps at this point, except for that pit stop that he's done already. Similar story can be told about Prying Stingray, and Smith has been super consistent as well. Starting to lose a little bit of time on track, though, so whether it's just the exhaustion starting to breathe its way in, which, to be honest, let's be honest, not a surprise given the length of the racing today. The stream is going to be going for about 7 hours, and the racing probably about 6.5 hours out of that. 4 stints, 161 laps total at Bathurst today for the 1,000-kilometer race, and 7.9 seconds the gap now. So it's continuing to eke up. That's not surprising at the end of the day, but the question is damage limitation. Can the 78 limit the damage that Andrew Lee can inflict throughout this and bag themselves the overall aggregate win?
Indeed, I think they've been racing pretty solid so far for the number 78. Elzine did a great job as well for the number 78. Obviously in the retro Nissan livery, which is absolutely fantastic. But no, they're looking pretty solid so far, George. I mean, they are 14 seconds to the good from P3. And obviously Andrew Lee, as we know, is absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, for Smith here, he's going to have to push this car incredibly quick in order to stay within decent range of Andrew Lee, who seems to be completely cool and calm and collected, doing 47s consistently every single lap. So Smith has got to push, and you can see that with the body language of the car. You know, he's forcing the accelerator, he's forcing the rear end to step out, he's being aggressive on the inputs and the steering wheel, and you've got to do that if you're going to be catching and keeping up with Andrew Lee. And you know, that's where Andrew Lee shows his talent really at the end of the day. Smooth inputs everywhere and able to put these incredible lap times in there. Let's continue to look down and through the grid on lap 21, about to be on lap 22. Shallow entry line for Lemons there, but we know how quick he is. Qualified with a 1:47.7 to be on top for the beginning of this race for that standing start. He is 13 seconds behind Smith at the moment, 11 seconds in front of DJ Master, the top ART car. Sorry, the second ART car, and ART find themselves third and fourth already. I think my brain is starting to play tricks on me because it is sunset here at Bathurst, and the orange and black is starting to trick my eyes because it looks rather like twilight. It's all blurring together, George.
Indeed, and that's the mountain effect, as we say. But yeah, no, very happy with how Team ART are going at the moment. I'm very impressed with Xander Stewart for CP Motorsports up in, to 5th position. He does have a bit of a challenge on his hands, though, with Ian Ward for Team XV in the number 7 outfit, who's close on his tail, about a second or so behind. Nick Paratasso with the fresh pit will be chasing that down as well. Unfortunate for Matt McCullum in the CP number 23. They definitely had the pace to be up there, but as we know, George, it's on total time. It's not on where you finish.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Although, you know, you get a bit of clout for finishing in the top spots in each stint, but yeah, the calculation of the aggregate time will be the key thing. That'll happen after the race once all the results are aggregated and any post-race penalties are applied. The final results released on Discord and Facebook, I'm sure, and plugged all over the socials by the man who's joining me in the commentary box for this particular stint. So keep an eye out on the socials, and do remember, go and follow all the socials for Trackstars Racing Series on Instagram, Discord, and of course give us a like and a subscribe and a follow here on YouTube, and go and help out our primary sponsor TrackSpotTV as well. You can check them out on www.trackspot.tv, and in fact if you want to watch live on the website you can at www.trackspot.tv/live, and that's an easy way to go and get the links for YouTube instead of having to type in the name. So easy way to do it. But please go and support us at TrackSport TV. We are the primary sponsor of the Bathurst 1000, and we'll be returning for more coverage. Today's YouTube stream coming to you in both 2K at 60 FPS and 4K at 60 FPS. So if you've got a big tally at home, go and grab the family members, bring everyone around the large TV that I hope you have, and get down and watch some amazing racing action in these Group 2 machines. This has been brilliant so far today. Behind these guys, it is Porsche having a bit of a quiet race at the moment, and this is the lull that inevitably happens. We didn't actually see much of this in the shorter stints. Race 44-lap race, we did see a little bit as well. Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to George Smith for the moment, as he needs to go and look after the kids. George, thank you so much for being in the commentary box with us. Any final words before you head out for now?
No, and apologies, I can't stay for the full last stint, ladies and gentlemen, but what I will say is I've been extremely impressed with all the drivers. It seems like it's been extremely clean and fast Bathurst 1000, and I want to take this time to thank you all for checking in. And I want to thank you, George, and TrackSpot TV for coming on board and broadcasting this event. And I wish everyone the best for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. George Smith, ladies and gentlemen, joining me in the comms box, and of course driving for the 55 car, where we will, now that he's gone, we'll of course recount his incredible self-inflicted spin. Yes, he just jumped out of the comms box just as I said that. To the previous point that I was making, we're going to see the strategies start to diverge. This is the nature of endurance racing. Everyone starts together very close, but as the strategies and the speeds start to diverge, they do so all the way through to more or less 70% of the race. So we're seeing a little bit of a lull occur at the moment where the cars do get separated on grid and everyone just focusing in on their individual strategies. But in that last 20 or 30% of the race, everything starts to come back together. The tapestry of the race starts to reform, and we'll see a number of battles, battle packs start to reform in the later part of this race. So blue flags out there for the Chin. Bazza making his way around the track, and Arnie still, unfortunately, quite a distance down, nearly a lap down already. In fact, more than a lap's time, 2 minutes 36 on our race leader. He'll probably be catching him up in relatively short order here. So keep me company, ladies and gentlemen who are in chat. If you are keen to jump into the commentary box as a driver, as an informed driver, you're more than welcome to. We can kind of do a half semi-interview, as well as you helping me commentate on the rest of the race. So if you are keen, do let us know. Let Nick Pautasso or George Smith know, and we will get you in here. And if you want to do an interview as well, let us know. Plenty of time for that in the remainder of this race. But for now, I'll be solo in the commentary box, so let me know your questions, give me some comments and stuff in the chat, and we can deal with those and get the conversation going. For the moment, 9 seconds the gap now. Out in the front is the Racing Medium tyres, starting to get a little bit worse for wear. Both of the ITSFR Racing car. So, number 30 is also having some struggles, especially through Hell Quarter. It looks like Lemons is taking that with rather a lot of ferocity to the body of the language of the car, and it might just be the latency. There's a little bit of latency today, unfortunately, as we see a purple Sector 1 there for Lemons. The number 30 car on a really good run, and overall, I'd probably argue the aggregate time for Lemons is quite likely to put them in at least third position. Unlikely to see them get up ahead of the FR cars. They are just absolutely flying, and their aggregate overall time is just going to be monumental. So suspecting they'll probably be at least 30, maybe even 35 seconds clear of the remainder of the field once everything is added up at the end of this race. DJ Master going to be a similar story for him. Looks like a pit stop on the cards for DJ Master as well. Had to pit early as a result of damage incurred on, I think it was the third lap of the race. We are approaching half distance as part of stint 4, so coming towards the end of the Bathurst 1000. The sun is setting over the mountain, is setting on this 1,000 kilometer race as well. I was kind of hoping for a bit of night racing. Hopefully you guys like night racing. I like night racing. Night racing at the mountain is terrifying. I do recall at one point being tricked into doing a night race in the GT7 karts, which do not have headlights around the mountain. Let's just say that race lasted all of about 5 meters, because we couldn't see even 5 meters ahead of us. Crashes has ensued, and we ended up off the track in the barrier with big penalties to our name. So that was a successful race. Ian Ward in P6 for Team XV. Still got that damage on the front part of the car, so he's not going to be feeling particularly comfortable in that. And you can see 1 second off his personal best time at the moment. So losing pace at the moment in the number 7 and losing pace to Xander Stewart. These two were locked in a battle earlier in the race. Xander Stewart just going hammer and tong and able to make his way past the GTR. And that looks like a pit stop. Yes, it is. We see DJ Master coming into the pits as well, and Xander Stewart won't have to be looking in his rear view mirrors any longer, or at least for the foreseeable future. And DJ Master in the number 7 car, both in the pit lane. For Race Pig, though, I think this is just we're bleeding time issue. He's got plenty of fuel on board. He'll probably put a little bit into the fuel tank just to make sure he's able to make it through to a decent part of the next stint. Probably looking for only one more pit stop in this race, although he may go for full fuel. We'll keep an eye on that. DJ Master, similar story, but fresh tyres, fully repaired car, I imagine is going to be the case for both of them. Let's keep an eye on that as we do see... Oh, Nick Spud having a big moment at Murray's corner. That is not a moment that you want to be experiencing at all. That's what we call code brown. So underpants are always available in the pit stop. Of course, code brown, an official racing term nowadays. And there we go. It's going to be nearly full fuel for DJ Master. Ian Ward's going to go full fuel. Oh, Ian Ward and the number 7 picks up a 3-second penalty. That'll be for pit lane entry most likely, although maybe one of you caught it there on stream. It looked like he was a little bit wide on exit, so I wonder if he picked that up on exit. I don't think you usually pick up penalties for the exit as much. It's usually the pit entry, and especially at Bathurst, you have to be going about 60 kilometers an hour before you get into that sort of nasty snaking S's that force you to slow down into the pit lane. Running too wide across the white lines on the pit entry to Bathurst is an absolute nightmare. Will cause you to end up with this large penalty on track. That's going to convert to probably 4.5 to 5 seconds worth of time loss. So it means that he's not in a position to push against DJ Master, who's in 8th position. Matt McCullum also starting to recover from what was a bit of a dismal start for the 23. He started in 3rd, got consumed by the field, made a mistake, ended up in the barrier with damage and had to come into the pit. So they're on a recovery drive right now. Teammates Aidan Holton, Nathan Hutton, taking the car all the way up to P3 at the end of stint 3. And now in the situation where Matt's got to make up time and hope that they can get a good overall aggregate time. Blue flags for You Gotta Be Joking. Bob Norley getting blue flagged by Andrew Lee. So that is going to be one of those ones where you just have to go and accept the fact that you are being overtaken by the race leader before the halfway mark of this race. Blue flags for Bazza, and Arnie as well will be getting those blue flags too. Keeping an eye on P1. 10.5 seconds to gap. Needs to be at least double that to make up the aggregate time. So Andrew Lee's got to keep on pushing. Look at the state of his tyres. He's definitely pushing the car because Stingray, who I believe pitted 1 lap later, so should by default have some better tyres on the car, finds himself in a better traction position than Distinct Andrew. But lap time still in the 47s, only 1 lap time so far, dipping into the 48, 7/1000ths of a second quicker than his top 6 qualifying time, where he put in a 1:48 flat to secure himself 4th position. Aidan Holton, by the way, you're in chat. You did promise us something when you said when you were in the commentary box for your interview after the top 6 shootout, and I hope you're a man of your word, because you did promise us something. You were caught in 4K for all time, and of course Andrew Lee didn't qualify on pole position. Probably should have, by all means, but the bet did not go your way. Blue flags for Arnie, and that'll be Distinct Andrew getting past in a few moments' time. Tricky to do blue flags over the top of the mountain. I've been in that position. You've probably been in that position. And certainly Arnie's in that position right now. Where do you even pull off the road? You don't. You keep on going until it's safe. So basically wait until Forest Elbow, go deep into the corner, let the faster driver come on through on the inside line, and then you're all good and you haven't compromised yourself too much onto the straight because it's a low-speed corner at the bottom of the hill here. So let's see what Andrew does here. Yeah, it's going to be past Arnie in relatively short order. Arnie's is going to hold the inside line there. Doesn't lose too much time. So actually, that's probably a better way to get the blue flag done in this. So Ridwan coming in with some facts here. This is great. Thank you. Stingray in the lead by 55 seconds before the start of the sprint. Lemons a further 58 seconds back. Okay, so we thought it might have been 35 seconds or so that Distinct Andrew would need to finish ahead of Stingray to make this a aggregate win for the number 1 car. But by all tokens, Ridwan, if that's what you're telling me is true, then he needs to be a minute ahead. I don't really see how. Whoa, well, that's maybe how you could do it if you started to crash, but big moment at Murray's Bend there for Smith. But Smith would have to finish over a minute behind Distinct Andrew in order to make up the aggregate time. The 78 car, wow, they're in a good position. We're halfway through this race. They've only got a 10-second deficit to the number 1 car, and that means that they'd have to have some sort of huge mistake in this race and really take themselves out of it by up to a minute to really lose out the aggregate time. Thank you for giving us that information, Ridwan. We thought it was a lot closer. Actually turns out the number 78 car really can just chill. And I think that's what I would do, Ridwan. If I were you know, there's not much you can do from the number 1's perspective at the end of the day, is there? But certainly from Stingray's perspective, he doesn't need to take any risks in this race. Already halfway through, he's doing 48s. Andrew Lee's doing 47s. I mean, beautifully consistent. Really, really consistent. Although, admittedly, that last lap, not particularly good compared to the others, I should say. But the 78 car can pretty much chill in this race at the moment. They have to finish a minute or more behind Andrew Lee to lose the aggregate lead at the Bathurst 1000. Incredible. Thank you for the info there. Ridwan, if you could tell us who P3, P4 is and who's battling for that. I suspect it's the ART cars. But if you can do some math for us, I'm sure everyone would be intrigued to figure it out, because I'll tell you what, I do not have a good enough memory to hold all of that information in my head at once. So I haven't got a calculator and all the information at my fingertips to actually tell you what that looks like. Distinct Andrew into the pits. And of course, still in this lull period halfway through the race. Endurance racing is like this. Xander Stewart has picked up some damage on his CP Motorsports car. So the 44 is looking a little worse for wear. Will it affect his lap times? It looks like it hasn't for the moment, unless this is recent damage. Yeah, he's 1.8 seconds down on his personal best. So he has had an accident this lap and put himself into a rather compromised position. Both the 78 and 55 now go up into, or number 30 I should say, go up into P1, P2 as Distinct Andrew gets a refuel of his car. Porsche in 5th position now. No damage on the car, doing very well. Les Samwith in 6th position. Being chased down at the moment by Nick Pautasso. So this is a good comeback drive, I think, for the Mash Spuds Racing team. In terms of their aggregate time, I'm not 100% sure what is going to be happening. We shall keep an eye on that. But overall, Nick Pautasso having a bit of a better time than he did in the previous stint. Stint 3 didn't really go his way, let's be completely honest with you. We may get him in for an interview post-race. And we'll see what he has to say about it. Either way, for Mash Spuds Racing, it's been a bit of an interesting weekend regardless. Xander Stewart does come into the pits as well. We'll get a full tank of fuel. Repairs the car as well. Yes, he is. Very important to get that done. He'll go 100 litres on board. Yep, full repairs on that. Ian Ward comes on through. This will be a bit close on the exit. No, it won't be as close as I thought it was. Xander Stewart out to a decent lead there over Ian Ward. And will, of course, have the grip advantage as well. So Matt McCullum is the one now chasing down the cars ahead. Prying Stingray, the number 78 car, comes into the pits. They'll go for most likely a full fuel stint and a fresh set of tyres on this one. Looking further down the grid, P11. It's PHE Sports and Bob Norley. Then Bazza for WRT and P12 and Arnie for PHE Sports as well, rounding out your grid at the moment. So into the pits for the 78, into the pits for the number 30 car. And a critical moment for both of these guys. I don't know what kind of catch-up mechanism is going to be in play here for Lemons. I mean, he is sitting about, I think it's about 12 seconds is the deficit between himself and the 78 car. So that's P2 that he's trying to chase down. And I think at this point, it's a bit of damage limitation, really, for the number 30. They're going to take P3 comfortably in this race, but they probably won't be chasing down P2, unfortunately. There you go, you can see. Still putting fuel in the car for the number 30. Prying Stingray already released from the pits. And there goes Porsche, who will actually inherit, I think, not quite, nearly inherits a podium position for a lap. Unfortunately for Porsche, that won't be the case throughout the remainder of the race, and we'll have to come into the pits relatively soon. LJ under attack by Nick Pautasso. Here we go, finally some action on track. Been a bit of a lull here as the strategies do get themselves figured out. As I said before, this is the nature of endurance racing. Things move apart and you get gaps everywhere, and then they come back together towards the end of the race. Nick Pautasso wants the inside line, but it's covered off nicely by Les Sandwith and forces the Match Spuds racing car to go round the outside. Last time he did this, he hit the barrier. He hits the barrier again, but he holds a position. Oh, that is a scrappy moment between the two cars. I don't think they picked up damage, luckily. LJ absolutely had the rights to the corner there. He was ahead. Oh, touch of the rear barrier, rear bumper of Les Sandwith's car. So Nick was very, very quick through and up the cutting, but into quarry. They have come together ever so slightly yet again. So Nick driving the wheels off the Mash Spuds Racing. Now I'm thinking about my dinner now. Mashed spuds. I'd like to have some mashed spuds. Anyway, before I get distracted by what may be ahead of me in terms of my dinner, Nick is really driving the wheels off the Lexus at the moment, and it's going to be Lexus versus Nissan. Heading in through Forest Elbow. Tighter line there for Nick. What's the state of the tyres between them yet? It's the end of the stint for Les. Probably about the middle of the stint here for Nick. So Nick should be able to get past in relatively short order. Shame he couldn't execute that overtake into Griffin's Bend. That would have been the perfect place to do it, but he'll have a chance into the chase. What's it going to be here? Let's see. No send for Nick Pautasso. Doesn't want to risk it for the biscuit right now. Another chance coming up for him into Murray's, but it's going to be into the pit lane for Les Sandwith. And that is going to release Nick Pautasso nicely into clean air for some time as he chases down Porsche for the WRT car. Quite the gap though, 18 seconds ahead. So he's got a bit of work to do. And of course, he's got ART firing on all pistons right behind him to the 55 car, formerly driven by George Smith. And of course, McSweeney and Field, the three-person team in ART, driving after Nick Spud and trying to bring them back into contention. Great start to this race for ART in Stint 4, but it's not gone quite the way that they wanted to. But again, overlapping strategies, a little bit hard to tell where everyone really sits in the overall. Maybe we'll get some information sent our way at some point so we can figure out who may be where in terms of the aggregate time. So for anyone who has that data, do let us know in the commentary box. You can send me a direct message or post it on into the studio. It'd be much appreciated to be able to hear exactly where things are standing for that. Xander Stewart behind them, racing mediums, basically full fuel on the car. Through Skyline, onto the brakes. Get it turned in off the brakes. Don't want to be on the brakes as you're turning in through the corner. Especially on the downhill. Gets very, very tricky with these cars, these Group 2 GT500s. I do love them. They are so much fun, but at Bathurst, they really present a completely unique challenge. You take these guys to Fuji or Autopolis. Totally different beast. Flat track, FIA Grade 2/1. Take it to Suzuka. Beautiful to drive these cars around Suzuka, but I tell you, driving these cars at Bathurst, I wouldn't want to be in the car at the moment, but providing a lot of entertainment for me watching along at the moment. Ooh, little moment there. Xander Stewart really pushing the car early on the accelerator for this man. He likes to try and get the car going in a straight line as soon as possible. It is chewing up fuel though rather quickly. Porsche for WRT into the pits. Will be probably filling up to full 33 laps through. That gives us 28 laps remaining. If I do a quick bit of math, probably about 140 kilometers to go in this 1,000 kilometer race. Is over 860 kilometers performed by the combination of drivers in their teams. What an event, and what a place to go racing. Ian Ward behind them. in 7th at the moment for the Team XV car. We've had some commentators say this is one of the favourite liveries. I do like it, I have to admit. Give me a black bonneted Nismo any day of the week. In fact, let us know in chat, who do you think has the best livery of the weekend? I think I know who I'm picking, because I'm a PlayStation 2 fan. So for those who know, then you know. Let us know who your livery favourite is. We'll have a little unofficial livery competition for the last 28 laps of this race. Of course, this is PH Esports. We've got WRT looking all purple and green. We've got the Team XV. You've got the CP Motorsports cars. Always looking fancy, these guys. I do love the colour scheme. As you can see, matches quite well to the colour scheme I've chosen for TrackSpotTV. That's another car. This is the livery that people have been talking about. Tribute livery. It is beautiful. As I understand it, this was the livery used on the release car in Gran Turismo 4 for the Nismo GT500. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do know that it was a car first released in Gran Turismo 4, and this was the livery that got shipped with it. Really cool to watch. And then, of course, you've got the ART liveries, looking slightly green, but mostly orange and black. I think it's a really clean livery, this one. Anything with orange, you might be able to tell who I support in Formula 1 based on this, but certainly orange car is something I absolutely love to see. And then, of course, you've got the Mash Spud racing car. It's also slightly orange. Different shade. Slightly different shade of orange. More like a, I don't know, a sunset orange, I suppose. Only 2 seconds between him and the 55 ART car, so Nick's got a lot of work to do, and nearly even Stevens on the strategy between the two. Tyre advantage, though, to the 55. As he makes his way up and in towards Frog Hollow. Down the hill we go. In through the right-hand side, loop it in. Full throttle through here. Now through McPhillamy. They're still full throttle. Takes a lot of confidence to know the angles that you need to take. Now off the throttle, slight dab on the brakes, down a couple of gears. Get it looped in. You don't want to be on the brakes through this. I said that a couple of laps ago. Do not want to be on the brakes. You'll send the car sideways. Not particularly comfortable with the transversal energy being sent through the car at that point. And the tyres at some point just give up. So there you go. There's a closer look at the ART livery. The number 55. Got some Monster Energy logos on the side. All done up in orange. 34 laps in. Not long to go. Been a fantastic race so far. Let us know who your favorite liveries are in chat, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, if anyone does want to join us in the commentary box, that would be most appreciated. Nice to have a comms partner. Unfortunately, George Smith having to jump away to deal with some family matters. Nick Pautasso is driving, and unfortunately Isaac Fogarty not feeling too well. So it's up to you guys in chat. Keep me company. 35 laps in. Let's see what the gap is at the top. It is 13.5 seconds. It's not growing at the rate it needs to be. This needs to say about 58 seconds between him, Andrew Lee, and Prying Stingray. If he cannot build that gap, that is going to be it. And it will be aggregate time and advantage to the 78 car, looking to bag their first, I believe, Bathurst 1000 win. And round 10 of the 2025 Trackstars Racing Series Enduro will be going to them, maximum points. And taking a look at the current standings at the moment. In the driver standings, it is Ridwan Hamza on top on 1,435 points, 1,165 points to DJ Master in the 55 car. And behind him, by not too much, exactly 400 points behind Ridwan Hamza. It is, of course, Kiwi Matt McCullum for CP Motorsports. Team XV and Ian Ward finds himself in 4th position on 979 points. This is the overall standings, of course, in the 2025 touring cars at TrackSpot, the TSTC. Matt Donetti, not able to make it today, unfortunately. 926 points, and only 5 points behind him, it's Nick Scott Knight Walker, driving for WRT. And did a fantastic job, I must admit, in the third stint of this race. Keith in chat saying, "Don't tell the boss, but I'm a fan of the ART livery." Shh, we won't tell anyone, okay? I promise you that, right? We won't tell anyone, okay? That's between you and me, Keith. But the ART livery, it's pretty good, okay? All right. We'll go and talk to the others now. Yeah, so all the liveries looking pretty good out there on track, I have to admit. No one in particular stands out, I have to admit. There is something special about red and blue and white. You might tell from the accent. Either way, before I start losing my mind entirely, Les Sandwith is currently P8 in the overall championship on 901 points. So between P5 and P7, not a lot of points between them at all. So this is significant, today's race, for the driver standings and the team standings. You might be able to guess this one, but FR Racing on top with 2,383 points and on track at the moment to maybe find themselves into an even better situation at the end of this race. Spud still hanging on. DJ Master not making too much progress on him at the moment. Look at that sun setting over the top of the mountain. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? This is one of the greatest reasons to be driving at Bathurst, especially with the beautiful weather and the graphics in GD7. Coming to you live, of course, in 1440p and 4K, all at 60 FPS. Hope you guys are enjoying the quality of the stream today. CP Motorsports in second on 2,076 points, 307 behind FR Racing. So a good result today would have really launched them through, but a poor result at Spa has cost them that. ART, 1,980 and less than 100 points between CP and ART at the moment in the overall TSTC team standings. Team XV behind them in P4 by not much as well, exactly 100 points behind. As the gap does close, DJ Master on a brilliant lap at the moment. Spud's just made a couple of small mistakes there that is costing him some serious time. As we head down to the 37th lap of this race, matched Spud's Racing in P5, followed by WRT and PHE Sports. So that's your team standings at the moment. Let's have a little look at the 2024 results for Bathurst. It was itself FR Racing, CP Motorsports, and then WTC actually had a really good race there. 787. You might know what the number is. I think we know who the 787 car is. Ando_787. Ring a bell. WRT or WTC Racing. That it was Mashbud's Racing. It's FR Racing actually finished their 95 car in 5th for that one. So WRT was 6th. And Kiwi Pit Lane, recently acquired by one of the teams on the grid. I can't recall who. It was mentioned earlier on by one of our co-commentators, but I do not recall at the moment. So here we go. Let's keep an eye. Oh, beautiful views. I'm probably going to say that every single time we get to the top of the mountain now. Oh, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Spud looking a little bit worse for wear now. The tyre's starting to go away from a much better tyre life for DJ Master. So he is going to be sitting pretty in this race. Of course, that's McSweeney jumping in the 55 car. I think he's in charge of this 55 car because he's got 55 in the name, 55 on the car at the moment. And my spotter's guide, of course, telling me it's George Smith and Jay Field. I can't remember the first name, unfortunately. Jason? Jared? Someone can tell me in chat. Oh, little moment there for Nick Pautasso. It's just costing him more and more. When is he going to come into the pits? I mean, he is losing a lot of time currently in the 49s, whereas DJ's well into the 48. So a second a lap faster right now is the 55 car. Mashbud's Racing under a lot of pressure. They probably won't fight this too much at this stage of the race, but they're going to have to look at maybe getting into the pits, getting a fresh set of tyres. We are only 13 laps to the end of this race. Not long to go here as we finish off the Bathurst 1000 at Trackstars Racing touring cars. Let's take a quick look around the grid. This is getting closer and closer. There won't be an opportunity over the mountain unless there's a big mistake. Xander Stewart 6th, Ian Ward 7th. You've got to be joking. Bob Norley in P8. Porsche comes out behind him. He's on much fresher tyres, as you can see. So suspect there'll be an overtake there by Porsche in a short order. LJ also on fresh tyres, followed by Matt McCullum. Still trying to get his way back up into a decent finishing position for CP Motorsports. Baza on fresh tyres on his outlap at the moment, followed by Arnie, also about to be blue flagged as he heads up the hill for the 38th time of this race. Look how close this is getting now. Matter of when, not if, unfortunately, for Nick Spud. We'll go on board the rear camera and see if we can catch the action. Unfortunately, the controller has turned itself off. There we go. Rear camera view for Nick Pautasso. There's an opportunity into the chase here, I think, for GJ Master, but not the best getaway through Forest Elbow. Nice rear view gorgeous look up the back of the mountain. You can see the Mount Panorama sign there, like the Hollywood sign, except flat. No opportunity into the chase for DJ Master. He's got to keep it smooth. He's dealing with the dirty air that's coming off the back of the Lexus now. Needs to take that into account when he's entering these corners. Oh, still a bit squiggly there from Nick Pautasso, and it's dark enough for headlights. Here we go. It's twilight officially here at Bathurst. 12 laps to go. Oh, Nick Pautasso. He's doing his best to keep traction, but let's be honest, it's not really working out that well at the moment because it's going to be an opportunity to overtake. Here comes DJ Master. McSweeney goes for the inside line. So we barrel our way up the mountain straight into Griffiths Bend. Yeah, that's a pretty easy overtake. And as we said, it was really a matter of when, not if, for the 55 car. ART find themselves now in 4th position, but over a minute delta to Andrew Lee. 30 seconds up the road is Lemon, so the other ART car up in 3rd, decent way in front of the 55, so the number 30 seconds in front. Coincidence? I think not. No, I'm not going to put my conspiracy hat on at this point, but certainly Lemons has been driving well. He's in the doldrums, though, let's be honest. 14 seconds in front of him is Stingray. And 30 seconds behind his counterpart at the number 55 ART garage. And, of course, the gap between the two leaders, 16.5 seconds. It is increasing. And sorry, it's not 12 laps to go. What am I talking about? I can't do math, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you've got to help me in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to get there and chat, tell me when I'm wrong. It's 21 laps to go. So still a long way to go in this race, and they'll be trying to make it, I think, to that 50 lap mark. Once we get approximately to that level, there'll be another flurry of pit stops. Looks like Andrew Lee's going to have another 6 or so laps as we barrel into the deeper part of Twilight. Down the hill we go. Lovely lines taken. You see the front of the car lifting off as they head through the dipper. That's how long these cars are. They are very long, these GT500 cars. Little impact on the side of the barrier there for Andrew Lee. Won't cost him too much overall. Down the hill now for the 78. We follow through shortly by Lemons in the number 30. So ART on for a good run here. This is what they were hoping to get in Stint 2. P3 and P4. Be a fair understanding that they're not really competing against FR Racing at the moment. They are the nearest competitor to FR Racing, but such is the pedigree at FR Racing. I don't think most of the grid is actually really considering whether or not they're going to be able to fight these guys. I tell you, that pedigree is something very, very special, which is why they are 3-time winners here at the Bathurst 1000 and set to do it again here tonight. Don't you just love this time of night in the game? It is beautiful. Let's go on board with Porsche for a lap, and he's going to show us exactly what it looks like to go round a lap of Bathurst at this time of night. So here we go, on board. Blue flags being shown. I'm not completely sure who that is ahead, and actually quite a laggy connection here with Porsche GT. Up the hill we go. Aim for the tree that's directly in front, then you turn in. These cars doesn't really matter as much for GT3 races. You've got to aim for that eucalyptus tree and then absolutely send it on the steering wheel to the left to try and get the car to grip and go in. Now off the throttle, only as you come into that secondary braking zone, the second apex through there. So nicely done by Porsche, finding some pace late in this race. 21 laps to go. Wind has also cooled down, so as the track cools down and we go into the evening, it is going to be a slightly lesser wind that we're dealing with as well for the drivers. So a decent run for the WRT 26, or 926 I should, no, it is the 26 car. DeWitt at the helm, making some progress on Bob Norley ahead for PH Esports. Gonna be pitting. He's not gonna be joking. He's gonna be pitting very, very soon. Low fuel. TCS on, being chased down at the moment. Blue flagged teammate there in Arnie, in between the two cars. He's gonna have to get out of the way shortly for Porsche, and then the battle then is really on between these two cars. 270. Looks to be about the maximum speed you can get to up the mountain straight. 294.5, I think, is what we've seen. At the moment, Arnie not doing probably what he needs to be to actually get out of the way. Let's just go and find them. There we go. Yeah, blue flags. It's been on for a while. Really should be getting out of the way of Porsche, for Porsche GT to come on through. Typical rules of blue flags is pull over when safe, but had a lot of chances to do that on the mountain straight and into Griffin's Bend. Not doing that at the moment, although admittedly might be looking to get past their teammate on pretty decent tyres. As it stands right now, we'll try to return to that battle in a few moments' time there at P8, P9. There you can see. You got to be joking, we'll be pitting this lap. Porsche, though, should really have been let past. There we go. Is that Arnie getting off the throttle, letting Porsche through? Should be doing so. Don't want to be waiting too long, or you will be taking a trip to the steward's office. Arnie doesn't want to lose any time, but Porsche will be you have to let them through. Ian Ward comes on through as a thank you light given there by Porsche. So appreciating the fact that Arnie is jumping out of the way. Into the pits for Ian Ward. Where is he at right now? Let's see. So fresh medium tyres go on. Fuel goes into the car. You've got to be joking coming in. The smell of an oily rag. 0 litres in the car. Just be provided some awesome data by Ridwan Hamza. Thank you so much for this. So I'm able now to give you a better idea of the overall gaps. Okay. So I'm trying to read this correctly. Ridwan, you might have to help me on this one. So let me know if I get this right or not. We are just watching a pit lane refuel happen, which is not particularly interesting. Let's go on board with our leader for a moment here, as I do try and figure out the results that have been given. I've been given provisional results for the aggregate times, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly how this all stitches together, and I'll be able to give you a breakdown of exactly who is where in this aggregate. So it is at the moment P1, the number 78 car, as expected. Total deficit to 0 would be 10.4 seconds. I think I'm reading that right. Or if that's the deficit to the previous car, then we are in all sorts of different territory. But I think that's correct. So 55 seconds is the gap. So that is the delta required by Andrew Lee to finish with the number 1 car ahead of the number 2 car. As I'm seeing there, it was a 44-second difference in stint 2 for the number 78, who won that stint, of course. There's two stints they have won, stint 2 and stint 3. A combined delta to the number 1 car of 65 seconds, but with a 10.4 seconds delta between them and Andrew Lee at the end of stint 1, that comes down to 55 seconds that they need to gain. So really, at the end of the day, this is not swinging the way of the number 1 car. Importantly, while they may win here in stint 4, the 44-second delta that they incurred during stint 2 is probably going to cost them the win of the 2025 Bathurst 1000. So that is massive. At the moment, it's really going to be, can Prying Stingray do consistent laps and not crash the car too much to put himself really out of contention? If they are able to stay on the same strategy and on the lead lap with Distinct Andrew, they will win the Bathurst 2025. Behind them, it is the number 30 car. So it is Lemons in the number 30 with his teammate Andrews and Andrew, Halas and Robbins. ART Motorsport have 123 second delta, but right behind them the 23 car. So a massive, massive battle. A huge battle. But the question is, where is the number 23? Well, they are in 5th position at the moment. No, they are not. They are in 8th. They are in 8th position right now. So Matt McCullum, unfortunately, with the damage he picked up earlier, has likely cost them the chance to pick up a P3 in this race, as he does get blue flagged. So on track for stint 4, currently in P3. The number 30 car is in P3 in the overall aggregate times. They are sitting over 2 minutes to the delta of P1, and no way they're going to catch up with P2, given the delta that they've got. but only a second difference in delta between them and P4. But given that Lemons is in P3 and their competitor, the number 23 CP Motorsports car, is in P8, unlikely that that is going to switch around. So a likely podium finish for the ART number 30. Behind the 23 in P4 for aggregate time, it is McSweeney, Field, and Smith for the number 55 ART car. They have 176 seconds of delta, and they have 12 seconds of delta back to the 32 car. Now that is interesting because we do have Spud there in 6th position. Well, he's 47 seconds behind the 44. And where is the 55? That is the 55 there. So the 55 car comfortably ahead of Mash Spud's Racing, and they'd have to have an awful mistake happen later in this race. However, Nick Spud has pitted. This may get awfully close. Okay, that is the battle. It's going to be Mash Spud's Racing, the 32 car, versus the 55 for P5 in the overall aggregates. Behind them, it's a sizable gap. It's another 11 seconds back to the number 7. So we'll try and find them on track. It's not P5. I think it might be P9. Yeah, that is their team car. So where is the other car? Oh, I have to go and find this for us, ladies and gentlemen. Try and find where the other car is. I think it's You Gotta Be Joking. No, it certainly isn't. Les Samwith. I thought that was the number 7. A little bit hard to catch the car numbers on the side. That's the 15. So where is this? This one here. It's Ian Ward. Of course. No apologies. Getting late in the day here, ladies and gentlemen. Ian Ward and Kelly in the number 7. And they need to finish at least 12 seconds ahead of Nick Pautasso, which they're currently 3 seconds in the delta too. So this is another battle. It's Spud versus the 55 car, as we do see a flurry of pit activity. 17 laps to the end of this race. So we are entering the final part. We will be night racing in a short amount of time, I suspect, here. Ella, welcome in to chat. Ben Perkin, welcome back into chat as well. Lap 45 now for Nick Spud. In Ward getting blue flagged, so got traffic coming on through. Distinct Andrew, of course, is in the pits. A little bit earlier than his counterpart in the number 78. Finding themselves now in the lead of this race. They'll do one more lap and come in for their final pit stop. Same deal here for the number 30. Is looking like those guys are going to wrap up the podium for the team finishes at the TSTC Bathurst 1000, sponsored by TrackSpotTV. Again, let us know if you've got any questions in chat. Do feel free to ask them. Keep me a little bit company here, as I'm alone in the commentary box after what has been a 6-hour broadcast so far. Find myself at the end with no co-commentators to help keep me company. So, so it's up to you guys in chat to keep me company. Let us know how you found the racing today at the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Have you enjoyed it? Have you enjoyed the high-quality 1440p and 4K streaming? Let us know. Who's your favorite driver? Who's your favorite livery? All of the questions. All of the questions on the mind. We'll keep an eye. Andrew has come out of the pits and onto his final stint of the race. Behind him, Xander Stewart in the 44. Impressive today, but given the delta, because Nicholson sat in the pits for 3.5 minutes in stint 2, it means that they are dead last in terms of the standings, unlikely to make it back up. Unfortunately, they really needed to get back out of the pits and just carry on trundling around the circuit. Even if it was slow, it wouldn't have been 3.5 minutes. Their delta to the leader in stint 2, 550 seconds. So obviously that has put them dead last by some margin, unfortunately. So despite Xander going fast at the moment, it's not going to come of anything, unfortunately. Even a 4th position finish in stint 4, while it will be some clout to take home, won't affect the aggregate standings. Both P1, P2 will come into the pits, get stopped to get their tyres changed, and Distinct Andrew coming through Murray's Bend and overtaking another back marker. That's Arnie. Will find his way back into P1 of this race. Fuel going in for Stingray and shortly for the number 30 car. Let's go around the grid, see if we can pick out any key moments here. Things haven't been stitching themselves back together particularly quickly at the end of this race. 15 laps to go. Not far, ladies and gentlemen. Ian Ward trying to catch up to Nick Spud, but a couple of seconds lost in the last couple of laps there. Lap time's looking a little bit shabby. 150.7. He's already 0.2 of a second down on this lap, whereas Spud has been consistently in the low 49s, high 48s. Spools up the turbo. Heads all the way through the exit of Forest Elbow, and will be topping out at about 295 kilometers an hour down the back straight. Thank you very much, Ella, for your kind words, saying Trackstar streams look great, and I thought the shootout commentary was fire. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. That's, of course, on behalf of TrackSpotTV. Not Trackstars, but TrackSpotTV, bringing you the broadcasting and commentary all the way through the weekend, with some guests, of course, from the Trackstars ecosystem, George Smith, Nick Pautasso, who is also happens to be part of TrackSpotTV, and Isaac Fogarty, who's been involved in years past. Oh, look at the flames from Nick Pautasso's car. This is why I love this time at night. I got to be honest with you. See the flames and the tires and the, well, not the tires, but the brakes. And they're getting oh so hot as they go into these corners at full speed. Beautiful time of night to go racing. Of course, these GT500 cars loaded with power, so you can hear the rumbling of the engine as they back out of the throttle and downshift sequentially through the gears. Absolutely fantastic. A little bit messy there from Nick Pautasso. He'll recover that in due time, of course. Ian Ward behind him, catching up a fair bit, but still sitting at 5.3 seconds. He does have the pace. He's able to put the high 48s in, but needs to be doing that lap after lap and preferably getting into the 48.5s. He may be trying to save a bit of fuel, but he's got plenty on board. Just needs to start really dialing in his tires, getting into a situation where he can really push at the end of this race. Final pit stop now for Xander Stewart. He's been doing so well. Stint 2, Stint 3, pushing like no one else was pushing, really, except for maybe Ridwan Hamza, who was going hammer and tong in those stints and trying to make up positions and offset the 3-second penalty and crash that he had in Stint 2, which put them so many seconds behind the number 78, and that's a deficit that unfortunately the number 1 is yet to make up and probably will not in the remainder of this race. 14 laps to go, of course. In P7, Ian Ward, as mentioned before. P8, it is LJ, the number 15 car, currently sitting P8 in the aggregate times, and only about 11 seconds behind their counterparts in the number 7, so Team XV close together on track. But unfortunately for themselves, 30 seconds separated currently. So at the moment, the number 7 will be finishing ahead in the aggregate times for the race. For those of you who don't know how this works or would like to know why I keep talking about the aggregate times, the Bathurst 1000 not split up, of course, into a single race. It's split up into 4 individual stints. You can see top left there, it says Stint 4. This is the 4th stint, 61 laps for this one, 161 laps total in this race. And so what happens is we take the deltas between the finishes in each stint and they all get added up. So that added up delta between the cars is what the aggregate is. So we judge the overall winner by the aggregate delta, not by the number of wins you take or where you finish at the end of Stint 4. Wade Von Duve jumping into chat. Slappers, nice to have you in here, mate. Saying, loving the stream and commentating, but I feel really bad, to no fault of mine, with some hardware issues in Stint 2, not getting 100% throttle. Then to make matters worse, 5 laps ago, my wheel died, finished on controller. Wade, that is... We did see it. We saw the throttle was not engaging correctly. I have had the same problem with my G29 before. Once it happens, there's not much you can do, because it's, whether it's dust or it's a small failure with the pedals or whatever it is. So really unlucky there, mate, because you were on an absolute run for the team, and especially after the Matt had to pull out and you found yourself in a 3-man team. Not to say that's a bad thing, but certainly a sudden rapid change to your plans, and then of course your controller, or your wheel, so to speak, making that even worse. So commiserations to you, mate, but you drove well. Given the situation, I thought you drove very well. So you can take that home, of course, and bear in mind that your team's in actually a very good position. Yes, it might have been a little bit better had the hardware issues not happened, but at the end of the day, mate, you know, you guys have all worked together as a team, and that's what matters in endurance racing. Endurance racing, I've always said this, and I'll say it again, this is my classic line every time I do an endurance race. You don't win by winning the race in an endurance race. You win by finishing the race in an endurance race. Yes, people will be faster, but at the end of the day, endurance racing is about having and creating those memories in a race situation that is so unique and puts so much pressure on us. The camaraderie built and the friendships built through endurance racing are unlike any other. You don't make the same friendships in sprint racing. You can, but I don't think you form as many memories. When you've done a 6-hour race together, late on a Sunday, no matter what happens through thick and thin, those friendships and memories last for a long, long time. So, in my opinion, that makes us all winners in endurance racing. And of course, Distinct Andrew, you know, he's going to win this stint, most likely. Most likely we're going to see the 78 car win the overall aggregate at Bathurst 1000, an accolade in and of itself, but the memories created certainly worth it. But commiserations, of course, Wade. I'm sure you'll come back for St. Croix and hopefully able to get those issues fixed up. We're going to do a cycle through the grid. We have 11 laps to go. We're on the 50th lap of 61 here as we round out the 1,000 kilometers. We have got about 65 kilometers to go in this race. That means we have done 935 kilometers out of the 1,000. Right at the death of the race now. Andrew is in the lead. 21 seconds and flashing of the lights, and that is not... Yeah, that is... that is a blue flag. That is one of the PHE sports cars. Flashing his lights at the person in P2, Les Smith. Luke Smith? Actually, someone can remind me of his first name. I've only got last names at the moment. But Smith and LZ, and of course in the 78 car. And these guys are on for the aggregate win. They have been so consistent. The fewest mistakes out of the entire grid. The most consistent out of the entire grid overall. And they've got the biggest aggregate lead at the moment. Puts themselves 55 seconds above Ridwan Hamza and Andrew Lee, who are only 21 seconds ahead on track. That means the overall deficit is 30 seconds. So the only way Andrew Lee and the number 1 car can win today in the aggregate times is by increasing that to over 55 seconds. That delta you can see between Andrew Lee and Prying Stingray on your timing tower needs to say 55 or more, otherwise it's not going to happen. Blue flag still being waved as we do see the number 30 car coming on through. No, that was one of the PHE sports cars, I should say. DJ Masters finds his way up into P4. Has been there for a while. P3, 4. Oh dear, that is a spinning car, and it looks like they'll try and find them. There it is. It's Bazza. It's the chin. What a trooper this man is, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't know, Bazza here, he is driving with his chin. Because he has some disabilities, unfortunately. But look at this. I mean, honestly, mad respect. This is a hugely long race. We still have 20 or so minutes to go. It's going to be nearly 2 hours of racing just in the final stint. He's already done another stint earlier on. And with his chin at this level of skill, when we had Andrew Scott in the commentary box yesterday for the top 6 shootout in the qualifying session, we were looking at Baz's lines, and we hadn't told Andrew that Bazza drives with his chin, and he was looking at the lines going, yeah, these are really nice lines. You know, this is really smooth. It's really nice driving. Okay, I dare any one of you to go out there and put your chin on a controller and drive as smoothly as Bazza does. Incredible person, incredible respect to do a nearly 2-hour race in that manner, and driving beautifully. Not even last as well. And not to say last is a bad position, but damage here for Arnie. PHE Sports chasing down Porsche, but not for position, just to either unlap themselves or have a little bit of fun at the end of this race as night does begin to fall here at Bathurst. And here in New Zealand, for those who are in New Zealand. 8 p.m. over here. NZT. Flash of the exhaust pipe there. Beautiful. Coming out of the Lexus RCF GT500. So keep an eye. Aggregate times will be called out at the end of the race. I'll try and figure it out as we go across the line and tell you if they've... I'll tell you their finishing position in Stint 4, and I'll tell you their aggregate position. So make sure you stay tuned to the end of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful time of night to be racing. I love racing. Look at the view over the top of the mountain. Absolutely beautiful. With 9 laps to go, we are right at the end of a 1,000-kilometer race. Xander Stewart, oh, beautifully through Griffin's Bend and up the hill. Begins the climb. Behind him, Nick Pautasso has built a beautiful gap to Ian Ward, so this is really good for Mash Spud Racing. Squiggly on entry there. Tyre's starting to lose a little bit of life. Needs to make sure he doesn't make a mistake. That 13-second gap is exactly what he needs. If he's able to maintain that, he will bring the number 32 across the line and gain a P6 in the aggregate time. Ian Ward, damage on the car, has been holding that for some time, unfortunately. Oh, that's a close one. You can never really tell with that camera angle, unfortunately, if they've gone deep, but sometimes you can just tell when they haven't really optimally entered the apex of the previous corner going through Quarry. And when you do see that, it's just have a little bit of a gut-wrenching moment. The stomach twists up and you go, oh, that was a bit close. That was a bit fiery. And they usually backed out of the throttle at that point, usually full throttle through the Quarry, but in some cases not so much. The blue flag's out once again. That'll likely be one of our leaders or top group in top 1 to 6 coming on through in a few moments' time. And of course there's Samwith, so the two Team XV cars on track together. Just waiting to see another spit of flame. Love the sound of these cars as well. You got to be joking. Bob Norley also with damage. Plenty of fuel to the end of this race, of course, and oh, look at that. Oh, ain't that good? Come on. Ain't that beautiful? I love it. Porsche in behind them in P10, followed by Matt McCullum. It's not swung back Matt McCullum's way at all, unfortunately. Aidan Holton had a few moments in his stint. Hutton for the CP Motorsports team really brought the team back into contention. They started this stint in 3rd position, finished the 3rd stint in 3rd position. Hutton really brought them back into contention. Unfortunately, Matt McCullum not able to continue with that. Got damage early on in this race. Had to go into the pits, repair it. Really not a lot of good ways to recover from having to do that extra pit stop. And if they didn't pit, I bet there's a few of you thinking, well, they shouldn't have pitted. Well, if you didn't pit, you're going to be losing 2-3 seconds a lap. At that point, it's not worth it. You're already losing even more than you would do by pitting. So you're better off if you get damaged, come into the pits. Especially at the beginning of a 61-lap race, you never really know what's exactly going to happen. I will be honest, this race has been probably the least exciting out of all of them. I said earlier on, these longer races, generally speaking, you see a divergence of strategies, and then at the end, things start coming back together. But with the way that everyone has raced in this final stint, it's been very, very clean. I think people just making sure they make it to the end of this race. Oh, isn't this fantastic? Look at that blue flames absolutely everywhere. Fantastic stuff. But no real notable incidents in Stint 4. No massive battles on track, except for right at the start where we had a 9-way scrap. 4P4. CP Motorsports, unfortunately, were one of the victims of that scrap. There's Bazza again, trying his best to get through Murray's Bend, and of course Arnie. 7 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to make a prediction, go for it. Look at this lap time, though. Oh, he's nearly gotten faster. So, Distinct Andrew, he's trying to do the impossible. He needs to put 30-second gap between himself and Stingray, hoping that Stingray may want to respond to the extra speed that Andrew Lee is now putting down onto the track and maybe force a mistake. Oh, but Stingray just needs to stay cool and calm and collected. Andrew Lee has done a 47.1, 2 laps in a row. Only separated those laps by 0.13 of a second. So he's absolutely on a charge right now. And we'll go on board and have a little look, but this will give you an idea of how dangerous it is at night. Headlights obviously illuminating the circuit, but you've got to start relying on your instincts as a driver, and the fact that it's nighttime, and that means the tires are going to be a bit cooler. does help a little bit with getting some extra grip if they're in the white window, and it certainly seems that's the way for Andrew Lee at the moment. 47.104, fastest lap we've seen all day. So he's right on the money. If he goes even faster, it'll be a 46. We didn't predict a 46 in the race. We predicted it in quali, and it happened. No, he's down on his time, so unlikely to happen this time, most likely. But we shall keep an eye and see if he's able to continue putting on these incredible laps. But I think he is trying to just, you know, is there a chance? Can he psychologically pressure Stingray into making a mistake with the extra pace that he's showing out here? And at this point, you've really got nothing to lose. Even if you have a crash, you're not going to lose P1, still get the honors for that. But if he can try and force a mistake from Stingray as a result of trying to respond to his pace, well, that would be a potential way to win the overall. And I'll tell you, fascinating for Ridwan and Andrew Lee. This will be one of very few Trackstars Bathurst 1000s that they will not have won. They will win it from a team's perspective because the two podium sitters are, in fact, both It's FR Racing. But from a number one perspective, the car number one, they are not going to win this race. As it stands right now, they need 30 seconds of extra delta on prying Stingray to make this happen. We're on lap 56. 5 laps to go. It's been a wonderful night of racing. A 24-lap stint, a 44-lap stint, a 32-lap stint, and of course this stint, the 61-lap endurance stint, which is going to be going for nearly 2 hours of racing. And with these cars at these paces, and ending in the night as well, just when you're tired. Oh, that's a scrape of the barrier there. You see the bottom part of the car starting to throw up sparks all over the place. Let's go through the grid and keep an eye on what's happening. The number 30 car in great position, 55, still holding on beautifully to P4. Xander Stewart's on a charge, 3.9 seconds the gap between them, but this won't affect the aggregate times at the end of the day. It's just for the clout of finishing in P4 in the fourth stint. Nick Pautasso also not in a situation to really make any maneuvers in the aggregate order. ART Jimmy, yeah, so the actual order is the 78 car, currently P2 on track, Stingray. So first is Stingray. This is the aggregate times. First is Stingray. Second is Andrew, correct. Third is the Lemons car, the number 30. And fourth, as it stands right now, I think is actually the 55 car. Third is Lemons, correct, Jimmy. And I think DJ Master has done enough to bring them up ahead. Oh no, they need a 50-second delta. No, the 23 car. Let's just have a little look here. So hold on. DJ Master is 1 minute 24 seconds behind. Kiwi Matt is 2 minutes 30. Yeah, at the moment, I think fourth position is going to be going to the 55, P3, P4 to ART. Because Kiwi Matt in the 23 car, who are currently, by the aggregate times in P4, they have a 50 or 48 second delta between the 55 car of ART and the 23 of Kiwi Matt. 2 minutes 40, or 1 minute 40 the gap to the leader for the 55 car, and 2 minutes 33 the gap. So it's over 50 seconds. And I think they're in the box seat. It's going to be very, very close though. And it actually will come down to these last few laps. This is really critical for Kiwi Matt. Matt McCullum, he's got to keep pushing. Every single second counts right now. At the moment, if he's able to catch up by 2 or 3 more seconds, he is going to keep the number 23 in fourth position. ART third, fourth on debut isn't bad, certainly not, but ART, the 55 car, it's not done yet because Matt McCullum has the chance here. What was his last lap time? He's a 49.6. 48.5. At the moment, I'd say, honestly, it's swinging the way of DJ Master, and ART, the number 55, is doing enough. And if they keep this delta as it is, they will be finishing P4 in the aggregate times. 4 laps to go. DJ Master has to keep it clean. These have to be consistent laps. If he crashes now, it's all over, and it'll be at the minimum P5, if not worse. Depends, of course, on where Nick Pautasso does finish, although he is only 12 seconds behind. So right now, safe from the clasps of Mash Spud Racing. But if they made a significant mistake at this point, they'd be in some serious trouble. So right now, CP looking to pick up a P5 for the 23 car. The number 44 car is completely out of it. So don't even worry about Xander Stewart. He's going to finish likely P5 here. Could even overtake DJ Master, but probably unlikely at this stage of the race. Given the 4-second gap, and he's lapping at the moment in the same pace as the 55 car. But they are way out of it in terms of the aggregate. So ignore him as a result in terms of the aggregate times. It'll still be a good result for Xander Stewart. He's driven very, very well this race. Spud, 1 minute 40 the deficit. 1 minute 25. That's a 15-second gap at the moment between DJ Master, the 55, and Nick Spud, the 32. They are only separated in the deltas by 12 seconds. So if Spud can pick up the pace, which he's not at the moment, if he can reduce that delta, he is on to maybe take away 4th position as well. It really isn't over for 4th position at all, Jimmy, or anyone who's listening in chat. There is a serious battle here, but Nick Spud will have to find some extra pace. He's got really bad tyres at the end of this race. 3 laps to go. He'll need to be making up at least a second per lap on 4th position, which looks unlikely given the pace that the number 55 is setting down. ART has performed very well. They came back from, let's be honest, a disastrous 2nd and 3rd stint. Stint 1 wasn't too bad. 2nd and 3rd stint could have definitely been better for both cars. Certainly in the stint 3, where things went absolutely awry. And yeah, completely dark out on track, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing I can do about that. A few more streetlights would be nice. This is why I was joking about the kart race at Bathurst at night. You don't have any streetlights at all around this circuit, and you also don't have any streetlights or front headlights on the karts as well. So you're basically blind racing over the mountain on small ice skating karts. It's a disaster. Andrew on the 59th lap now, out of 61, so a couple more laps. We are literally minutes away from the end of the Bathurst 1000. I will try and get us some sort of better picture, but honestly, it's so hard at this point. Jimmy in chat saying, thought my efforts had killed the podium chance, but never mind. Yeah, well, Jimmy, yeah, it hasn't gone too badly, and the 55 car has been, not in a bad position at all. Not in a bad position. Again, 3rd overall currently. Only a second delta, of course, between the 30 and the number 23, but that obviously has massively increased as a result of this. Yeah, I'm just noting here that if I add a filter to make this brighter, it's going to look absolutely dreadful when we do get to a bright part of the circuit. So unfortunately, Wade, we are all going to have to just, use our imagination a little bit in the dark here at the end of the Bathurst 1000, but I'm just glad that we've had some night racing. Really beautiful views. Yeah, flash of the orange and black of the ART cars as we come down the hill. 3.9 seconds the gap between him and Xander Stewart. Nick Pautasso trying his best, but not got the lap time. So Mash Spud Racing won't be getting up ahead of the 55 car. Ian Ward getting blue flagged now, I believe, by our race leader. Let's just check where he is. He's on the penultimate lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen. 60 out of 61 laps. 28 seconds the gap. It's not going to be anywhere near enough. It needs to be double that to have made an impact on the final standings of this race. Stingray behind him, also on the lead lap of this race, as is Lemons. DJ Masters, though, only just coming through onto the back. He will be on the lead lap, technically speaking, but some distance behind. 40 seconds between him and his compatriots in the number 30. A number of laps behind for the remainder of the crew here, who'll just be starting the second to last lap of this race. 49.2 there from Xander Stewart, so the pace just hasn't been there at the end of this race. Getting cold out there on circuit as well, but what can you even say, ladies and gentlemen? Look at this. On to the final lap of the race. Distinct Andrew. Teammate Ridwan Hamza. Not going to win the aggregate, but will win both the first stint and the fourth stint of this race. And look, total domination in those stints. Total domination. Distinct Andrew, pedigree among the pedigrees. Ridwan Hamza, of course, total pedigree as well. I mean, absolutely brilliant driver. Got very unlucky in stint 2. That's where it came apart. If they had only the 3-second penalty, it would have been different. If they had only the crash into the cutting, it would have been different. You add both of them up, and that's why you've got a 55-second delta between them and the 78 car. And the 25 seconds delta they needed extra on top of the 30 seconds they already had here. And Andrew has tried his absolute best, but it's not been enough today. He'll come down the mountain for the final time in this race. Despite the hard work by both of them, they will not be winning this race today from an aggregate perspective. They will take the checkered flag. They will be the first across the line in stint 4, but it won't be enough. They'll take fastest lap as well. Accolades upon accolades for the number 1 car, but the big one, the big trophy they were chasing for the aggregate times, unfortunately not going to be on the cards for them today. And we will have an incredibly happy number 78 team, Smith and Elzine. What a job they've done today, but for now the focus is on Distinct Andrew and Ridwan Hamza. The number 1 car will finish P2 in the aggregate times, but they'll finish P1 on the last lap, the last few meters of the Bathurst 1000 here. Flash of the lights, and Distinct Andrew takes the checkered flag. P2 in the overall race. P1, of course, in the final part of this stint. And that is 1,000 kilometers completed. We wait for the remainder of the grid to come back onto the circuit. Come through the final corner, I should say, and take the checkered flag. It's been a long stint, 1 hour, 52 minutes. But look, this is going to be your overall leader. Happy as anything, flash of the lights. And the number 78 car finishes P2 at the end of the 1,000-kilometer race in stint 4, but will be the overall winners. 78 car, Smith and Elzine take a massive bow in this race. You deserve it. You've got the aggregate win, and you are the winners of the 2025 TrackSpotTV Bathurst 1000. The number 30 comes across the line, takes P3 in the overalls and at the end of this race, and it'll be P4 for the number 55. We'll keep an eye on the deltas just in case something has changed, but as long as he doesn't run out of fuel, the 55 car will find its way to the end and into the 4th position in the aggregate times, the overall finishing times for this race. Last few corners, got to make it through Murray's Bend, and that's going to be it. At that point, we will call it. I'm not sure if we're going to have any folks jumping in across the line. We go, flash of the lights, happy as anything. And DJ Masters takes a very well-deserved 4th position. Xander Stewart comes across the line, 5th place at the end of stint 4. And then Nick Pautasso nearly getting overtaken by another car on track there, but will come across the line in 6th position. Wow, oh, wow, oh, wow. But take a bow. The 78 car, you can't see it, but it's red, blue, and white. And it's filled with Smith and Elzine. And I tell you what, they've done incredible work today. I'm not sure if we're going to get anyone in for interviews at the end of this race. We may well do. We may well not. It is 8:21 p.m. here in New Zealand, 6:21 p.m. We've been going for 6 hours and 36 minutes. The last 2-hour stint done pretty much solo here in the commentary box. I do want to say a thank you to all the commentators that have come in today and all the people who've come in for interviews as well. Much appreciated. Of course, you've had Isaac Fogarty. You've had Andrew Scott for qualifying in top 6. You've had Nick Pautasso in today for 2 stints. You've had George Smith in for a couple of stints, or 1.3 stints or so. And you've had myself, your MC and lead commentator here at TrackSpotTV, bringing you all the action all the way through today's racing series. The TrackSpotTV Bathurst 1000 is over. And I tell you, Smith and Elzine will be happy contenders. The number 78 car takes the aggregate win, followed by Ridwan Hamza and Andrew Lee. They'll take P2 in the overall standings. Both FR Racing cars on the podium. And then it is Halas, Andrews, and Robbins for the number 30 ART Motorsports and ART on debut in the Lexus RCF GT500. They take 3rd in the overalls, followed by McSweeney, Field, and Smith in the 55, taking 4th overall in the aggregate times. Then, from what I can tell, I believe it will be Mash Spuds Racing, but we'll get a double confirm on this. Ridwan, maybe you can send us the updated standings, and that'd be really appreciated to get the final result. But it's either the 32 or the 23 who have finished off this race in P4 and, of course, slash P5. Ian Ward and R. Kelly in the number 7 car will come home in P7 in the aggregates, followed by Les Sandwith and Joy. And it'll be the 2 PHE sports cars, the 88 and 97, with Mifsud, Scholes, Norley and Griffin in the team. And it is DeWitt and Dallets for the 26 car WRT Motorsport, and Nick Scutt and Keat there in the number 964 WRT. And last but not least, it is Xander Stewart, who's been up there in terms of the results, but with the 3.5-minute pit stop that they made, they're way out of the aggregates, unfortunately, and dead last, P13 for them, Xander Stewart and Riley Nicholson, Water Arrow, as he's well known. We do have George Smith in the chat here and in the commentary box for maybe a final interview of the race. George, welcome in. Welcome back into the commentary box, and George going at it again. Some final thoughts on what's been a fantastic race.
No, it's been great. I want to give a massive shout out to you, Mr. Cook, for your fantastic broadcast. A big shout out to the admin team for all the work that goes into this Bathurst Enduro, and obviously we've got St. Croix coming up. It's been pretty hectic, especially for myself over the last few weeks. But I've been extremely impressed with the way things have turned out, and I want to give a shout out to the drivers as well. We had very minimal issues on track, very clean racing, and congratulations to the number 78 car and the number 1 car for FR Racing. Personally, myself, I'm very happy for Team ART, obviously being a co-owner, to finish 3rd and 4th. That's a great result for us on debut in this Enduro series, but it's been great. And I think, George, we've got Mr. Lee that's joined the chat now.
We do indeed. Andrew, welcome into chat, and congratulations on the aggregate overall P2, and congratulations on the P1. You drove the wheels off it today, and it wasn't enough, unfortunately. 30-second delta turns out wasn't enough to win it, but give us your perspective. That night racing is difficult. You were quick as anything, as always, but P2 in the aggregate, still a great result.
Yeah, thanks, mate. That was a lot of hard work. I just went absolutely flat out from lights out. Obviously, took a few laps to get by Stingray, but he made a little error, which helped. And then as soon as I got to the lead, it was just shootout laps for the entire way. Obviously, it was very unlikely that we were gonna get the get that delta back on our side. Obviously, like I know Stingray very quick. He matched me there for a period of time. So, in all honesty, I probably did need a bit of help from either a crash or like traffic or just something going awry for the other car. But yeah, ultimately that never materialised. But I gave it everything it had, and yeah, that was a lot of fun to wheel one of those things around at max attack. Yeah, obviously, as you said, not quite enough to get in the end, but still, it felt awesome, and you know, the traffic was good as well. I'm pretty happy with how everyone was, so that was handy. Obviously, particularly later in the race. I mean, you know, obviously I was feeling it. You know, I got muscle aches everywhere, and you know, you start to obviously get a bit tired. Everything starts to get sore, but yeah, everyone was still pretty right with the blue flags when we came across them, and yeah, that was good. So yeah, overall, I could not have done anything more, honestly, in that final stint. I did everything right as far as I'm concerned. Ultimately, it wasn't enough, but it was still a massive amount of fun.
Absolutely. I mean, 2-hour stint at the end, essentially. 1 minute, 51 minutes or something like that. It's nothing to scoff at. These are tricky cars to drive at the mountain. They're already really loose on the grip, so you're constantly in a counter-steering motion through every single corner, worrying about whether you've got the exit or the entry nailed or whether the rear is going to step out. Then you drive into the night, and suddenly you can't see much on track. Just makes it all the more difficult. But having a 30-second delta is really, really impressive. I mean, you were setting, for 3 or 4 laps in a row, 47.1s all the way through. And I think, look, regardless of the overall finishing positions, you were the fastest man out on track. And I said during the stream as well, I said, look, if your team had had only the 3-second penalty or only the spin at the cutting, it would have been a totally different story.
Yeah, it very much could have been. Ultimately, you know, these things happen. I mean, it's a Bathurst 1000 for crying out loud. I mean, we saw the real thing fairly recently. You know, it can throw up any kind of crazy and every kind of crazy, and you know, Red One just did a mistake. You know, I mean, we're all only human. You know, and unfortunately, it probably did cost us the win in the end. But you know, yeah, these things happen. I mean, obviously, you know, we never intend to make a mistake to harm the overall result for, you know, either yourself or the team. But you know, he did the best he could. Obviously, getting back into second there in stint 3, and basically, you know, solidifying the fact that just with a straightforward final stint, it was going to be a 1-2 regardless. It was just going to be a matter of in which order, and yeah, ultimately the other car will walk out of here victorious. But I can personally walk out of Bathurst with a great deal of pride personally for how that final stint went. That was one of the best runs I've ever done.
Absolutely, and rightly so. And so should everyone on the grid as well, as you alluded to earlier. Really excellent driving standards for the most part. You know, there were some crashes naturally, most of them self-inflicted. I don't think we saw many incidents where someone had purposely or accidentally sent a car into the barrier. So I think everyone should be patting themselves on the back, yourself especially. At the end of the day, yeah, as you said, we're only human, and it was a great race. Look, you can probably take the consolation that it is FR Racing who have won yet again at Bathurst. Just not maybe the right way round, for your guys' opinion.
No, not this time, but you can't win them all. But in these cases where you can't, you've just got to maximise what's available, and, you know, given the circumstances and the hands we got dealt, I think we did that pretty well. So, yeah, you know, it's obviously, you know, we want to win. That's why we're here, you know. We don't rock up because we want to finish second, immaterial to who it is, but you know, every now and again there's a race where, you know, no matter how good you are, no matter how fast you are, you're not going to win. And yeah, unfortunately for us, today was one of those days. But you know, there's going to be plenty more races in the future. I'm sure there's going to be another one of these down the road, and we'll come back if that's the case and give her another go.
Absolutely right. Of course, St. Croix 1000 ahead of us. Whether that's in 2 weeks or 3 weeks' time, I think is currently up for debate by the admins. Andrew, before I let you go, mate, any shout-outs or anything you want to say before on the stream before we round things out?
No, nothing from me, mate. Just thanks for the event. That was a lot of fun.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Lee, winner of Stint 4 and Stint 1, second overall aggregate in the number 1 car. Big thanks to yourself and, of course, everyone in the admin team, everyone who drove out there today. Great driving standards to behold. It was fantastic to watch and great to be here in the commentary box and providing you all the broadcasting today. The primary sponsors, TrackSpotTV. Go and check us out on www.trackspot.tv. Check out Trackstar's Racing Series on Facebook, on Discord, on Instagram, here on YouTube. Give us a like and subscribe if you've enjoyed today's broadcast. We have been going for 6 hours and 46 minutes, all in 1440p at 60 FPS and 4K at 60 FPS as well. Thank you, everyone, for keeping me company in this last stint in the chat. That has been much, much appreciated. Thanks to all the commentators who have jumped in today. Thanks to the race admins, and thank you all for watching. That is going to be our coverage of the TrackSpot TV Bathurst 1000 here at Trackstar's Racing Series. Thank you all so much. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we'll see you for the next one when we get to St. Croix for the St. Croix 1000. Bye-bye.